Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Blood sprayed into the air as the blade sliced cleanly through Ying Gyunen's neck. His head rolled across the floor, stopping at the edge of the carpet. The men moved quickly, packing their gear and preparing to withdraw. Then a ringtone suddenly echoed from the corpse. Everyone froze. On the screen, the distorted image of a man appeared. A hoarse voice followed. "Answer it." "Yes, boss." The muscular man stepped forward, pulled the phone from the body, and accepted the call. "What took so long?" A furious voice roared from the other end. "And what happened to the job I gave you?" The live stream cut off halfway. "Where are the people? Speak." Silence hung in the room, then a cold, hoarse voice answered. "He's dead." The line went quiet instantly. The air seemed to thicken, heavy and suffocating. After more than 10 seconds, the voice returned, slower now. "Who are you? How did he die?" A faint, mocking laugh echoed from the screen. "You had someone impersonating me, yet you don't even know who I am. As for him, I had him killed." A sharp inhale came from the other side. "You're the Mandarin?" Before the speaker could continue, the voice cut in calmly. "I prefer to be called Mandarin." "Apologies, Lord Mandarin," the man replied immediately, his tone turning respectful. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Killian. I admit I used someone to imitate you. I only wanted to borrow your reputation to push certain plans forward." He paused, speaking with careful sincerity. "I actually hoped to work with you from the beginning, but I could never find you. This unexpected meeting, perhaps it's fate. Would you be interested in cooperation?" The Mandarin's voice remained indifferent. "And why should I cooperate with you?" "Because we share the same enemy, Tony Stark." A low chuckle answered him. "He's not my enemy," the Mandarin said dismissively. "He's prey." Killian hesitated, momentarily speechless before quickly recovering. "Enemy or prey, our goals align. That alone creates room for cooperation." He lowered his voice. "My plan isn't only about Stark. It concerns the entire United States. If successful, the most powerful nation in the world will fall under our control." For the first time, the Mandarin's tone shifted. The casual mockery faded. "Explain." A smile spread across Killian's face. An hour later, the last of the men disappeared into the night. Flames soon swallowed the manor, erasing every trace of what happened there. Within 24 hours, militants from across the globe moved toward the United States under mysterious orders. The next day, chaos erupted. The worst wave of terrorist attacks in modern history struck the nation. Hundreds of incidents unfolded in a single day. Countless lives were lost, and economic damage mounted into the billions. Soon, people realized something terrifying. Every location attacked had been listed in the bizarre live broadcast from the day before. Panic spread across the country like wildfire. While fear gripped the nation, a handsome middle-aged man arrived at a quiet government residence in Washington. The doorbell rang. A nanny opened the door, eyeing him cautiously. "Who are you looking for?" He smiled politely. "Don't worry, my name is Killian. I have an appointment with Mr. Carls." "Please wait." She disappeared briefly, then returned. "Mr. Carls will see you. He's waiting in the study upstairs." "Thank you." Killian stepped inside calmly, as if entering his own home. The residence belonged to one of the most powerful men in America. Most visitors walked carefully, weighed down by the atmosphere of authority. Killian didn't. He strolled through the halls leisurely, glancing around with curiosity. Reaching the second floor, he found the study and pushed the door open without knocking. Inside, an elderly white man sat behind a desk. He frowned at the intrusion but said nothing, only gesturing toward the sofa. "Sit." "Thanks." Killian sat down casually, smiling. "I usually see you on TV. Seeing you in person feels surreal." Carls ignored the comment. "You claimed you can make my daughter walk again," he said directly. "Is it true?" Killian leaned back, crossing one leg over the other. "You watched the video yourself, didn't you?" "If it were fake," he added calmly, "I wouldn't be sitting here." His tone carried little respect, which only deepened Carls's frown. The old man disliked him instantly, but desperation kept him silent. "Fine," Carls said at last. "Name your price. If you can heal my daughter, I will agree to any condition." Killian's smile sharpened. "Any condition." He leaned forward slightly. "What if I ask you to help me kidnap the president?" Carl shot to his feet. "What did you just say?" Killian repeated each word slowly. "I said help me kidnap the president." The seriousness in his voice erased any doubt. "Impossible." Carl snapped, "Don't even think about it." Killian remained relaxed. "Nothing is impossible. Everything has a price. If the price is high enough, anyone can be persuaded." His eyes narrowed. "Think about your daughter, years in that bed, years of suffering. How long will you let her live like that?" He paused, letting the words sink in. "And what would she think if she learned her father had a chance to save her but chose not to?" Carl's expression wavered. Killian pressed on, his voice soft, almost gentle. "Besides, this isn't entirely bad for you. When the president falls, someone has to rise." The room fell silent. Killian's words lingered like poison in the air, slowly working their way into Carl's mind. And for the first time, hesitation appeared in the old man's eyes. A heavy silence filled the study. Carl's expression shifted again and again, conflict written clearly across his face. It felt as if two voices were battling inside him. One urged him to agree, the other screamed that he couldn't. Seconds stretched into minutes. Slowly, the voice of reason weakened while desperation grew louder. In the end, Carl's let out a helpless laugh. "Fine," he said quietly, "you've convinced me." He looked at Killian with tired eyes. "You're a devil." Killian smiled faintly. "No, I'm just helping you make a choice." The conversation continued for a while longer as they finalized the details. Eventually, Killian stood, said his polite farewell, and left. After the door closed, Carl's remained motionless for a long time. Finally, he walked upstairs and entered a quiet bedroom. A young girl lay peacefully on the bed like a sleeping princess. She looked fragile, delicate, almost unreal, but one leg was missing like a crack in flawless porcelain. Carl stood beside her silently, his eyes full of pain. He said nothing. After a long time, he turned and left the room. Outside, Killian stepped into his car and immediately made a call. "Mandarin," he said calmly, "everything is progressing smoothly. We can begin the next stage." A brief pause. "However, I'll need a small favor. I need you to help me kidnap someone." "Who?" The hoarse voice on the other end sounded like burned metal scraping together. "Virginia Potts." "Fine," no hesitation. The call ended instantly. Killian tossed the phone aside, looked at himself in the rearview mirror and smiled. "Tony," he murmured, "we'll be meeting again very soon." The engine roared as the car disappeared into the night. While Killian moved his pieces across the board, Tony Stark remained completely unaware of the storm approaching. Orleans, one of the most powerful men in the United States, spent his days buried under endless responsibilities. Even with an army of secretaries, the workload never eased. Late that night, he finally left the White House and headed home, surrounded by heavily armed bodyguards. The streets of Washington were quiet. Orleans stared out the window, mind still occupied with political calculations. Then boom, a rocket slammed into the lead vehicle. The car erupted into flames, lighting the street with an orange blast. Chaos exploded instantly. Bodyguards jumped out, forming defensive lines while calling for backup. Gunfire erupted from both sides of the road. Armed militants surged from the darkness, unleashing a relentless barrage. Despite the guards' desperate resistance, the attack had been meticulously planned. Within minutes, the gunfire stopped. Every bodyguard was dead. Inside the armored car, Orleans crouched in panic, barely understanding what was happening. The door was violently torn open. A heavily armed man with a thick beard leaned in, grinning. "Well, look who we caught," he mocked. "The world's policeman doesn't look so mighty now." Orleans opened his mouth to speak, but the man struck him across the neck. Darkness swallowed him instantly. Two members of the 10 Rings hoisted the unconscious leader onto their shoulders. Within moments, the attackers vanished into the night, leaving behind burning wreckage and lifeless bodies. At the same time, Stark Industries' underground parking garage. After a long day, Pepper Potts stepped out of the elevator, heading toward her car. Her security team should have been waiting nearby. Instead, she smelled blood. Her expression changed instantly. Without hesitation, she stepped backward toward the elevator. But two armed men blocked her path. From the darkness, a slender figure walked forward, footsteps echoing softly. Tap, tap, tap. Pepper narrowed her eyes. "Who are you?" The man smiled politely. "Good evening, Miss Potts. My name is Norris. A friend of mine would like to invite you as a guest. I apologize for the method." His tone remained calm, almost courteous. Pepper studied him for a moment, her breathing steadied. "Really?" she said coolly. "Then let's go. I'd also like to see who's so eager to meet me." As the president of Stark Industries, panic was not in her vocabulary. She understood the situation instantly. Resistance would only make things worse. Norris clapped softly, admiration flickering in his eyes. "Impressive. Your composure is worthy of your reputation." He gestured forward. "Please." Pepper followed without hesitation. Minutes later, 3 vehicles sped out of the parking garage. None of them noticed the pair of scarlet eyes that had silently opened inside one of the cars, watching everything unfold. The 10 Rings operation had ended, but in truth it had only begun. News of Orleans' kidnapping exploded across the nation. The entire American government was thrown into chaos. Emergency meetings were called, agencies mobilized. The Washington police chief received non-stop calls and accusations until he nearly collapsed from the pressure. Within hours, the city was locked down, checkpoints appearing everywhere. Meanwhile, far away at his seaside villa, Tony Stark sat alone on a balcony, a glass of red wine in hand. His posture was relaxed, almost lazy, then his brow lifted slightly, a faint smile appeared. "So you've finally made your move," he murmured, "a little sooner than I expected." He drained the wine in one motion. At that very moment, through another set of eyes, he watched Pepper being taken away. As the person he valued most, Tony had never relied solely on bodyguards. Hidden in the shadows were silent guardians no one knew existed. Through the vision of the Black Shadow Corps, every second of Pepper's kidnapping unfolded clearly before him, and Tony was watching. As long as Tony wants, he can let the Shadow Corps take Potts back to him through the Shadow Kingdom at any time now. But Tony didn't do this. The little mouse finally showed up. If he was scared away like this, he would have to find a time to go. He didn't have time to mess around with these little mice. Therefore, while Tony was paying attention to Potts' safety through the perspective of the Shadow Corps, waiting to find the opponent's lair, he poured himself a glass of red wine and continued to watch their performance. The vehicle exited Manhattan, entered Blank, and eventually entered the underground parking lot of a building. In the passenger seat, Norris took the initiative to get out of the car and opened the door for Potts and said very gentlemanly, "Madam, we're here. Thanks." Nodding to him, Potts got out of the car calmly. If there were not two members of the Ten Rings gang following her at all times to prevent her from escaping, this scene would not look like a kidnapping. Entering the elevator, Norris pressed the top floor button. As the elevator rose, Norris, who was standing in front of the elevator door, smiled and said, "My partner is not a good person. Miss Potts must be careful later." "Really? I also want to see what kind of old friend he is." Potts said noncommittally. Norris smiled and did not continue. Just a reminder, it was all out of admiration for Potts's calmness. As for whether Potts took it to heart, he couldn't care less. Soon the elevator stopped, the elevator door slowly opened, and what appeared in front of Potts was a laboratory. Looking around the laboratory, a woman suddenly appeared in Potts' eyes. She was wearing a white coat and experimental glasses on her face. The loose white coat could not completely cover up her perfect figure. Especially the pair of pineapples on the chest are even more eye-catching. Seeing this scene, Potts subconsciously puffed up his chest, but soon relaxed as if frustrated. Although she is not small, the gap is still visible to the naked eye compared to the woman in the white coat. The female researcher, who didn't know that Potts had secretly compared her with her, put down the experimental agent in her hand when she heard the noise and turned to look at the elevator door. After seeing a few people walking out of the elevator door, her eyes were directly locked on Potts, her eyes full of scrutiny. At this time, Norris stepped forward and said with a smile, "Excuse me, where is Mr. Killian? We have brought the person he wants." Hearing this, the female researcher did not answer directly. She just picked up a walkie-talkie on the table and said, "Killian, people are here." As soon as the words fell, a room door opened on the second floor of the laboratory and Killian walked out of it. After seeing Potts in the crowd, Killian's eyes suddenly lit up and he walked down quickly. "Potts, we meet again." Killian came to Potts and others and smiled. Potts also felt a sense of familiarity when he looked at Killian. Soon, the memories that had been stuck in his mind were evoked again. "It's you." Potts frowned and said that she once worked with Killian, and the relationship between the two parties was not bad. Later, Killian disappeared for unknown reasons and she never saw him again. Unexpectedly, we would meet again in this situation. Seeing that Killian was about to continue speaking, at this moment, Norris on the side had to interrupt. "Hello, Mr. Killian, your condition has been fulfilled. Your Majesty asked me to ask you, when will your promise be fulfilled?" Killian was a little dissatisfied with being interrupted, but he didn't say anything. He just nodded and said, "Don't worry, the plan is already underway. My promise will be fulfilled soon, don't worry. In this case, I'll be relieved. If nothing happens, we'll leave first. Go ahead." Killian waved his hand and Norris stopped staying. He took two members of the Ten Rings gang and left in the elevator. Soon, only the three of Potts were left in the laboratory. "Poots, come and see, this is my company, how about it? It's exactly the same as Stark Industries." Killian waved and pointed to the entire laboratory with a smile on his face. However, Potts was not interested in what he said and continued to frown. "You asked someone to kidnap me just to talk to me about this." Sensing Potts's unkind tone, Killian's smile froze and then he laughed dryly and said, "Of course not. I want to say that I now have my own company, which is not much worse than Stark Industries. How about it? Come and help me." At this moment, Killian lost the calmness he had when negotiating with Carls, and his tone seemed a little awkward. In the words of Tony's previous life, it is the dog-licking effect. The simple explanation is that when facing his goddess, Li Gu will be so nervous that he can't speak completely. Although Killian didn't act so exaggeratedly, it was similar. Sorry, I have a job. I appreciate your kindness, but I won't help you work. Each other rejected Killian without hesitation. Suddenly, Killian's expression changed. Why? What's so good about that playboy Tony that you would rather help him than help me? Killian said excitedly. Perhaps because of the mention of Tony, Killian's tone unconsciously contained a hint of murderous intent. Watching his face gradually distort, the disgust in Potts's eyes became even stronger. She didn't know why Killian became like this, but that didn't stop her from hating him. Tony is just better than you. No matter what others say, I think it's fine as long as he's good. If nothing happens, please let me go. I have work tomorrow. Potts said impatiently, and Killian suddenly laughed and his whole temperament became gloomy. Potts, you have changed. After saying something expressionlessly, Killian turned to look at the female researcher next to him and said in a cold tone, Maya, I'll leave her to you. Inject her with the extremis virus. Hearing this, Maya immediately walked up with a cold arc on her lips and said, It should have been like this a long time ago. What kind of good woman can she be who can get together with that scumbag Tony? After saying that, Maya stepped forward and wanted to catch Potts. When Potts saw this, he stepped back and subconsciously wanted to dodge. But Maya seemed to have anticipated her movements, her expression remained unchanged, and she continued to grab Potts with her palms. Seeing that Potts was about to fall into her hands, at this moment, a burst of darkness appeared under Potts' feet, and two shadow ninjas immediately rose from the ground and stood in front of Potts. Clang! Two darts were fired from the hands of the black shadow ninja. Maya's expression changed, and she quickly dodged the dart attack. Potts was stunned when he saw this scene, completely unaware of what was happening. Killian, who was walking back, also stopped at this moment. Looking at the black shadow ninja who suddenly appeared in front of Potts, his brows instantly furrowed. What? The words fell and no one answered. Not even Potts knew about the black shadow ninja, let alone them. Pretending to be a ghost. There was a cold snort in his mouth and Killian suddenly moved. His figure disappeared instantly, forming afterimages. When he reappeared, he was in front of the shadow ninja, and his huge fist fell directly on the shadow ninja's head. Boom. Like a watermelon exploding, the heads of the two shadow ninjas standing in front of Potts exploded. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. It appeared so weird, and this is the result. Killian couldn't help but have a sneer on his face. But before his smile could fully bloom, suddenly black shadows surged on the ground, and shadow ninjas rose from the ground again. On the walls, on the ceiling, including around them, Killian and Maya were surrounded by black shadow ninjas in the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, Killian and Maya's expressions suddenly changed. The two looked at the black shadow ninja with solemn eyes, secretly on guard. Potts was also stunned by the scene in front of her. She could feel that these black shadows seemed to be protecting her, but she had never been exposed to these things. Could it be? Potts thought about Tony. That was the only reason she could think of. Just then, a familiar voice sounded behind her. What are you thinking about, so lost in thought? Hearing this, Potts turned around instantly, and Tony's figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Seeing this, Potts immediately covered his mouth with his hands, and a layer of mist gathered in his eyes. Although she had always acted calm, it would be a lie to say she was not afraid. Now that she had met Tony, she finally no longer had to suppress her emotions. For a time, thousands of grievances flooded her heart. Why did you come? Potts said with a cry and then jumped into Tony's arms. Putting his arms around Potts, Tony comforted softly with a soft smile on his lips. Don't worry, it's okay, don't cry. If you cry again, you will become a little cat. Tony comforted Potts softly and patted her back a few times with his palm. And just when the two were deeply in love, a roar interrupted the warm atmosphere between the two. Tony! Killian stared at Tony and the two with a ferocious expression. Especially seeing the two hugging each other, the anger in Killian's heart continued to burn. Similarly, Maya next to Killian also had an embarrassed look on her face at the moment. Especially seeing Tony's tenderness towards Potts made her even more angry. Why should she be abandoned by you, but she can be favored by you? You go aside and wait for me. After glancing at Killian and the two, Tony looked down at Potts. After his mood stabilized, Potts nodded and then walked aside obediently. At this time, Tony turned to look at Killian and the two. The smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by indifference. Kill them. There was no nonsense. Tony didn't bother to talk nonsense with them and gave the order directly. As soon as the words fell, the shadow ninja surrounding the two people moved instantly and launched a direct attack on them. In an instant, Killian and Maya were overwhelmed by a large number of shadow ninjas. However, the strength of the two people injected with the extremis virus is indeed extraordinary. Not only are they extremely fast, they are also very powerful. Although there were many black shadow ninjas, they could not withstand the attack of two people, so with only a little effort, the two of them eliminated all the black shadow ninjas. Tony, who had been quietly observing the two of them, suddenly became interested when he saw this. Extremis virus, it's interesting. I wonder if the Black Shadow Legion can use it. Tony was talking to himself, and at this moment a strong wind blew towards Tony. Killian, who had solved the Shadow Ninja, rushed towards Tony without saying a word. His speed broke the sound barrier, causing a sonic boom to sound in the air. Seeing Tony getting closer and closer, the corners of Killian's mouth suddenly turned up. He wanted this once-above guy to crawl at his feet and wash away the humiliation he had brought to him. With this thought in his mind, his speed became faster and his strength became stronger. He seemed to have seen Tony being knocked away by his punch and begging for mercy like a dead dog. And just when he fell into fantasy, bang, his fist hit something hard. The next second, Killian looked closely and saw Tony holding his fist in one hand and looking at him expressionlessly. Seeing this, Killian's fantasy was shattered and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. How can it be? How did you block my punch? Killian asked, staring hard at Tony. At this moment, his mood collapsed. It wasn't that he was weak, but that he had worked hard for today for so long and was about to avenge his shame. However, Tony easily blocked his attack. This is not only a humiliation to him, but also a denial of his hard work for so long. Listening to his words, the corner of Tony's mouth curled up with a trace of disdain, and he commented casually, "The speed is too slow and the power is too weak. That's it, you still want to take revenge on me?" After saying that, Tony pulled hard, and Killian's body suddenly rushed towards him uncontrollably, and then Tony kicked him out, kicking him completely away. Boom. The body hit the test bench, a ping-pong-pong sound sounded, and the things on the test bench were scattered all over the floor. Ahem. A distant cough came from Killian's mouth, and Killian said with a look of disbelief, "Impossible, how can you be so strong?" "It must be a lie. Maya, kill him," Killian growled. Hearing this, Maya rushed towards Tony without hesitation, and Killian also took the opportunity to rush forward again. The two of them launched an attack at the same time, one behind the other. But Tony was still standing there without moving at this moment, without even a single expression on his face. It wasn't until the two men's attacks came close again that Tony slowly said, "Too slow, too weak." As soon as he finished speaking, Tony punched out two lightning-quick punches, sending Killian flying away again. Even facing Maya, he showed no mercy. Seeing the two lying on the ground unable to recover for a long time, Tony shook his head slightly. Originally, he was expecting the two of them to give him a little surprise, but now it seems that that's all. Although the extremis virus is indeed very powerful, there is no doubt that Tony is stronger. Having integrated the rabbit charm and the ox charm, Tony can completely crush them both in terms of speed and strength. As a result, the two of them were like elementary school students in front of him, completely vulnerable. This is impossible. This is impossible. Killian muttered to himself, his face filled with a hint of madness. In order to take revenge, he spent 13 years and even took the risk by injecting the extremis virus. After paying such a high price, in the end he was no match for Tony's punches and was instantly killed. How could he accept such a result? Thinking of this, his body quickly turned red, and the next second blazing flames spurted out of his mouth. Terrifying high temperatures permeated the air, and the temperature of the entire laboratory rose rapidly. Feeling the changes in the surrounding environment, Tony made a thought and directly used telekinesis to construct a transparent shield covering Pot's body. Immediately, he looked at the fire dragon that was raging towards him. He did not dodge, allowing the flames to envelope him. In an instant, Tony's entire body was engulfed in flames. Tony, Potts looked at this scene and screamed in surprise. He subconsciously planned to step forward but was blocked by telekinesis. When Killian saw this scene, he burst into laughter. Die. As he spoke, he continued to spit out flames. At this moment, he seemed to have turned the anger in his heart into flames, wanting to burn Tony alive. However, he was not happy for long. Soon, he suddenly realized something was wrong, and the flames he sprayed were no longer under his control. All the flames began to gather in a certain direction, and they gradually turned into a fireball as if controlled by an invisible hand. At the same time, Tony's figure emerged from the flames again, looking at the fireball in his left hand with a calm expression. Having integrated the dragon talisman and mastering the rules of fire, flames are like playthings to Tony, causing no harm at all. The reason why he was engulfed was simply because he wanted to feel the power of the flames. It has to be said that the extremis virus is indeed powerful. The temperature of the flames spouted by Killian is around 5,000 degrees, which is very close to the temperature of the sun's surface and is enough to melt most things in the world. While thinking about it, Tony's left hand suddenly pinched. Suddenly, the fireball of flames was extinguished directly in his palm. After doing all this, he turned back to look at Killian and the two who were almost stunned. Then he moved and appeared in front of Killian at a speed that the two of them could not react. Forehead. Killian looked at Tony, who was close at hand, with a look of shock. He was about to say something, but he saw Tony's right hand got stuck around his neck at some point and slowly lifted him up from the ground. Woo. A strong sense of suffocation enveloped Killian. He was like a drowning person, his hands and feet kicking in the air, and his whole body struggled violently. But under Tony's extremely powerful strength, all his struggles were in vain. Tony's right hand was like an iron clamp tightly clamping his neck. "The farce is over, let's stop here," Tony said casually, and in an instant, a wisp of flame appeared in his palm, followed Killian's neck, and quickly burned throughout his body. Compared with Killian's flame, Tony's flame is obviously more domineering and stronger. A beast-like roar came from Killian's mouth, and his whole body was completely burned to ashes under Tony's flames, ending this sad life. Maya stared blankly at the scene in front of her. She had been in this state since she was knocked away by Tony's punch. It wasn't until Tony dealt with Killian and focused his attention on her that Maya suddenly woke up. "Don't kill me, Tony, don't kill me," Maya screamed. She was scared after witnessing Killian's death. Fear filled her heart and made her whole body tremble. At this moment, she didn't want revenge, she just wanted to live. Looking at her, Tony did not continue to take action. It was not that he cared about her, but that he had become interested in the extremis virus. That's why Maya was left behind. Although he could throw a sample of the extremis virus to Reed for research, he didn't want to cause such trouble since there were ready candidates. "Take me to see the extremis virus," Tony said calmly. After saying that, Maya nodded quickly and agreed. "Okay." After saying that, everyone turned around in a hurry and led Tony towards the depths of the laboratory. The two of them walked in tandem and soon appeared at the door of the cold storage. As Maya entered the password, the door of the cold storage slowly opened. After the two walked into the cold storage, they came to a freezer of huge amounts. This is where the extremis virus is stored. As Maya opened the freezer, tubes of light blue liquid contained in experimental agent tubes appeared in front of Tony. This was the extremis virus. Looking at Tony's calm expression, Maya carefully introduced from the side. "Extremis virus has super regeneration ability and can give people powerful power, but extremis virus cannot guarantee 100% integration success. The integration process is full of risks, and integration may fail if you're slightly careless. Furthermore, even if the integration is successful, it may cause an explosion due to the inability to control the power within the body. Killian and I have tried to improve before, but all ended in failure. If you want to inject the terminal virus, I cannot guarantee that there will be no accidents." Apparently, Maya thought Tony was going to inject himself with the extremis virus, but Tony wouldn't touch something like that unless he got kicked in the head by a donkey. After looking at Maya, Tony didn't bother to explain. He reached out and took out a tube of extremis virus from the freezer. Then, with a thought, a black shadow troll appeared behind the two of them. Suddenly feeling the shadow from behind, Maya looked back subconsciously. Suddenly, she was frightened and took several steps back. "Who?" After saying that, looking at the shadow troll dressed the same as the shadow ninja, Maya realized and turned to look at Tony. Sure enough, Tony didn't react at all. Obviously, he had expected it. "Drink it." "Give the desperate virus to the shadow troll behind him," Tony ordered directly. After saying this, the black shadow troll did not hesitate, took the extremis virus, and threw it into his mouth together with the experimental agent tube. The terrifying sound of chewing echoed in the cold storage, and a crunching sound came from the mouth of the black shadow troll. Seeing this scene, Maya was stunned and even Tony was speechless. This guy is really not picky about food and will eat everything. Soon, the extremis virus was integrated into the body of the black shadow troll, and a trace of expectation appeared on Tony's face. The extremis virus is full of risks for humans, but there is no risk at all for the black shadow core. After all, the black shadow core are immortal beings. The only thing that makes Tony unsure now is whether the extremis virus can have an effect on dark creatures like the black shadow core. If it doesn't work, then his work is in vain. He looked at the black shadow troll expectantly. As time passed, the black shadow troll gradually changed. Traces of fiery red lines began to appear on his body, which was very conspicuous on the dark figure. At the same time, his body shape was constantly changing at this moment, and his already tall body began to grow taller again, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, the height of the black shadow troll reached 5 meters, and strong muscles appeared on his body. And fiery red lines are now all over his body. The black and red textures make the black shadow troll look more powerful. If the previous black shadow trolls were terrifying but not enough of a deterrent, then now, as long as the black shadow trolls go there, they can give people a strong sense of oppression. Looking at this scene, Tony's face showed obvious joy. He was right in betting that the extremis virus could indeed have an impact on the black shadow core. Thinking of this, Tony immediately turned to look at the stunned Maya and said, "No matter what method you use, I will see 10,000 terminal viruses every month." As soon as the words fell, Maya suddenly came back to her senses from the changes in the shadow troll. 10,000, this is too much. Maya said with a slight stutter, "You don't need to worry about this. In short, if you need people to give people and money to give money, I will see 10,000 terminal viruses every month." Tony said directly in a commanding tone, to which Maya naturally had no choice but to agree. Packing up the remaining extremis virus and taking it away, Tony walked out of the cold storage. Arriving in front of Potts, Tony stretched out his hand to hold her, smiled gently and said, "Let's go home." Hearing this, Potts nodded, followed Tony obediently, and left Pioneer Technology. She followed Tony quietly without asking any questions. As a smart woman, she knew that if Tony wanted her to know, he would naturally tell her. If he didn't say anything, he just didn't want her to know. Therefore, she seemed to have forgotten everything just now, asked nothing. Tony also tacitly didn't mention it. He didn't want Potts to be exposed to these things. She just needed to live like an ordinary person. After sending Potts home, Tony did not stay there but returned directly to the beach house. The extremis virus has undoubtedly succeeded in strengthening the black shadow troll, but the extent to which the black shadow troll's strength has been improved still needs to be tested. So, Tony gave up on Gentletown and called Happy. When he arrived at the beach villa, Happy had been waiting at the villa for a long time. As Tony entered the door, Happy quickly stood up and said, "Boss." Nodding slightly, Tony said, "Follow me." After saying that, Tony turned around and walked out. Seeing this, Happy naturally followed him quickly. The two came to the lawn outside the villa. Tony thought, and the shadow troll who had integrated the extremis virus suddenly appeared on the lawn. Looking at this scene, a trace of doubt flashed in Happy's eyes. "Go and fight him." Tony said, "Forehead." Happy was stunned for a moment and looked at the 5-meter-tall shadow troll. Happy swallowed and looked at Tony with a puzzled look on his face, as if to say, "Boss, are you serious?" Of course, Happy would not dare to ask this question on the bright side, so he could only smile awkwardly and say, "Boss, can you change someone else?" "No, it's up to you, don't make any ink marks." Tony glanced at Happy speechlessly, thinking that he could still cause trouble for you here. Seeing that Tony was determined, Happy suddenly had a bitter smile on his face, and he could only walk up to the shadow troll. As he got closer, Happy gradually felt a strong sense of oppression. For a moment, his face couldn't help but become solemn, and he took a deep breath. "Ha!" With a loud shout, Happy's figure changed rapidly, reaching 3 meters in height in the blink of an eye. Compared with ordinary people, this height is already very high, but compared with the shadow troll who integrated the extremis virus, Happy is like an immature teenager, more than a head shorter. Seeing that Happy was ready, Tony did not hesitate and directly ordered the attack. As soon as the words fell, the black shadow troll who was standing quietly moved instantly. Boom! As soon as he stepped on the lawn, a huge pothole suddenly appeared on the lawn, and at the same time his huge amounts of body was ejected instantly. It was not as bulky as expected, and the speed of the black shadow troll was extremely fast at this moment. Almost before Happy could react, the shadow troll appeared in front of him. Huge amounts of fists struck at his face mercilessly. The look on Happy's face changed drastically, but he had no time to stop him. Boom! With a loud noise, Happy was directly blasted out. Boom! His figure hit the ground heavily, creating a huge crater in the ground. For a moment, the whole person was unable to move. But the black shadow troll did not stop. The flame patterns on his body lit up as if he had come alive. The flames burned on his body instantly and then roared directly towards Happy under the control of the black shadow troll. Go! Seeing this scene, Happy's whole body exploded. Oh my God, he can even attack from a distance, leaving no one alive. He was complaining crazily in his heart, and he ignored the pain in his body. He forced himself to roll on the spot and avoided the impact of the flames. Boom! The flames fell on the ground, an explosion sounded, and the hole that was originally 1 meter wide expanded to 3 meters. Seeing this horrific scene, Happy, who had escaped unharmed, felt his eyelids twitch violently. "Boss," Happy called Tony. Tony turned away from him and asked him to continue. Seeing this, Happy was about to cry, but he had no choice but to continue fighting the shadow troll. Of course, fighting is just a nice way of saying it. In fact, he was beaten online the whole time. The powerful group of shadow trolls who integrated the extremis virus completely crushed him. The power he was proud of was simply incomparable to the shadow troll. And more importantly, his speed and reaction ability cannot keep up with the shadow troll, so apart from being beaten, he doesn't even have the ability to fight back. Fortunately, his defense was pretty good, and despite being beaten for so long, he didn't suffer any serious injuries other than the pain. Tony watched the battle for a long time and had a rough assessment of the shadow troll that had integrated the extremis virus. Taking Happy as an example, if a shadow troll without the integrate extremis virus wants to deal with Happy, at least 3 of them are needed. After integrating the extremis virus, 5 harpies were not enough for the shadow troll to defeat with one hand. Compared with before, the strength of the black shadow troll has increased 10 times, and this is just a shadow troll until thousands of shadow trolls who have integrated the extremis virus appear. That scene is shocking when you think about it. Just when Tony was testing the strength of the shadow troll, the outside world was completely turned upside down. Orleans was missing for 3 hours. Under the full tracking of the Washington Shield Police Department, they finally found a clue. The kidnappers had taken him away from Washington Shield. Based on the traces left behind, it was speculated that their destination should be New UA. Therefore, a call from the upper management of the United States went directly to SHIELD, asking them to take over this matter. After all, New York is the base camp of SHIELD and is the most suitable to take over this matter. After receiving the news, Nick climbed out of bed overnight and summoned the backbone of SHIELD to assign tasks. Soon, the entire New York was under SHIELD's surveillance. At the same time, outside Pioneer Technology, a row of motorcades drove directly into the underground parking lot of Pioneer Technology. The bearded man who kidnapped Orleans got out of the car and took the elevator to the top floor. When the elevator door opened and he saw the messy scene in the laboratory, the bearded face suddenly changed, and his whole body became subconsciously alert. At this time, Maya walked out of the cold storage and looked at the bearded man with a look of surprise. "Who are you? Where's Mr. Killian?" The bearded man did not answer but asked instead. Hearing this, Maya's thoughts started to spin quickly. She looked at the clothes on the bearded man, which were the same as those worn by Norris before. He was obviously from the same organization. Maya didn't know that Killian had been in contact with these people before, but she knew that she must not let people know that Killian was gone now, otherwise, her situation might be in danger. Therefore, Maya quickly suppressed the turmoil in her heart and said calmly, "Mr. Killian has something to go out. Where are you going?" The bearded man continued to ask, his brows furrowing quietly. "I don't know that, but you can tell me if you have anything. When he comes back, I'll tell him for you. You. Who are you?" The bearded man looked Maya up and down, his eyes full of distrust. Maya didn't mind this and said her name directly. "Maya Hansen." After saying this, the suspicion in the bearded eyes dissipated a bit. Since they are cooperating with Killian, it is impossible for them to know nothing about Killian. As Killian's partner, Maya should be within the scope of his trust. "It turns out to be Ms. Maya. I have already delivered the goods. Since Mr. Killian is not here, please accept it." Listening to these words, Maya's mind moved. Although she didn't know what the goods were, she had to pack them at this time. Nodding indifferently, Maya said calmly, "I understand, just send the goods up and I will tell Killian." Hearing this, the bearded man no longer hesitated and directly picked up the intercom and said, "Bring the goods up." "Yes." The person on the intercom responded, and soon there was a sound from the elevator. The elevator door slowly opened, and 2 well-armed strong men escorted a man in a suit and a black hood on his head. At the same time, a bearded voice also sounded at this moment, "Ms. Maya, I have delivered the person. Do you need me to help you imprison him? Send it to cold storage." Maya nodded with an indifferent look on her face the whole time. Even when she saw that the so-called cargo was a person, she didn't show the slightest surprise, as if she had known about it for a long time. Seeing this, the bearded man who had been observing her reaction finally got rid of the last trace of doubt in his heart. Since Maya knows what the goods are, it means that she is also involved in this matter, so naturally there is no need to avoid anything. Soon, under the leadership of Maya, 2 strong men sent the person into the cold storage. The temperature inside was very low, but the deadman could not freeze in a short time, so Maya locked the door directly. After the handover was completed, the bearded man did not stay any longer and turned around and left with his men. But before leaving, she still urged, Ms. Maya, please tell Mr. Killian that we have completed everything he asked. Now we are waiting for his plan to start. I hope there will be no mistakes. I see. Maya responded and finally watched them leave in the elevator. After the elevator arrived on the first floor, Maya quickly called up the surveillance of the underground parking lot. After watching Bearded and others leave Pioneer Technology, she immediately turned around and walked into the cold storage. Looking at the shivering man in the corner of the warehouse, Maya did not hesitate and pulled off the black hood on his head. Suddenly, Orleans' face appeared in Maya's eyes. In an instant, Maya's eyes and pupils shrank instantly, and her heart was filled with turmoil. As the most powerful man in the United States, Orleans often appears on TV. Although Maya doesn't watch much TV, she has seen him. Especially after being injected with the extremis virus, her memory greatly increased, and she recognized Orleans' identity at a glance. Orleans, who had regained his sight, squinted his eyes to adapt to the light, and then he could clearly see Maya in front of him. I thought that what was waiting for me was some kind of terrifying leader, but I didn't expect that. When I opened my eyes, I saw a beautiful woman, which made Orleans a little surprised. He was about to say something, but before he could speak, Maya suddenly stepped forward and slashed his neck with a knife, knocking him unconscious. After doing this, Maya left the cold storage immediately and dialed Tony's phone number. Toot toot. Accompanied by a busy tone on the phone was quickly connected and Tony's voice came from the phone. What's up? Hearing this, Maya didn't hesitate at all and told everything exactly. The moment she saw Orleans, she knew that this matter was beyond the scope of her ability. She couldn't handle it at all, so she could only leave it to Tony to handle it. At the seaside villa, Tony had a hint of surprise in his eyes after listening to Maya's story. Good guy, he really underestimated this guy Killian. He dared to do such crazy things. However, besides Orleans, he was also concerned about the force that took action. Therefore, after listening to Maya's story, Tony directly asked, "Do you know which force sent the people here?" Hearing this, Maya was silent for a moment and then said, "Killian was responsible for handling these things before. I'm not very clear. However, they all have a ring on their chests." The word ring, Tony murmured in his mouth, and the words 10 Rings Gang instantly appeared in his mind. Although he was not sure if it was them, Tony was 80% sure that those people should be members of the 10 Rings Gang. After all, there are not many organizations in the name of the ring, and even fewer have the courage to kidnap Orleans. Apart from the notorious 10 Rings Gang, he couldn't think of anyone else who would have such courage. Tony murmured to himself, but Maya on the other end of the phone asked anxiously, "What should we do now?" With huge amounts of hot potato in hand, Maya really couldn't calm down. "Keep an eye on him, I'll have someone take him away later," Tony said calmly, his eyes full of thoughts. For Maya, this is a hot potato, but for Tony, this is an opportunity to control the upper echelons of the United States. Although he is now very powerful, there are no consortiums that can rival Stark Industries. Tony naturally had no idea before. After all, Stark Industries was already at its peak, and even if he wanted to go further, it was impossible. But now, someone else has given the opportunity to him, and Tony will naturally not just watch the opportunity disappear. If the pinnacle of power in the United States joins forces with Stark Industries, the effect will not be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. When the time comes, Tony will be able to use this influence to bring Stark Industries to another peak. "Okay, I know." Maya responded and immediately hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Tony turned to look at Happy, who was bruised and swollen. "Go to Pioneer Technology and bring this person back." "Okay, boss." After listening to the instructions, Happy nodded directly, then turned around and left the villa, driving to Pioneer Technology. On the other side, SHIELD finally found the location of everyone in the 10 Rings Gang after checking the entire New York City surveillance system. Although they tried their best to avoid surveillance all the way, in a big city like New York, surveillance is too dense. The fact that they were only discovered now is due to the 10 Commandments Gang's outstanding ability. After getting the clue, Nick didn't hesitate at all and directly dispatched Steve and other extraordinary people. Although he can mobilize a large number of manpower, the more people the better for rescue operations. 13th Avenue is the least policed road out of New York City. The bearded man sat in the car with his eyes closed to relax, while the others remained alert throughout the process. They are very aware of the current situation they and others are in. Although the situation is calm now, they can't tell when danger will occur. "What are you afraid of? What's coming?" Suddenly, a roar of helicopters came from the sky. The next second, a shield flew down from the sky and hit the vehicle at the front of the 10 Rings Gang. The shield accurately hit the tire of the vehicle. Suddenly, the high-speed vehicle rolled directly out and caused huge amounts of explosion. Boom! Fire shot into the sky, dispelling the darkness, and the road was completely blocked by the exploding car, causing the convoy behind to have to stop. On the helicopter, Nick and others were all gathered at the moment. Barton held a sniper rifle in his hand, scanning each car through the sniper scope, shaking his head with a solemn expression. Mr. Orleans was not found. He was not in the car. The last time, Barton was controlled by Loki and did a lot of things for Loki. But after the incident was over, Loki no longer needed him and released the control, thus saving his life. It was only after he confirmed that Orleans was not in the first car that Steve took action to blow up the vehicle and intercept the parking lot. Otherwise, he would not have dared to do so. Now listening to Patton's report, everyone on the helicopter looked very ugly. At the critical moment, Nick ordered, "Get them first, remember to leave them alive." Clear. Everyone shouted in response, and below, everyone from the 10 Commandments gang who had been stopped also got out of the car. Looking at the helicopter flying towards them in the sky, the bearded man shouted with a gloomy face, "Shoot it down." As soon as he finished speaking, a member of the 10 Rings gang directly set up a rocket launcher. With a roar, the rockets were launched with tail flames and struck accurately at the helicopters in the sky. Seeing this scene, Nick's expression changed and he immediately yelled, "Banner." Suddenly, Banner jumped from the helicopter, his body expanded rapidly in midair, turned into the Hulk and blocked the rocket with his body. Boom! Exploding fireworks appeared in the sky, but all the impacts were blocked by Banner. The helicopter behind him did not suffer much damage except for shaking due to the airflow. Boom! Banner's figure landed on the ground, a loud noise sounded and the whole ground shook. He is like a god descending to earth, mighty and domineering. At the same time, the helicopter also lowered its altitude and lowered the rappelling rope. Steve and others grabbed the rope and landed smoothly. Attack! Looking at Banner's image, the bearded man's heart trembled and he quickly issued an attack order. Suddenly, a burst of fierce gunfire rang out and countless bullets whizzed towards Banner. The bullet landed on his skin, making a ding-beep-dong sound, unable to break his defense at all. At the same time, Banner roared and rushed forward. Huge amounts of stature caused the earth to tremble with every step he took. Soon, he rushed into the crowd and started killing. Compared with Banner, the members of the 10 Rings gang were like tiny ants at this moment, completely vulnerable to a single blow. As Banner punched down, several people were smashed into meat patties on the spot. Such a horrific killing method, coupled with Banner's unbreakable defense, suddenly caused the remaining members of the 10 Rings gang to collapse. Then one by one fled in all directions. Seeing this, Banner grabbed rocks from the ground and threw them at the crowd. For a time, many people's bodies were smashed directly by Banner. Behind the scenes, Nick and others looked at Banner's killing and their expressions changed. They still had to look for clues through these people. If Banner killed everyone, the clue would be gone. Thinking of this, Nick suddenly said anxiously, "Banner, stay alive." After saying this, some of the banners above did not stop their actions and continued to kill. Seeing this, Nick could only turn to look at Steve helplessly. Seeing the look in his eyes, Steve immediately understood what he meant. He rushed towards Banner and punched Banner, knocking him back. And this sudden attack also calmed down Banner. At this point, the killing completely stopped, but there were not many living people left at the scene. Fortunately, Nick and others found the bearded man in the crowd, who was lucky enough to escape. Although the bearded man looked embarrassed, he was not seriously injured. Nick and others saw him surrounding him. Looking at the bearded man, Nick said in a deep voice, "Tell me, where did you take the people? Hey, you're not going to find him and don't expect me to tell you." The bearded man acted very tough. Seeing this, Nick didn't bother to talk nonsense and directly gestured to Hawkeye. Hawkeye walked up immediately with an indifferent expression. As a top agent, he is not only powerful but also proficient in various interrogation techniques. Soon, a scream sounded in the dark night. 20 minutes later, Hawkeye wiped the blood off his hands and returned to the crowd. The bearded man on the ground was dead, and they also got the information they wanted. Let's go to Pioneer Technology. Nick made an immediate decision, and the group returned to the helicopter again and headed towards Pioneer Technology. There was no delay for too long. Soon, the group arrived at Pioneer Technology, entered the underground parking lot, and took the elevator directly to the top floor. When the elevator door opened in the laboratory, Maya, who was about to leave, looked at Nick and others who suddenly broke in and was completely speechless. "Every day, do you really regard this place as a vegetable market? Anyone can come here." Pioneer Technology's elevator naturally has a floor ban, which can only be activated by swiping a card. The floor ban card that Killian gave to the 10 Rings gang was also transferred from Big Beard to Nick and others at this moment, so they could travel unimpeded. "Who are you?" Maya said expressionlessly. She had said this sentence countless times tonight, so she was a little numb. We are official. Now you are suspected of a kidnapping case. Just stay where you are and don't move. Nick said with a cold face. Maya didn't panic at all. Evidence. The evidence will be available soon. Nick said meaningfully, then waved his hand, and Steve and others immediately dispersed towards the laboratory, searching for traces of Orleans. Seeing this, Maya didn't stop her. She just held her hands and watched the scene quietly. Seeing the calm look on her face, Nick, who was originally full of confidence, suddenly felt a thump in his heart, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. Sure enough, when Hawkeye found the cold storage based on his confession, he found no trace of Orleans. At the same time, Steve and others who were searching elsewhere could not find any clues at this time. This made Nick's brows instantly frown. Looking at the confident Maya, Nick said word by word, "Miss Maya, you probably don't mind letting us check the surveillance." Random. Maya nodded indifferently, but there was a burst of joy in her heart. When Happy took Orleans away, she deliberately deleted the monitoring. She didn't understand it before, but now she understands everything. Eagle Eye checked the surveillance screen, but there was only yesterday's stored screen in the surveillance screen, and today's stored screen could not be seen at all. Seeing this, Nick couldn't help but said in a deep voice, "Miss Maya, what's going on?" With that said, Nick took a step forward, exuding a sense of oppression, hoping to see something from Maya in this way. But after experiencing so many things tonight, Maya had already calmed down. Facing the pressure emanating from Nick, not only did she not feel any discomfort, she even felt like laughing. Maybe the surveillance system is broken, I don't know. By the way, do you have any evidence? If not, do you have a search warrant? Maya spoke one after another and gradually took the initiative on the court. Nick also had a headache when he heard this. Things were completely different from what he imagined. He thought he would be sure of it this time, but he found nothing. According to Big Beard's confession, he only sent the people here for a while. Including the time they were delayed, the whole journey did not exceed an hour. Logically speaking, this is where people should be. Thinking helplessly, Nick had to force a smile and said, "Sorry, maybe we made a mistake." After saying that, Maya's face turned completely cold. "Mistaken? That means there's no search warrant. You are breaking into a private house. Now, please leave. My lawyer will contact you tomorrow." After speaking, Maya made a sign to see off the guests. Nick and others can only leave Pioneer Technology. At the entrance of Pioneer Technology, Nick looked back at the building behind him and said in a serious tone, "Captain, what do you think?" Hearing this, a thought flashed in Steve's eyes. Either that guy lied or he's not here at all. Either that woman sensed something was wrong in advance, moved the person, and cleared the evidence. However, I prefer the latter possibility. It's as I thought, Hawkeye. You have someone to monitor her 24 hours a day. I want to know all her whereabouts. Good. Hawkeye said coldly. At this moment, except for Hawkeye, the group of people got into the car and left directly. They also had to search for other clues. Happy parked the car at the door of the beach villa. After the car stopped, Happy stepped out of the cab, opened the trunk, and took out a sack. Watching, Sack entered the villa, and Tony, who was waiting in the living room, couldn't help but twitching his mouth when he saw this scene. After all, he is a man who stands at the pinnacle of power in the United States. Can't you people be friendly to others? Thinking helplessly, Tony immediately waved his hand. Let the person out. Okay, boss. Happy put down the sack with a silly smile and released Orleans. Looking at Orleans in a coma, Tony picked up the red wine on the table and poured it directly on his face. A violent cough sounded. Happy looked at Tony in surprise. After all, he is a man at the pinnacle of power. Why can't his boss be more respectful? Tony, who had no idea what Happy was thinking, looked at the awakening Orleans. A smile appeared on his lips, and he took the initiative to say hello. "Hello, Mr. Orleans." You are Tony Stark," Orleans said with a surprised look on his face. "Did you kidnap me? Don't get me wrong, it should be said that I saved you." Tony waved his hand. He would not take the blame. Hearing this, Orleans did not refute and immediately showed a smile on his face and said, "Really, thank you so much, Tony. I have heard of you, a good citizen of the United States. Can you untie me? I'm a little uncomfortable being tied up." Orleans didn't seem to notice his own embarrassment and expressed sincere thanks. Looking at his appearance, Tony smiled. Mr. Orleans is truly a politician, and his acting skills are not even comparable to those of an Oscar-winning actor. "Tony, what do you mean?" Orleans said strangely, his expression extremely natural. If Tony hadn't been shrouding him with telekinesis and being able to feel his emotional fluctuations, he would have almost been deceived. This guy was clearly full of anger in his heart, and even more murderous intent was revealed after he woke up just now. But he didn't show it at all on his face, which is really admirable. "It's not interesting. I just wanted to have a good talk with you to see if there is any possibility of cooperation, but there is no need to talk now. Tony shook his head and asked, would a person who has the intention to kill him cooperate with him? Tony didn't think he had such great charisma, therefore we can only use unconventional means, Tony said in a casual tone. Orleans, who was tied to the ground, suddenly changed his expression. A trace of uneasiness flashed in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. Acting, what do you mean? Tony, I am truly grateful to you, there is nothing false about it. Didn't you just say that you wanted to cooperate? For the sake of saving me, I will agree to any cooperation. Orleans said with sincerity on his face. He dumped a lot of empty promises for free. Even now, he is still trying to save himself. Seeing such a scene, Tony was very moved. These heroes were simply brilliant. An ordinary person would have started to curse at this moment, but he always maintained his original attitude. Tony couldn't bear to attack him. Unfortunately, this idea only lingered in Tony's mind for less than a second before he was thrown out of his mind. Although he appreciates Orleans' reaction, he needs Orleans to be his unconditional partner. So he ignored his words and Tony spoke directly to the air. Jarvis, asked Loki to come up. Okay, sir. After receiving the order, Jarvis immediately complied. Soon there was a sound of footsteps at the entrance of the underground laboratory. Loki, who was wearing a white lab coat, a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, and the air of an elite scientist, slowly walked out of the underground laboratory. Seeing his change, Tony's eyes flashed with surprise. At first, tricking Loki into studying technology was just an impromptu idea. Unexpectedly, Loki seems to have gradually entered the role now, like a science madman, staying in the underground laboratory all day long. He suspected that if he hadn't called him, this guy would have stayed there forever. Just as Tony was sighing, Loki came to him and said, "What's the matter?" Without any nonsense, Loki asked Tony directly about his purpose. Hearing this, Tony pointed to Orleans on the ground, raised his eyebrows and said, "Help me see if I can control this guy." After finishing his words, Loki glanced at Orleans expressionlessly and then nodded without hesitation. "No problem, how long do I need to control it? Forever. Good." The conversation between the two was very concise, but Orleans, who was listening to the conversation between the two, changed his expression again and again at this moment. "Hey Tony, you can't do this, is it illegal? If there is anything we can discuss, I can cooperate with you no matter what. There is no need for this." Orleans spoke quickly with a hint of urgency in his tone. Even now, he still maintains his composure. But it's a pity that Tony has made up his mind, and his verbal offensive is completely useless to Tony, and it can be said that it is a waste of effort. Orr also knew this in his conscience, but he had no choice. After all, he had no other means except using words to resolve the danger. But after all, he is not the protagonist of the online novel, and there is no way to resolve the crisis through talk. Just as he kept talking, trying to persuade Tony through verbal attacks, Loki, who was watching him from the side, suddenly had a glimmer of light in his eyes. As the light flashed, Orleans, who was talking endlessly, suddenly closed his mouth, which seemed very abrupt. Immediately, Loki flicked his fingers again, and Orleans' entire expression suddenly changed. "Owner." Orleans had no expression on his face and said to Tony respectfully. Looking at this scene, Tony's eyes flashed with surprise, and then he raised the corners of his mouth and smiled. "Your mind control ability is getting better and better." In response, Loki waved his hand casually, not taking Tony's praise to heart. "That's okay. He will respect you from now on. Even if you ask him to commit suicide, he will not hesitate. Is there anything else? My research has reached a critical moment. If there is nothing else, I will go back first." Hearing this, Tony shook his head. Loki turned and returned to the basement again. Happy, who had witnessed the whole scene from the side, swallowed dryly and looked at the direction Loki left with some fear in his eyes. This ability to change a person's thinking at will is really chilling. "May I have your name?" "Harvard Orleans. How old are you this year?" 58 years old. "What color do you like?" "White." Tony looked at Orleans and asked some irrelevant questions. After some testing, he was finally completely sure that Orleans in front of him had become his most loyal subordinate, and a satisfied smile immediately appeared on his face. "Happy, untie him and take him to wash up," he ordered to Happy, who was in a daze beside him. Suddenly, Happy recovered from the shock and nodded quickly. "Okay, boss, I understand." After saying that, he stepped forward and untied the rope from Orleans' body and took him to wash and eat. Tony turned around and went to the balcony to sit down, listening to the sound of the waves constantly lapping on the rocks and thinking about the next arrangements for Orleans. First of all, Orleans definitely cannot stay here. Only by returning to that position can he be valuable to Tony. Secondly, although Loki's mind control is overbearing, it may not always maintain its current effect. Therefore, there should still be some surveillance, and he planned to arrange for a group of shadow ninjas to protect him personally. One is for safety to prevent such a situation from happening again, and the other is that even if something happens, he can receive the news in time. Thoughts in his mind kept rolling, Tony perfected his plan, and an hour passed before he knew it. After taking a bath and eating something, Orleans became energetic and no longer as embarrassed as before. After taking a look at his condition, Tony turned to look at Happy and said, "Send him away from here. Find a place without surveillance to put him down and stay hidden yourself." Good boss," Happy responded. With his limited IQ, he naturally couldn't see the intention of Tony's arrangement. But as a loyal executor, he doesn't need to understand, he just needs to follow Tony's instructions and complete it meticulously. Soon, the two left the villa and got into the car. As the car started, it quickly disappeared into the darkness. In Blank's Park, Happy left Orleans here without even looking at him and quickly disappeared from the spot. After Orleans watched the vehicle go away, he immediately found a place with surveillance and wandered around. After doing all this, he waited quietly, believing that someone would find him. Friends who see this, if you haven't left a star review yet, please go and give it a 5-star review. Thank you all. SHIELD control room. Nick and others did not rest after returning to SHIELD. Instead, they continued to check the city's surveillance in the control room, looking for clues. However, since no relevant clues were obtained from Pioneer technology, their inquiry had no relevant direction at all, and was more of an aimless search for a needle in a haystack. For a time, not only the staff of SHIELD were tired of it, but even Nick and others gradually became less interested. In their opinion, continuing to search like this is simply a waste of time, and there is no possibility of making any progress. So the only way is to continue to focus on Maya and find some clues from her. Just as Nick was thinking about how to make Maya submit, a scream suddenly sounded in the monitoring room. A SHIELD staff member suddenly stood up from his position, pointed at a surveillance screen with a shocked expression and shouted, "Bureau Director, look, is this Mr. Orleans?" As soon as he finished speaking, Nick suddenly stood up from his position and walked quickly towards the staff. When he looked at the figure in the surveillance camera, a scream suddenly came from Nick's mouth. How can it be? They spent so much manpower and material resources searching the whole city for traces of Orleans, but to no avail. Now Orleans actually jumped out on his own initiative, which is weird no matter how you look at it. But he also knew that now was not the time to dwell on this. After coming back to his senses, Nick immediately shouted an order. "Lock this position and immediately arrange for personnel to pick up Mr. Orleans, quickly, quickly, quickly." Yes. Everyone responded and quickly began to take action. Nick even brought a large number of heavily armed SHIELD members to the scene. 20 minutes later, more than a dozen cars stopped in front of Orleans, and a large number of people quickly got out of the car to guard the surroundings to guard against possible emergencies. Nick strode towards Orleans and said respectfully, "Mr." After finishing speaking, Orleans showed a friendly and polite smile. "You must be Nick Fury. Thank you for your hard work. I have to make a trip in person at this late hour. It's not hard, this is what I should do." "Just sir, I heard that you were kidnapped. Can I ask how you escaped from the kidnapper?" Nick asked with a hint of confusion in his tone. It's not that he doesn't believe in Orleans' identity, but it's just that this thing seems weird. The kidnappers paid such a high price to kidnap Orleans. Orleans should be in a cage now, and he should never be alone on the street. Moreover, he had already observed Orleans when he got out of the car. Although his clothes were a little embarrassed, his face was ruddy and his spirit was stable. His face looked very calm from beginning to end, without any urgency, as if he was not worried that anyone could catch him back. This doesn't look like the reaction that a person who escaped and ascended to heaven should have. So although Orleans was successfully recovered, Nick not only did not feel that the matter was resolved, but even felt that the matter was getting weirder. Regarding this issue, Orr already had an excuse in his conscience, so he told his excuse without any panic. According to him, a superhero happened to encounter a robber when he was fighting crime, and he happened to be saved. According to his explanation, this reason seemed very reasonable and there was nothing unexpected about it. Nick nodded in agreement, but secretly he still felt something was wrong. Unfortunately, he didn't know where this feeling of something wrong came from, so he could only give up thinking temporarily and take the person back to SHIELD. With Orleans' successful return, the news spread throughout the upper echelons of the United States in just 1 hour. After receiving this news, Some people in the upper echelons of the United States were happy and some were worried, because not everyone was willing to see Orleans return successfully. But no matter what they thought in their hearts, everyone on the face showed a look of relief. Orleans did not stay too long at SHIELD. He took the helicopter arranged by SHIELD and returned to Manhattan that night. Although he had been missing for less than 24 hours, the impact was extremely profound. There were a lot of things waiting for him to deal with, so there was no time to linger too much. Time passed quickly, and the sun rose again the next day. On the morning news, Orleans stood in the studio, angrily denounced the terrorist armed forces and expressed his determination to fight them to the end. In the eyes of most people, this is just a daily political show. But somewhere in a mysterious base, Orleans' behavior was a provocation. Hess, interesting. A middle-aged man with long hair, a thin build, and a gloomy temperament watched the morning news and said in a hoarse tone. There was a smile on his lips, but he gave off a particularly cold feeling. Just then there was a knock on the room door. "Enter," the man said hoarsely. Suddenly the door was pushed open and a sturdy bald man walked into the room. There was also a scorpion tattooed on his shiny bald head, which made him look extremely fierce. "Sir, you are looking for me. Go and check. I want to know why he appears here." As he spoke, the long-haired man raised his finger and pointed at Orleans on the TV. When the bald man saw this, he immediately bowed and said, "I understand, sir. I will investigate this matter clearly." After saying that, the bald man turned around and walked out of the room. Soon, as orders were issued, the members of the 10 Rings gang who had sneaked into the United States took action. Their method of detecting intelligence was very rough, including kidnapping and threats, but it must be said that this method was very effective. In just a few hours, they had found out the whole story. After all, Maya is not the only one in such a large pioneering technology. The security guards and night staff also experienced what happened last night. Although they were not personally involved, they could deduce what happened based on the information they saw. When the bald man got the news, he immediately reported the news to the long-haired man. Listening to the bald man's report, the long-haired man smiled silently, his white teeth shining coldly under the light. Just like a predator about to hunt, it showed an attack posture. "Tony Stark, interesting. You have ruined my good deeds over and over again. I want to see how capable you are. Let's make some arrangements. I'm going to the United States Congress to meet with this rich man." As soon as he said this, the bald man looked shocked, his eyes full of surprise. How long has it been since their lord took action? 10 years or 20 years? Although the entire organization has always been rumored to have great power, few people have witnessed it with their own eyes. Now, does he finally have this chance? Thinking of this, the bald man licked his lips excitedly. "I'll make arrangements right away." When New UA arrived at the airport, a plane slowly landed. A group of strong and powerful men slowly walked to the airport, surrounded by a bald man and a middle-aged man with long hair. Looking at this group of people, everyone they met along the way subconsciously moved away, looking at them with awe as they left. Outside the airport, a row of luxury cars was waiting at the exit. After the long-haired middle-aged man and others got on the bus, the vehicle slowly started and left the airport. Although the 10 Rings gang is a terrorist organization, they have legal and reasonable identities on the surface. The identities of their group are the senior executives of a security company in the United States. In the back seat, the long-haired man was concentrating with his eyes closed. The bald man was sitting aside, flipping through the information and asked respectfully, "Sir, do you want to take action directly?" "Not in a hurry. First help me send a gift to Tony and also help me make an appointment with Carl's. I want to meet him." Understood, the bald man nodded, quickly took out his cell phone and made a few calls to make arrangements. Half an hour later, a courier was delivered to Carl's official residence, which specified that Carl should sign for it in person, so the nanny who opened the door could only turn around and look for Carl's, who had a rare day off. Soon, Carl's figure appeared at the door, looking at the courier, his eyes full of doubts. "Who asked you to send it?" The courier listened to his words with a cautious look on his face. After all, the person in front of him was one of the few people who stood at the pinnacle of power in the United States. "Mr. Carls, I don't know who sent it. I just specified that you must sign for it in person." Hearing this, Carls frowned, but did not embarrass him and nodded directly to sign the express delivery. He is not afraid of danger, after all. Everything that can enter here must have been checked repeatedly. If there really were any explosives or dangerous items in the express delivery, the courier would not be able to get here at all. After sending away the courier, Carls took the courier and returned to the study. When he opened the package, there was a CD inside and nothing else. Looking at the CD in his hand, Carls did not hesitate, directly inserted it into the VCD and started playing it. Soon, as the screen flashed, his figure appeared on the screen. Seeing this scene, Carl's expression suddenly changed, and he stood up from his position. The content on the disc was nothing but everything he had talked to Killian before. He was the only one in the picture, and the shooting angle was from the direction where Killian was sitting at the time. Seeing this, he still didn't understand where this CD came from. Fake squid. Curses continued to come out of Killian's mouth, and Car's blood pressure surged with anger. However, he did not turn off the screen but continued to watch. Sure enough, after his conversation with Killian ended, the screen flashed and turned dark, and then a sound of synthesis came from the TV. "Mr. Carls, good afternoon. I have reserved a seat at the private club. I look forward to your visit at 7 o'clock this evening." After saying that, a line of address appeared on the screen, and the contents of the disc ended there. Looking at the TV screen that was completely dark, Carls was lost in thought with a gloomy expression. He didn't expect that he would hunt geese all day long, but in the end he would be pecked and blinded by the geese. Although the voice in the video did not issue any threats or warnings, the content played before it was the most powerful threat. He knew that if he couldn't keep the appointment on time, the previous content would probably appear in front of everyone tomorrow. At that time, there will be absolutely no good fruits to be eaten from the sins he committed. After all, he betrayed Orleans, which is no different from betraying the country. So no matter how angry he was, when the time came to 6 o'clock in the evening, he still left the house and went to the appointment. At the same time, in Stark Industrial Building, a courier was delivered to the front desk of Stark Industrial Building by a courier with a tight package. At this time, because it was the rush hour after get off work, there was a lot of people at the front desk. When the time came to 6:10, a terrifying explosion suddenly sounded, and the front desk of Stark Industrial Building was directly transformed into a sea of fire. More than a dozen people died on the spot, and dozens more were injured. For a time, the whole scene became noisy and lively. Thank Club, the top private club in Nidu City, is exclusively open to wealthy people. When Carls followed the address and came here, a strong man locked eyes with him and quickly came up to him. "Mr. Carls, my family has been waiting for a long time. Please come with me." The strong man spoke in a strong tone, without much respect in his words, but Carls was too lazy to care and followed him into the club without saying a word. Passing through the corridors, the two entered the depths of the club and quickly stopped in front of a box. The strong man stretched out his hand and made a gesture of invitation. Carls opened the door and walked in without hesitation. Not to mention the luxury in the box, Carl's attention was directly focused on the two people in the box. A long-haired man sat in the middle, and a bald man stood aside. After glancing at the tall man, Carl's eyes all fell on the long-haired man. He knew that the man in front of him was the real owner. "You are the one who asked me to meet. Now that I'm here, can you tell me your identity?" He sat down opposite the long-haired man without hesitation and spoke calmly. It was as if this place was like his home court, without any hint of cowardice. After listening to Carl's words, a smile appeared on the long-haired man's face, and then a hoarse voice sounded in the box. "You call me Mandarin, but I prefer you to call me Mandarin." As soon as these words came out, Carl's expression changed instantly as he maintained his composure. He thought that the identity of the visitor might be complicated, but he didn't expect that the visitor turned out to be Mandarin. Most people may not have much feelings about this name, but for Western countries, this name is their deepest nightmare. From the beginning of the 19th century, this name began to appear in the West, and many people died because of him. For this reason, Western countries joined forces to destroy him. But this man showed godlike power, not only destroying the coalition forces of various countries, but also causing great losses to various countries, and once became a nightmare for many Western countries. Until the late 20th century, the name Mandarin gradually fell silent and no longer even appeared in the ears of the world. But the Ten Commandments gang he founded has become the largest terrorist armed organization in the world. Carls learned all this from top-secret files in the United States. For a moment, he looked at the Mandarin in front of him, and his mentality gradually became unstable. Looking at Mandarin with a slight change in expression, Carl's eyes instantly became solemn. He showed enough importance to this famous Eastern devil. However, he did not respectfully call him Mandarin, but still called him Mandarin, not just for the sake of face, but also for the sake of the subsequent negotiations. Negotiation is all about momentum. Calling him the Mandarin now means that Carls is a head shorter than him, so he naturally doesn't want to. "It turns out to be Mr. Mandarin, so why did you invite me here today?" Hearing this, Mandarin raised his eyebrows lightly and went straight to the topic without worrying about the title. I heard that Mr. Orleans is resolutely implementing anti-terrorism policies recently. There was a little accident last time, so I plan to invite him as a guest again. I hope Mr. Carls can provide us with enough information. As soon as he finished speaking, Cars's expression suddenly changed and anger instantly rose on his face. I helped you last time, but you have your own problems and you still want me to help you now? It's impossible. Looking at Carls with an excited face, Mandarin smiled carelessly. Mr. Carls, I didn't invite you here to discuss with you, I just wanted to inform you. You know, if you do something once, there will be a second time, you have no choice. While I'm in a good mood now, you can make a small condition. Otherwise, I can't guarantee whether what you saw today will appear in the White House tomorrow. You threaten me. Carls stood up with an angry look on his face. No, it's not a threat, it's just a reminder of an established fact. Mandarin said calmly, aren't you afraid that I will defeat you all? There was a hint of madness in Carl's eyes, as if he might make an extreme choice at any time. Mandarin looked at this scene and was not moved at all and even chuckled. If you don't cooperate, the fish will surely die, but I don't know if the net will break. Mandarin shrugged indifferently. Looking at his appearance, Carlston, who originally wanted to pretend to be crazy, suddenly sat down with a dejected look on his face. He originally wanted Mandarin to be wary, but Mandarin's words directly broke through his psychological defense. They don't have no choice like him. For Mandarin and others, this is just an action. Success is the best. If it doesn't succeed, give up. There is no impact at all. Unlike him, there is no way out except for going to the dark side. At this moment, he regretted his promise to Killian and even had the evidence taken. It's a pity that it's too late to regret now. He has no way back or any other choice. I promise you, but you also have to help me get to that position. Cars gritted his teeth and once again chose to go along with it. Hearing this, Mandarin smiled and said, no problem, it will be more helpful to me if you sit in that position. The two formally reached a cooperation, and Carls did not stay long and quickly left the club. After Carls disappeared, the bald man who had been standing aside and said nothing said in a low voice, Sir, do you want to send someone to monitor him? No, he is a smart man and knows what to do. Mandarin waved his hand and rejected the bald man's proposal. Let's go, it's time for us to meet our former partner. Hearing this, the bald man couldn't help but be startled and then reminded him in a low voice. My lord, Killian is dead. So what he promised me has not yet been fulfilled and no one can ask me to help him in vain. When she said this, there was a hint of coldness in Mandaline's tone, which made the bald man beside him shiver all over, and he did not dare to say anything more at the moment. The two left the club, got in the car, and headed towards Pioneer Technology, quickly disappearing into the sea of people. On the other side, in the beach house, Tony also received news that Stark Industries had been hit by an explosion. When he got the news, Tony was stunned for a moment. When he realized it, a cold, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Interesting. Have you found out who did it? Tony looked at Happy, who was reporting, and asked. Happy, the head of the security department, broke into a cold sweat when he heard this. Sorry, boss, the guy who sent the bomb to the company covered his face. We didn't find his identity information. I also investigated that courier company. Nothing was delivered to our company today. The guy must have pretended to be the courier company. After finishing his words, Tony gave Happy a cold look, his calm eyes making Happy's heart tremble. You can go guard the door of the company tomorrow. You don't have to follow me. Hearing this, Happy's body trembled slightly and his face quickly turned pale. He opened his mouth trying to defend himself, but in the end he couldn't say a word. No matter what the reason is, as the head of security at Stark Industries, it is his responsibility to protect the company's security. Now that something like this happens, he will naturally be held fully responsible. And he believed that if he opened his mouth to defend himself, the punishment would not be reduced but would be more severe. Therefore, Happy finally lowered his head bitterly and whispered, I understand, boss. After saying that, Happy turned and left the villa. After watching him leave, Tony rubbed the bridge of his nose a little tiredly. This matter was just a small matter to him, and he didn't care at all about how many people were killed or injured. What really made him angry was Happy's laxness. He let a stranger enter the company without any precautions. It was really unforgivable. Of course, Tony didn't abandon him completely. This punishment was just to give him a beating. Shaking his head and no longer thinking about the matter, Tony took out his mobile phone and dialed a number he had not contacted for a long time. Hello, Tony? It's me. Is there a problem? Help me find out who did the explosion that happened in my company. Good. The person on the other end of the phone agreed to Tony's instructions without hesitation. It was Jin Bin, who had not been in contact for a long time. If you ask about the organization with the most outstanding intelligence in the United States, the first thing most people think of is the FBI. But if you ask Niu Yue about the organization with the most outstanding intelligence, it must be Kingpin, the underground emperor. Once upon a time, there was a saying circulating in the underground world of New York. If you want to kill someone, go to Kingpin, and he will help you solve it perfectly. If you want to find someone, go to Jin Bin, and he will tell you where the person is as soon as possible. Pioneer technology, since Killian mysteriously disappeared, Maya, with the help of Tony, has gradually taken control of Pioneer technology. Although he does not have the absolute say in the company like Tony, he has become the apparent leader of Pioneer technology. When Mandarin and his party arrived at Pioneer Technology, they directly visited Maya as top executives of the security company. When Maya heard the call from the front desk, although she was wondering what the senior security company executives were doing with her, she still received Mandarin and his party in the reception room. After opening the door and walking into the reception room, Maya's eyes fell directly on the two Mandarins. Compared with the image of other female scientists in the past, she now wears a black professional skirt, black stockings on her feet, and black high heels. She exudes the aura of an elite strong woman in the workplace. Looking at the two Mandarins, Maya's brows instantly frowned. These two people didn't look like senior executives of the security company, and they both exuded a dangerous aura. For a moment, Maya couldn't help but feel vigilant. "What do you two want from me?" Maya asked as she sat across from the two of them. "Although I think the two Mandarins don't look like good people, they shouldn't dare to do anything in broad daylight, right? Are you Maya Hansen?" Mandarin's hoarse voice sounded with a dangerous smile on his lips. Maya nodded, a little confused. Mandarin, whose identity was confirmed, exuded a terrifying aura at this moment, saying word by word, "I am Killian's partner. He once promised to provide me with a batch of terminal viruses. Now that he is dead, Miss Maya won't deny it, right?" As soon as these words came out, Maya's pupils suddenly shrank. The extremis virus is a secret of Pioneer technology. Except for him and Killian, even the other top executives of the company don't know about it. And now a stranger has revealed the secret of Pioneer technology. This moment shocked Maya's heart. "Who are you? How do you know about the extremis virus?" "You can call me Lord Mandarin. Now I just want to know, when will my terminal virus be handed over to me?" Mandolin said calmly. Maya immediately shook her head and refused. "I'm sorry, I don't know you. Since it's something Killian agreed to give you, then you go find him. I have something else to do and I won't excuse you." After saying that, Maya stood up and wanted to leave. Suddenly, Mandarin's cold laughter came from behind. "It seems that Miss Maya doesn't intend to fulfill her promise. In that case, don't blame me for being rude." After speaking, Mandarin suddenly raised the middle finger of his right hand, and a gust of wind suddenly blew through the conference room, blowing Maya directly out. Boom! Maya's body was hit hard against the wall, making Maya feel dizzy. "You." Looking up at Mandarin and Maya fiercely, he was about to fight back when suddenly Mandarin put down his right hand and raised his left hand, pointing his little finger directly at Maya. Suddenly, a coldness hit Maya's heart, and a freezing beam instantly fell on her body, gradually freezing her body. Upon noticing this scene, Maya's expression suddenly changed. She struggled hard to break free from the shackles of the ice, but in the end it was to no avail. She could only watch as she turned into an ice sculpture. "Take her and let's go," Mandarin said in a casual tone, and the bald man was a little confused. "Sir, why do you want to keep this woman? She can make the extremis virus, can you?" Hearing this, the bald man immediately understood, and immediately shut his mouth knowingly, then stepped forward to pick up the human-shaped ice cube and followed Mandarin out of the conference room. When the people from Pioneer Technology saw Maya frozen into ice, everyone's expressions changed instantly. Many people came up to stop them, but were killed directly by Mandarin, who activated the Lord of the Rings. As a well-known terrorist in the world, human life is not worth mentioning in his eyes, so he has no mercy at all. As for things getting serious, he is even less afraid. Wherever he is now, the things he will do in the future will be bigger than today. In the end, the two men broke out from Pioneer Technology, turned Pioneer Technology upside down, and then left. 20 minutes later, a large number of sirens sounded under the Pioneer Technology building. After listening to the story of the Pioneer Technology personnel, the Nidhu City Police Department immediately realized that this matter was beyond their control, so they directly transferred the case to SHIELD. Shortly after getting the news, Nick arrived with people from SHIELD originally. This trivial matter was not worth dispatching as the chief, but the New York Police Department passed the surveillance video from Pioneer Technology to SHIELD, allowing S. HIELD to immediately figure out Mandarin's identity. That's why Nick rushed to the scene in person. Have you found out what happened? In the reception room, Nick asked the SHIELD investigators while looking at the traces at the scene. After finishing speaking, the investigator played a surveillance video directly on the computer. Director, I think you should listen to this content. Hearing this, Nick's attention immediately focused on the video. The content inside is that Mandarin asked Maya for the extremis virus. Listening to the conversation between the two parties, Nick's face gradually became serious. Combined with the previous kidnapping of Orleans, the information in his mind quickly connected, and he suddenly realized the shocking truth of the matter. Mandarin was actually involved in the previous kidnapping incident. Thinking of this, Nick suddenly realized something was wrong. Mandarin sent people to kidnap Orleans before. Will the same thing happen again this time? With this idea in his mind, Nick immediately lost the idea of continuing the investigation and quickly called the members of SHIELD to retreat. He must quickly protect Orleans now, and he must not let what happened last time happen again. At the same time, at the beach villa, Tony, who had been waiting for more than an hour, finally received the information from Kingpin. As the underground emperor of Niyu City, it has to be said that Jin Bin is very efficient. In just 1 hour, he not only investigated the explosion of Stark Industries, but also found out the mastermind behind it, Mandarin. Of course, this is also because Mandarin did not hide his identity at all. Otherwise, if he really wanted to hide, Jin Bing would not have found out his existence so quickly. After reading the information sent in the mailbox, Tony's eyes suddenly became profound. If Tony still lacks understanding of other characters, then Tony has a very deep memory of Mandarin, Iron Man's old enemy. After all, the first time he was kidnapped was the work of the Ten Rings gang, and it was difficult for Tony to remember it. After closing the mailbox, Tony's thoughts began to spin rapidly. Whether they were superheroes or Marvel villains, they all had their own pursuits. For example, Norman and Dr. Octopus, one wants to grow his company, and the other wants to continue researching his own technology. Although his actions are crazy, they are all related to his own interests. Only Mandarin is a complete madman. Because of his past experiences, he has been obsessed with destroying human civilization, and his actions can be described as very crazy. But precisely because of his purpose, Tony could almost predict his next action plan, which should be to continue the previous unfinished plan, kidnap Orleans or kill him. Because he wants to achieve his goals, the US government has always been a huge amount of roadblock. As the head of the United States, whether he kidnaps Orleans or kills him directly, it will have huge amounts of impact on the United States and help him clear obstacles on the way forward. Therefore, Tony was no longer in a hurry. He placed a black shadow army around Orleans. As long as something happened to Orleans, he could find him. In this case, why bother to investigate? After clearing his thoughts, Tony relaxed again. Through the balcony, he looked at the waves that were constantly surging in the darkness and murmured to himself, "Old enemy, I want to see if you are qualified to be my old enemy." After saying that, Tony fell completely silent. On the other side, Nick, who returned to SHIELD, immediately summoned Steve and others and sent them to Washington Shield to protect the safety of Orleans. While he was in charge of the overall situation in New York City, he continued to search for traces of Mandarin. After receiving the order, Steve and others immediately went to Washington Shield to protect Orleans. Together with the doubled bodyguard team around Orleans, he completely built an iron wall around him. At the White House, after a day's work, Orleans rubbed the bridge of his nose and walked out of the White House under the escort of bodyguards. With the lessons learned from the last time, Orleans' recent route home is different every day. Even Orleans himself didn't know which route to take home. Everything was temporarily planned by the top security experts around him, which greatly improved safety. But just as he walked out of the White House, a call came from behind him. I saw Carlos quickly catching up with Orleans and saying with a smile on his face, "Your Excellency Orleans, wait a minute." After saying this, Orleans stopped, looked at Carlos behind him and smiled. "What's the matter, Carlos?" "That's it. I still have some questions about today's topic and I want to continue discussing it with you. If you don't mind, how about I give you a ride?" Carlos said very naturally, and Orleans and others did not suspect anything. In today's parliament, Carlos did have a disagreement with Orleans. Now that he wants to talk to him more, Orleans will naturally not refuse. "Of course, no problem. Get in the car and we'll chat in the car." Good. After speaking, Carlos was added to Orleans' team. In a building 1 kilometer away from here, a group of heavily armed soldiers were waiting quietly. Mandarin looked down at the night outside the window, shaking the red wine glass in his hand. The bald man followed him as always, and not far away, a slender man was sitting in front of the computer fiddling with something. He is Norris, who took Potts away before. As mentioned before, Mandarin's public identity in the United States is that of a senior executive of a security company, and Norris is the public president of the security company. Suddenly, a beeping sound came from the computer, and Norris, who had been playing with the computer, suddenly had a smile on his face. "The fish is hooked, my lord." After finishing his words, Mandarin, who was looking at the scenery outside the window, turned around and raised a smile on his lips. "It seems that our partners are more concerned than we thought and started taking action so quickly. Then shall we take action, sir?" Norris asked respectfully. Mandarin nodded. "Let's take action and win the battle quickly." "Yes," Norris nodded. He immediately picked up his cell phone and started to issue orders, and Mandarin also turned to look at the bald man and said calmly, "Scorpion, you can come too." "Okay, my lord." The bald man known as Scorpion nodded respectfully, and then a ferocious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. On the road, 5 bulletproof vehicles formed a convoy and moved forward. In the third vehicle, Orleans and Carl sat in the back seat and kept talking, exchanging opinions with each other. Looking at Carl's serious look, it seemed to anyone that he was here specifically to discuss work. Suddenly, a roar came from behind the motorcade. Under the cover of darkness, the roar seemed extremely harsh. Suddenly, a calm voice sounded in the headset of the bodyguard team around Orleans. "If there is a situation, please protect Mr. Orleans." Clear. Soon, Harleys appeared one after another behind the convoy, and a strong man driving a motorcycle appeared behind the convoy, biting them like a hungry wolf. "Boss, what should we do now? Do we want to fight back?" In the headset, a team member asked. Hearing this, the captain of the bodyguard team said with his usual calm expression, "No need, speed up everyone and get rid of them." "Yes." At that moment, the team's speed increased rapidly, and the Harley quickly began to distance itself from behind. However, before they could completely get rid of the people behind them, suddenly, a bright car light appeared on the road in front of the convoy. A heavy truck blocked the convoy's path. On the top of the front of the car, a bald man looked at the oncoming convoy with a ferocious smile on his face. Heavily armed soldiers stood on both sides of the giant truck, completely blocking the way forward. "No, Captain, we've been tricked." Someone in the bodyguard team exclaimed. Seeing this, the bodyguard captain's face darkened. "Get ready to fight." After saying this, the bodyguard captain who was driving turned to look at Orleans and Carl's in the back seat and said, "Two gentlemen, we have encountered a little trouble. No matter what happens, don't get out of the car. I will solve everything." After hearing this, the 2 Orleans men stopped talking. "We get it, Mike, just be careful," Orleans ordered. Hearing this, a confident smile appeared on Mike's face. "Don't worry, mister Orleans, I am the best soldier and I will definitely take you out of here safely." As he spoke, the convoy had stopped in the middle of the road. Many bodyguards in the car also got out of the car and quickly built a defense line to prepare for battle. In the last car, Steve and Banner shook their heads, opened the door and got out of the car. At the front of the motorcade, Thor twisted the hammer and walked out of the car without saying a word. A chilling atmosphere filled the road, and the constant roar from behind the motorcade was like drums on the battlefield, stirring everyone's emotions. Scorpion, who was standing on the roof of the heavy truck, looked at the convoy building a defense line, licked his tongue bloodthirsty, and immediately ordered, "Attack." As soon as the words fell, the members of the 10 Rings gang who had been prepared for a long time did not hesitate. The people in the front row carrying rocket launchers pressed the launch button instantly. Boom. There was an explosive roar, and a row of rockets dragged their tail flames towards the convoy. Seeing this scene, the faces of the bodyguards who got out of the car to build defenses changed one after another, but no one was panicked. One by one, they quickly hid behind the vehicle. With the previous lessons learned, this time, Orleans' convoy was modified and upgraded again. It can not only defend against bullets, but also against strong explosions such as rockets. As long as it is not hit from the front, there will be no danger. But just when everyone was thinking about escaping this wave of attacks, Thor's idea in the crowd was obviously different from everyone else's. Looking at the roaring rockets, he not only showed no intention to dodge, he even raised the hammer in his hand. As divine power was poured into it, streaks of lightning flashed on the hammer. The next second, terrifying thunder roared out and hit the rocket in midair, detonating the rocket in advance. Boom! There was a loud noise and terrifying fireworks appeared in midair. Everyone looked at this scene in astonishment, and for a moment, their eyes towards Thor were full of surprise and astonishment. I was pleasantly surprised that there was such a strong person hiding in my side, and I was shocked that there really was someone with such mysterious power in the world. On the heavy truck, Scorpion, who was originally planning to enjoy the explosion, looked at this scene. The smile on his lips suddenly froze and he frowned. It's really unexpected that there are extraordinary beings, Scorpion said expressionlessly. As the world's largest terrorist organization, he is naturally no stranger to extraordinary beings. It's just that because the number of extraordinary people is very rare, basically no one will use extraordinary people as bodyguards, so he was so shocked when he saw Thor show his strength. But soon, a smile appeared on his lips again and Scorpion snapped his fingers. Whoosh. In an instant, 3 figures appeared behind him, each of them exuding a cold aura and expressionless. Go and deal with him, Scorpion pointed at Thor. The 3 people did not respond, but their figures disappeared instantly. In order to cooperate with Mandarin, Killian specially provided him with a batch of extremis viruses and promised to continue to provide them in the future. It is precisely because of this that both parties have the opportunity to cooperate. As for the first batch of terminal virus, there were a total of 10 injections. After injection, 6 people failed and only 4 succeeded. Now these 3 are 3 of the 4 who succeeded. As for the last one, it is Scorpion standing on top of the heavy truck. On the opposite side, Thor, who had destroyed the rocket, was about to rush into the crowd and start killing people, but before he could take action, he found 3 guys with a cold aura rushing towards him. Seeing this, Saul's expression instantly became serious, his eyes full of seriousness. After being beaten again and again, he had completely corrected his mentality at this moment and did not dare to underestimate anyone anymore. Therefore, before the 3 of them could get close, Thor directly waved the hammer of Thor in his hand. Boom, boom, boom. Bolts of lightning struck directly at the 3 of them and terrifying lightning appeared in the air. But the next second something happened that shocked him. Those 3 guys actually dodged his attack. How can this be? The speed of lightning is second only to light. How could they escape? Looking at the 3 people who escaped the lightning in surprise, Thor didn't react for a while. When he came back to his senses, the 3 of them had already rushed in front of him and launched attacks at the same time. Puff. There were bursts of sound piercing the air, and the 3 of them launched an offensive at the same time, bombarding his head, throat, and chest. Thor swung Thor's hammer to counterattack and quickly dodged, but the speed of the 3 of them far exceeded his expectations. Even with his reaction speed, he could only barely react. In the end, he used Thor's hammer to block the attack to his head and barely escaped the fatal move that hit his throat. But in the end, he was punched in the chest by the last person. Boom. A dull sound echoed in the air. Thor's figure immediately flew backwards, and a mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth, making his face turn pale. At the back of the motorcade, Steve and Banner got out of the car and happened to see this scene. At that moment, their expressions changed at the same time. Without hesitation, they quickly rushed to the battlefield. Roar. A roar sounded and Banner's figure changed rapidly, turning into the Hulk again in the blink of an eye. Then he jumped suddenly, creating a huge crater in the ground, and his body was ejected, knocking one of the 3 people away. Steve was not idle either. He threw the shield in his hand as a hidden weapon, directly spanning a distance of hundreds of meters and knocking away the extraordinary person who was about to pursue Thor. As the 2 men joined the battlefield, the battle situation changed again, 3 versus 3, extraordinary versus extraordinary. Even in order to prevent the fight between them from affecting the convoy, the 3 of them took the initiative to lead the 3 Chaofen from the 10 Rings gang away from the convoy and opened up another battlefield in the wilderness beside them. On the heavy truck, Xingzi looked at this scene. After just one glance, he withdrew his gaze and focused his attention on the convoy again. His goal is Orleans, other than that, nothing else matters. Kill. Cold words sounded in his mouth. Members of the 10 Rings gang are on the offensive again. In the convoy, many bodyguard members quickly began to face the enemy under the command of bodyguard Captain Mike. For a moment, fierce gunfire rang out on the highway, mixed with bursts of explosions. As if they were free of charge, rockets were continuously launched from the Shiji gang and bombed towards the vehicles. The defensive capabilities of the upgraded vehicles are also terrifying. After resisting so many bombings, except for the first vehicle which was completely scrapped, the remaining vehicles are still intact. Almost like a turtle shell. Faced with this stalemate, Scorpion, who had been watching the show, finally couldn't help but take action. Compared with extraordinary beings, ordinary people are like ants on the ground, without much resistance at all. Even though each of these bodyguards is a top expert in the world, there is still an insurmountable gap between them and the enhanced extraordinary beings. In particular, Scorpion was injected with the extremis virus, which is not only extremely fast, but also has extremely powerful regeneration capabilities. Even if you are hit by a bullet, you can quickly recover from your injuries. Therefore, with the cooperation of other members of the Ten Rings gang, Mike and others' resistance was quickly defeated. Seeing that Scorpion was about to approach the convoy, on another battlefield Steve and others suddenly became anxious. Their mission is to protect Orleans. If something happens to Orleans, even if they leave all three extraordinary people behind, it will still be an irreparable sin. Suddenly, all three of them wanted to get rid of their opponents and return to support the team. But as soon as they revealed this intention, the three extraordinary people they fought with seemed to be crazy. They rushed forward without any care, even exchanging injuries for injuries, and held them back tightly. In addition, these three guys integrated the extremis virus. Each of them has the ability to regenerate. For a time, it was like brown candy clinging to them. Seeing this, Steve and the other two became anxious, and then a low drink came from Steve's mouth. A trace of black suddenly appeared on his body, and Steve's speed and strength instantly increased a lot. The opponent, who was still evenly matched with him, was directly blown away by him. Banner roared like a beast at this moment, roaring, and the muscles in his body swelled instantly. He punched his opponent. Boom! Suddenly, a big hole was punched out of Banner's opponent's stomach. Seeing the two people breaking out one after another, Thor was also anxious. He is a majestic god of war in the divine world and has no face. Thunder. With a loud shout, Thor's hammer in Thor's hand released thunder and lightning wildly. The terrifying lightning instantly enveloped Thor's opponent, and thousands of thunder fell down, directly drowning his opponent. But an accident also happened at this time. Perhaps because he hit him too hard, Saul's opponent suddenly exploded. Boom. The terrifying fire appeared and swallowed Thor directly, and a piercing scream suddenly sounded. Seeing this, Steve and his expressions changed. Thor. The two of them called out, and the two remaining Chaofen of the Ten Commandments gang looked at each other at this moment, and then quickly rushed towards the two of them. Their bodies expanded rapidly, causing Banner's expression to change drastically when he saw this scene. Captain, retreat. The roar sounded, and Banner immediately wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Their bodies exploded completely, and the terrifying flames directly engulfed Banner and Banner. As the dead soldiers trained by Mandarin, completing the mission is their only goal. As long as they can achieve their goal, they will not hesitate to sacrifice their own lives. Therefore, after realizing that they could not stop Steve and the others, the two of them directly chose to self-destruct. The terrifying explosion swept through the air, instantly adding fire to the extraordinary self-destruction. For a moment in the night, the sky was directly reflected in a fiery red, dazzling and beautiful, but also full of murderous intent. Hearing the movement from behind, Scorpion glanced back, a gloomy look flashing in his eyes. Three extraordinary beings injected with the extremis virus died. This is also a huge amount of loss for the Ten Rings gang, which is enough to cause pain. Except for Mandarin, only 4 of them from the Ten Rings gang successfully integrated the extremis virus and evolved into extraordinary beings. Now that he had lost 3 in one breath, even if the mission was completed this time, he would probably be punished if he went back. Therefore, Scorpion was naturally not in a good mood. Fortunately, he knew that business was important, so he only glanced at it before retracting his gaze and came to the outside of the third car. Just as he stood still, there was a burst of gunshots from the driver's seat. Bang, 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 Mike was holding the Desert Eagle, and at this moment all the bullets were poured into Scorpion's chest. Looking down at the bloody hole on his chest, Scorpion frowned and exerted a little force. Suddenly, the bullet was directly squeezed out of the muscle, and his wound quickly began to heal. After doing all this, Scorpion looked up at Mike, who was looking desperate in the driver's seat, suddenly reached out his right hand, grabbed Mike's neck and dragged him out of the driver's seat. I hate it when people sneak up on me. After saying that, Scorpion used one hand to twist Mike's neck. At this point, Orleans' bodyguard team was completely wiped out. In the back seat, Carl swallowed subconsciously as he watched this scene. Although he cooperated with the Ten Rings gang, he did not dare to speak at this time. If the people of the Ten Rings gang went crazy and killed him directly, then he would have no place to cry. He didn't want to bet on whether they would care about the identity of his partner, so at the moment he behaved very well and didn't even dare to move. After taking care of Mike, Scorpion looked at Orleans and Carl's in the back seat with a smile on his face. First, he glanced at the expressionless Orleans and confirmed his identity. Then he focused on Carl's and said with a smile on his face, "Mr. Carl's, don't be so nervous. You are our great hero. I will not take action against you." As soon as these words came out, Orleans immediately turned to look at Carl's beside him. The scene of Carl's calling him before quickly flashed through his mind. Combined with the current scene, he didn't know that he had been betrayed. Suddenly, a flash of anger flashed in Orleans's eyes, and he wanted to kill Carls on the spot. But Carls didn't look at Orleans at this moment, he just looked at Scorpion and smiled awkwardly and said, "It's all your credit, I just provided a little help." Although he looked humble on the surface, in fact, Carls was already cursing in his heart at this moment. Scorpion doesn't expose it sooner or later, but to expose his behavior at this time is simply unkind. Scorpion naturally heard the reluctance in his words, and a trace of contempt suddenly flashed in his eyes. Carls looked nervous just now, although he was scared by himself in his opinion. There may be some intentional elements in it, as he does not want to expose what he has done. In this way, if there is another accident, such as the scene where Orleans returned safely last time, he can pretend to know nothing. Scorpions cannot tolerate this kind of behavior of jumping left and right. That's why I said what I just said. Ignoring the ugly-faced Carls, Scorpion looked at Orleans, whose anger had not dissipated, with a playful look on his face. Isn't Mr. Orleans determined to fight against terrorism? I'm here now, I don't know how you plan to react, he said in a joking tone, enjoying the feeling of having these big shots under his feet. Hearing this, Orleans snorted coldly, "They are just rats in the sewer. As long as I am still alive, I will definitely get rid of you rats." His tone was very firm and not too frightening. Scorpion couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. "You are tough enough, but I don't know if you are that tough in the face of death." With the previous lessons learned, Mandarin no longer pursues direct kidnapping, so before setting off, he specifically told Scorpion that he would live or die. Therefore, when he heard Orleans' words, he immediately had the intention to kill. With murderous intent in his eyes, Scorpion didn't hesitate at all, and his right hand instantly reached out and grabbed Orleans' neck. Judging from his appearance, he has no intention of holding back at all. Once caught, Orleans will definitely die. Looking at this scene, a trace of fear finally appeared in Orleans' eyes. There is great terror between life and death. No matter how tough Orleans behaved before, when death really comes, the instinctive fear still suppresses all reason. Seeing that he was about to die at this moment, a tall black and red figure suddenly appeared behind Scorpion. A big hand grabbed his neck, suddenly pulled him back and instantly threw him away. Boom. Falling heavily to the ground, Scorpion ignored the pain on his body and looked up in shock. Suddenly, the shadow troll that had integrated the extremis virus appeared in front of him. The oppressive body was filled with black and red lines, and a pair of scarlet eyes stared at him without any emotion. Seeing this scene, Scorpion's heart suddenly trembled, and a trace of uncontrollable fear rose involuntarily from the bottom of his heart. "Who are you?" Scorpion said with a wary face. Naturally, the desperate troll would not answer his words, but just looked at him quietly, which brought him great pressure. At this moment, the desperate troll who was standing quietly seemed to have received some kind of order, and his figure suddenly moved. He stepped forward, and the next second the extremis troll appeared directly in front of Scorpion. Seeing this scene, Scorpion's pupils shrank instantly, and before he had time to think about it, he rolled directly on the spot. Boom. There was a trembling sound, and the extremis troll stepped heavily on the ground where Scorpion fell just now. The ground shook, and huge amounts of footprints appeared. Seeing this, Scorpion broke into cold sweat. Fortunately, he could dodge quickly. Otherwise, if he was stepped on by this foot, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. However, the rejoicing in his heart did not last long. The desperate troll, which had missed the attack, launched another attack. The flame patterns on his body lit up. He opened his mouth, and suddenly a mouthful of flames came straight towards the Scorpion. Seeing this, Scorpion's expression condensed, and he also spurted flames from his mouth. For a moment, a sea of fire burned between the two of them. The air sizzled under the burning flames, and because the extremis virus was also integrated, neither of the two people's flame attacks could do anything to the other, and they were just deadlocked in midair. However, this stalemate did not last long. Just when Scorpion was concentrating on dealing with the shadow troll in front of him, another desperate troll appeared quietly behind him. Boom! A solid punch landed directly on his back. Scorpion, who was concentrating on dealing with the enemy in front of him, did not expect the situation behind him at all. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth, and he fell directly into the attack range of the desperate troll in front. Flames instantly burned on his body, and screams came from his mouth. For a moment, Scorpion, who had dominated other people's life and death just now, was now beaten into a dead dog. At the beach villa, Tony looked at this scene from the perspective of the desperate troll, and the corners of his mouth suddenly turned up slightly. MJU4 ND8 NTC3 Autumn 1 MZGX MTQ 5 OJ-M equals the black shadow troll who integrated the extremis virus did live up to his expectations. Ordinary, extraordinary beings are no longer their opponents, and it is not in vain to spend so much effort on them. Bring the people back, Tony resisted. Suddenly, on the other side of the battlefield, the two desperate trolls who were planning to continue attacking stopped their movements at the same time. Looking at Scorpion rolling on the ground, an extremist troll stepped forward and lifted him up from the ground like a chicken. The next second, two extremist trolls took Scorpion and sank directly into the ground and disappeared. The battle between the desperate troll and the Scorpion is a long story, but the fight between the two sides ended in less than 10 seconds. It wasn't until the desperate troll took the Scorpion into the ground that everyone at the scene reacted. The members of the 10 Rings gang looked at each other in confusion. Their leader was taken away. What should they do? Continue to complete the mission or retreat? Everyone looked at me and I looked at you. For a moment, no one had any idea. In the car, Orleans, who had escaped death, was breathing heavily with a look of fear on his face. At the same time, he looked in disbelief at the ground where the extremist troll and others disappeared. As an ordinary person, it is difficult for him to understand how their huge amounts of bodies blend into the ground. However, the shock did not last long. Soon, he regained his composure and turned to look at Carl's beside him. Under Orleans' cold gaze, Carl's face was full of bitterness. He knew that he was in trouble this time, and for a moment, his whole body lay limply on the car. At this time, outside the car, there was a sound of fighting. However, Steve and others who had been dragged away just now finally got out of the predicament, returned to the convoy, and quickly cleared away the remaining members of the 10 Rings gang. Although the 3 of them were seriously injured in the self-destruction of the 10 Commandments supernatural, it was still easy to deal with these ordinary people. Soon, the screams outside the car stopped and Steve appeared at the door. "Mr. Orleans, are you okay?" Steve was concerned. Orleans shook his head. "It's okay, thank you for what happened today." Hearing this, a wry smile appeared on Steve's face. Although they were trapped just now, it didn't mean that they knew nothing about what just happened. They witnessed the appearance of the extremist troll and took Scorpion away. It can be said that if there was no desperate troll interfering, Orleans would have been in danger at this moment. Likewise, their mission would naturally have failed. Thinking about the terrible consequences, Steve felt a sense of joy in his heart. However, he also had a lot of doubts in his heart. The biggest doubt was why the desperate troll appeared here and saved Orleans. Although the appearance of the extremist trolls changed greatly, he still recognized them at a glance as the Black Shadow Corps under Tony's command. After all, only Tony's Black Shadow Corps has the ability to appear and disappear. Thinking of this, Steve glanced at the calm Orleans. He had a feeling that Orleans must know something, but he didn't ask too much. Although Orleans is just an ordinary person, he is after all a person who stands at the pinnacle of power in the United States. Even if he asks, he will not get any useful information as long as he doesn't want to talk. In this case, it is better to keep the doubts in your heart and investigate later. "Mr. Orleans, it is not suitable to stay here for a long time. Let's leave first." "Stop thinking," Steve suggested. Hearing this, Orleans nodded and the next group of people got into a car and quickly left the place. At the seaside villa, Tony sat in the living room and waited quietly. Soon, a shadow appeared on the floor of the living room, and the desperate troll grabbed a scorpion and rose from the ground. Casually throwing the scorpion on the ground, Tony thought, and the extremist troll merged into the ground again and disappeared. Tony Stark. Scorpion said weakly but could not hide the surprise in his eyes. "You know me?" Tony raised his eyebrows. Hearing this, Zai immediately reacted and quickly lowered his head and said, "I just read about you in a magazine." "Really? Then who sent the bomb in front of my company?" "I have no idea." Scorpion quickly shook his head in denial, looking like I was completely unaware. Seeing his refusal to admit it, Tony didn't bother to continue asking. Anyway, everyone knew the truth of the matter, so there was no need to waste time. "Tell me, where is Mandarin?" The smile on Tony's lips faded and he spoke slowly. As his smile disappeared, a strong sense of oppression suddenly spread from his body. If the pressure on the desperate troll is like a mountain, then the pressure on Tony is like the sea. When things are calm, I don't think it's anything, but once he gets serious, it's like the ocean of rage, making it impossible for people to even think about confrontation. I don't know." Scorpion gritted his teeth and said hard. At this time, a mental wave suddenly emanated from Tony's body, and Scorpion, who was in a trance, was instantly controlled by Tony. Suddenly, the expression on his face turned dull. "Where is Mandarin?" Tony asked again. This time, Zai didn't say he didn't know but said in a dull tone, "We are under public security." Hearing this, information about Zhongxin's security quickly emerged in Tony's mind. This is a medium-sized security company headquartered in Huashangdun. Thinking of this, Tony spoke again, "Call him." As soon as he finished speaking, the controlled scorpion directly took out the phone on his body. This phone was obviously specially made, so it was not damaged in the previous battle. Taking out the phone, Zai Zai skillfully entered a series of numbers and dialed them. Toot toot. A waiting tone sounded, and soon the phone was connected and Mandarin's hoarse voice came from the phone. "Is the matter done?" After the words fell, the controlled scorpion naturally had no way to answer. Tony reached out and took the phone from his hand, raising the corners of his mouth and saying, "He can't answer you now." After the words fell, Mandarin on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment. Immediately he spoke unhurriedly, "Who are you? You asked someone to plant a bomb in front of my company and now you ask me who I am? Tony, it's you. How about it? Do you like the gift I gave you? I like it very much, so I plan to give you a gift in return. What do you think of this head called Scorpion?" Tony said in a relaxed tone. But the imagined scene of Mandarin being furious did not appear and his voice was still too calm. "I don't like his head, but you can kill him if you want. He's just a loser. If he dies, he will die." As soon as these words came out, Tony frowned and gained another layer of understanding about Mandarin. This guy is not a normal person. He doesn't even care about his own confidence. "By the way, I have a woman here. I don't know if you're interested in her. She seems to be named Maya," Mandarin said suddenly. Suddenly, Tony's brows couldn't help but frown. He really didn't know that Maya fell into Mandarin's hands. Seeing Mandarin threatening him with Maya, Tony sneered disdainfully, "Kill her if you want. She is the only one who can make the extremis virus. If you are willing, then kill her." Tony didn't care about Maya at all and kept her just to have someone ready to make the terminal virus. If Maya is killed, the worst-case scenario is for Reed and the others to research and create a virus. Therefore, Mandarin's threat did not matter to him at all. Mandarin was obviously choked by these words and did not speak for a while. However, Tony no longer had the interest to continue playing riddles with him and immediately said directly, "I'll wait for you at New UA. If you don't come, I will kill this guy. Remember to bring Maya in exchange." After saying that, Tony hung up the phone directly, regardless of whether he answered or not. In the Zhongxin security building, listening to the busy tone from the phone, a gloomy look suddenly flashed in Mandarin's eyes. The phone that was originally held in his hand suddenly turned into pieces with a sudden force on his palm. Just like what he said on the phone, he didn't care about Scorpion's life or death, but he hated someone threatening him. At that moment, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Are you waiting for me at New UA? Then I'll go see you. I'd like to see what tricks you can do." At the same time, in the beach villa, just as Tony hung up the phone, a cold electronic synthesis sound suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding, side mission released, Battle of Old Enemies. Mission content, kill the old enemy. The King of Darkness does not need old enemies, only servants. Task reward, draw once and open a new category of draw. Listening to the sudden voice in his mind, the expression on Tony's face suddenly froze. He has long been accustomed to the system pretending to be dead every day. Apart from the increase in the number of members of the Dark Alliance, he never thought that the system would also issue tasks. For a while, everyone became interested. After carefully looking at the mission description and mission rewards, Tony's eyes flashed with anticipation. A new category lottery was opened. What would it be? Demonic energy, mask, or an item from another world? Thinking a little excitedly, it took a while before Tony's mood calmed down again. He originally wanted to kill Mandarin, but now that he has a system mission, his determination to kill Mandarin is even stronger. Glancing at the sluggish scorpion in front of him, a flame suddenly appeared in Tony's palm. With a casual throw, the flames fell directly on him. Pang. In an instant, the flames burned directly. Compared to the flames brought by the extremis virus, Tony's flames are naturally more domineering. In just a few short breaths, the scorpion was burned to ashes. Then Tony's telekinesis controlled the ashes and scattered his ashes directly into the sea. This guy's role has ended and there is no use keeping him. As for replacing Maya, it is even more of a joke. He never thought about exchange from beginning to end. If he didn't die, he would have saved him easily. If he died, he wouldn't feel any pity. Therefore, it is useless to keep the scorpion. SHIELD Nick's office, he is currently answering a call from Steve. During the phone call, Steve recounted everything he encountered during the operation, including Tony's involvement in the matter and his suspicions about Tony. When Nick heard that Tony was also involved, his brows instantly furrowed. He was completely afraid of Tony now. Even hearing his name gave me a headache. However, Tony actually took the initiative to help Orleans, which again puzzled him. Therefore, after hanging up the phone, Nick sat up directly in his office chair and thought about Tony's motives and purposes. After thinking for a long time, Nick finally couldn't figure it out. At the moment, he could only suppress the doubts in his heart for the time being. But one thing is that no matter what Tony wants to do, it is necessary to enhance the strength of his side. The death of Venom and Flint greatly reduced the strength of SHIELD. Now, it is facing some tasks with insufficient manpower. So without staying in the office for long, Nick drove out of SHIELD alone and headed to Maria Hospital. He did not forget the 3 people he snatched from Tony's mouth. Although the 3 people had not shown anything special, he already had a hunch after finding out Reed's identity. There is a high possibility that they are extraordinary beings, otherwise Tony would not be allowed to go there personally. Today was the day they were discharged from the hospital, and he deliberately dropped everything to pick them up in person. Soon, the car stopped at the entrance of the hospital, and Nick strode into the hospital. But when he came outside the ward, he noticed a strange atmosphere. All the medical staff avoided this ward one by one with a trace of fear in their eyes. Seeing this, Nick's heart skipped a beat. Did something happen? Thinking silently in his heart, Nick's expression suddenly changed and he quickly walked into the ward. At that moment, the scene in the ward suddenly appeared before his eyes. Johnny and Susan sat next to Ben and comforted him. Ben sat on the hospital bed without saying a word, looking at the ceiling blankly. Of course, these are not important. What is really surprising is his body at this moment. His body was like a rock, covered with marks from head to toe. Especially his body, which was several times stronger than before. Combined with his appearance, he looked like a monster. Upon seeing this, Nick's eyes suddenly flashed with joy. Others didn't know what was going on. How could Nick, who has been dealing with extraordinary beings all the time, not know this? This is his awakening. Although he had vaguely expected it before, when he actually saw it, Nick still felt like he had won a big prize by buying a lottery ticket. Thinking of this, Nick's excited voice suddenly sounded in the ward. "Hey guys, what's wrong with you? You're looking sad." Hearing the sound, Johnny and the others suddenly came to their senses. Seeing Nick's arrival, Johnny and Susan quickly stood up and said, "Hello, sir. You don't need to be so formal. Why do you all look so bad?" Nick waved his hand and said in a friendly tone. Hearing this, Johnny and Susan glanced at Ben with wry smiles on their faces. Ben also looked back at Nick at this moment and said sadly, "I became a monster." As soon as the words fell, Nick immediately retorted, "Who said you are a monster?" As soon as he said these words, Ben couldn't help but be stunned. Ever since he took off the gauze this morning, he could feel the disgusted eyes of everyone looking at him. Everyone regarded him as a monster, and Nick was the first one to refute. Nick's words continued at this moment, "You are not a monster, you just gain power that others don't have. As long as you use this power properly, you are not only not a monster but also a hero in this world. Follow me, and I will make you a hero in this world, then no one can call you a monster." Nick said sincerely with a calm look in his eyes. Hearing this, Ben's originally silent heart suddenly beat violently, and a sense of unwillingness arose in his heart. "Yes, I'm not a monster. I want to be a hero and be respected by everyone." Thinking in his mind, Ben's eyes suddenly filled with excitement again. In the original book, he became taciturn because of his inferiority complex about appearance. Now, Nick sees through his inferiority complex and helps him break it in advance. "I understand, sir, and I will definitely clear my name." Ben said firmly. Nick nodded with a smile and then turned his attention to Johnny and Susan beside him. "How's it going? Have you seen any changes?" Listening to Nick's words, the two originally planned to hide the changes in themselves, but after seeing Nick's attitude towards Ben, Johnny, and Susan, decided to tell the truth. At the moment, the two also performed their own super abilities respectively. One has fire control and the other is invisible. Both are very powerful. This made Nick completely happy and his whole expression became excited. The addition of 3 extraordinary beings not only brought SHIELD's strength back to its peak, but also made it faintly stronger. Without staying at the hospital, Nick picked up the 3 of them and left the hospital directly to return to SHIELD. The 3 of them have just awakened and are not yet proficient in ability. They need more practice. Fortunately, SHIELD has experience in this area. It not only has a large number of training equipment, but also has dedicated guidance. And just when SHIELD's strength increased again, at this moment, Mandarin finally returned to New York. Without going anywhere else, Mandarin returned to New York and headed straight for Tony's beach house. No one can provoke him and remain unscathed. All those who provoked him must make amends with blood. To ordinary people, Tony's residence is a secret, but for some people with status, it is not difficult to investigate Tony's residence. Soon, a row of motorcades stopped outside the beach villa. In the villa, just as Mandarin and others arrived, Tony also received a reminder from Jarvis. "Sir, someone is coming. It seems that the person who comes is not malicious. Do you need to give a defensive warning? Need not. Tony stopped Jarvis's idea of calling the police and walked outside the villa alone. Because of the system mission, Tony, who originally planned to let the crowd beat up Mandarin, gave up the idea and planned to deal with him personally. Pushing open the door of the villa and walking out, passing through the courtyard outside the villa, Mandarin and his party soon appeared in Tony's sight. Similarly, Tony's figure also appeared in front of Mandarin. Looking at Tony, who was walking slowly, Mandarin looked him up and down with cold eyes full of scrutiny, as if wondering where he got the courage to challenge himself. But after watching for a long time, Tony, apart from his extraordinary demeanor, was just an ordinary person. For a moment, Mandarin couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Soon, Tony walked out of the villa door and came to stand in front of everyone. Looking at Mandarin, who had a gloomy temperament on his body, Tony crossed his hands and said proactively, "Did Maya bring it?" After finishing speaking, Mandarin turned his head and glanced at Norris beside him. Suddenly, Norris quickly asked someone to bring a woman out of the car, which was Maya. "Where are my people?" Mandarin asked. Although he didn't care since it was an exchange, he had to check whether the person was good or not. "Oh, he was killed by me." Tony didn't hide it and spoke directly. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly fell into a dead silence. "Ha ha ha." Mandarin's hoarse laughter sounded, but his eyes became colder. "No one can challenge him again and again, no one can." "Interesting, I haven't met someone as interesting as you for a long time. Have you figured out how to die? I can give you a choice." Mandarin's voice sounded slowly, and for a while only his voice echoed around the empty villa. Tony raised his eyebrows and raised the corners of his mouth as well. "I have a tough life, and even God can't take it away. If you have the ability, then come on." As he spoke, Tony spread his hands full of provocation. Hearing this, Mandarin stopped talking and directly raised his hand. The ring on his left index finger lit up, and a red beam of light instantly burst out from his index finger. At the same time, Tony's eyes lit up, and two beams of light shot out from his eyes. Boom! A violent explosion sounded. The energy beams launched by the two collided fiercely in midair. The violent explosion flooded the space and isolated the two people. Seeing this scene, Mandarin's expression changed, and the ring on his left ring finger lit up instantly. Suddenly, his energy was greatly increased, and a mental storm directly hit Tony's position. Ordinary people will inevitably fall victim to spiritual attacks from invisible substances. But Tony, who has integrated the sheep spell, has also reached a terrifying level of spirituality. Therefore, just after Mandarin's mental impact approached Tony, he was immediately perceived by Tony. At that moment, Tony had a thought in his mind, and his tyrannical mental power suddenly hit him head-on. Boom. There was a silent collision, and blood suddenly flowed from Mandarin's mouth and nose on the other side. Spiritual confrontation is the most dangerous. He didn't expect that Tony was also proficient in spiritual methods. He was caught off guard and was seriously injured. However, Mandarin was also a ruthless person. He endured the pain in his mind and continued to activate the skills on the ring. Cutting beams, black body rays, lightning storms, fire explosions, and the skills on the 10 rings were continuously activated by him. Terrifying explosions continued to sound. After just a few moments of fighting, a huge pit appeared where the two met. As for Norris and others, they had already retreated far away the moment the two took action. This level of battle was not something they could intervene in. It's even difficult to get close. On the battlefield, the mental barrier was used to block Mandarin's skills again, and Tony's eyes towards Mandarin became serious. This guy's strength is not bad, and it makes him feel a little pain in his balls. The main reason is that he has too many skills at his disposal, which makes him overwhelmed. However, although Mandarin's strength is not bad, his weaknesses are relatively obvious. He completely relies on the 10 rings on his hand. Without the rings, his original strength is not worth mentioning at all. So soon, Tony had a plan of action in mind. Seeing Mandarin activate his skills again, Tony suddenly moved and disappeared from Mandarin's sight. Seeing this, Mandarin instantly became vigilant, but before he could take precautions, Tony appeared directly in front of him in the next second. "You." Looking at Tony, who was close at hand with a shocked expression, Mandarin was about to speak, but saw Tony smile at him, and the next second a hand grabbed his hand. Seeing this, he still didn't know what Tony wanted to do, so he clenched his fists instantly. But he obviously underestimated Tony's power. Tony, who had integrated the ox talisman, was so powerful that he couldn't resist it at all. Therefore, with a sharp pain in his fingers, Tony pulled the 2 rings off his right hand alive. "A **** hole, give me back the ring." Mandarin roared in anger and at the same time raised his hand to activate an ice storm, trying to freeze Tony. But Tony's body suddenly burned with flames, which directly drove ice away and quickly distanced him. Stopping, Tony looked at the two rings on his hands. A trace of curiosity flashed in his eyes. He immediately put the two rings on his hands, wanting to feel some of the power of the rings. However, apart from a cold feeling, Tony did not feel the special power on the ring and suddenly frowned. Mandarin looked at his actions and immediately taunted, "Stop dreaming, no one else can use the ring except me." After he finished speaking, Tony looked up at him with a smile on his lips. "Really? I can't see. Kill you, I won't believe you can't use it." After saying that, Tony's figure disappeared again. With the first lesson learned, almost the moment Tony disappeared, Mandarin released various lasers to bombard the surrounding air, trying to use this method to prevent Tony from approaching. But no matter what, his reaction speed couldn't keep up with Tony. When he released the skill, Tony didn't come close at all, but when the skill ended, Tony appeared in front of him and continued to violently snatch the ring. It was a completely rogue method. Soon, 3 more rings fell into Tony's hands. Mandarin's 10 fingers that were originally full of rings were now only left with 2 on his left hand and 3 on his right hand. Mandarin was furious, but there was nothing he could do about Tony. In fact, a touch of fear grew in his heart. He can always be aloof because of the magic ring in his hand. Once the magic ring is taken away, he will be finished. Thinking of this, Mandarin suddenly felt like retreating. At that moment, he glanced at Tony angrily, turned around and left. Not far away, Tony looked at this scene with a hint of ridicule on his face. "Come and leave as you say, do you think I'm a clay sculpture?" As soon as he finished speaking, Tony's figure disappeared again. The power of the rabbit spell was brought into full play by him, and his speed could be compared to that of light. Mandarin only took 2 steps before Tony appeared in front of him again. He subconsciously clenched his fists to protect the ring on his hand. But this time Tony didn't snatch the ring and punched him directly in the face. Boom! Mandarin, who was completely unprepared, was sent flying by Tony's punch without any defense. He fell heavily to the ground, and just as he was about to struggle to stand up, Tony's figure appeared next to him again and stepped on his chest. Click. There was a sound of bone cracking, and Tony had no intention of showing mercy at all and stepped on his sternum with 1 foot. Ahem! A violent cough came from Mandarin's mouth, and a large amount of blood seeped out of his mouth and nose. Staring at Tony, Mandarin's eyes were full of resentment and unwillingness. He opened his mouth to say something, but his mouth was full of blood, making him unable to say a word. In the end, he could only let out a gurgling sound, the sound of cooing. Seeing that Mandarin was taking in too much air and not letting out too much, Tony took off the remaining 5 rings from his hand under his lustful eyes. Then he said in a relaxed tone, "Looking at you, it's hard to live, so let me send you on your last journey." After speaking, Tony raised his feet, and the anger in Mandarin's eyes was quickly replaced by panic. In the past, such a look would only appear on his prey. He never thought that one day he would also show such a look. All I can say is that the way of heaven is reincarnation. Boom! Without any accident, Tony crushed Mandarin's chest with his foot. Seeing that the life look in his eyes completely dissipated, Tony turned to look at Norris and others not far away. They witnessed Mandarin's death with their own eyes, and for a moment everyone's faces were filled with fear. In the past, Mandarin was a god in their eyes and there was nothing he could not do, but now that the god was dead, the god killer also looked at them. Suddenly, everyone turned around and ran away in fear. Naturally, Tony had no desire to do anything to these miscellaneous fish, but with a thought, the shadow core suddenly appeared in front of Tony. "Leave no one behind." As soon as the words fell, the black shadow core jumped to catch up with Norris and others, starting a killing spree. Leaving the remaining matters to the shadow core, Tony turned and walked towards Maya. As Tony approached, Maya suddenly became nervous. She knew that Tony was very strong. She and Killian were no match for Tony before, but the battle between Tony and Mandarin just now overturned her knowledge. The two of them are like gods with endless methods, and they can burst out great power with just a move of their hands and feet. With such strength, facing Tony was like looking at a god walking in the world, and she could no longer treat him with a normal heart. "Mr. Tony." Maya lowered her head and used honorifics. Looking at Maya's bound hands, Tony raised his hand and swiped, and an invisible force suddenly cut through the rope on her hand. "Pay attention to your own safety in the future. You are not always so lucky to be saved," Tony said calmly. Maya nodded immediately. "I understand, Mr. Tony. Go ahead and continue producing the extremis virus." After saying that, Tony turned and walked towards the villa. But just when he turned around, Maya's voice suddenly came from behind. "Mr. Tony, do you need to rest?" I have learned some massage techniques to help you relax from fatigue, Maya said with a rosy face. When Tony turned to look at her, she couldn't help but lower her head. Seeing this, a playful smile suddenly appeared on Tony's lips. As an Aquaman, how could Tony not understand the meaning of her words? He looked up and down her body, although there was some dust on her face which made her look a little embarrassed. But she still couldn't hide her beautiful face and curvy figure. Especially the mountain peaks on the chest are simply towering into the clouds. Okay, come on. Nodding, Tony continued to walk towards the villa, while Maya quickly followed after receiving the consent and walked into the villa together. As for the corpses outside the villa, Tony doesn't have to worry about it. The Shadow Corps will naturally clean up the battlefield. It can be said that dragging the corpse into the Shadow Kingdom will be devoured by dark creatures in minutes, which can be said to be very convenient. As he spoke, Loki's eyes flashed with excitement. Start. After feeling almost the same, Tony started to stop. It can be said that Curse Land's demonic energy alone made his strength rise to a big level. One of them is naturally the Talisman Roulette, which specializes in the production of spells, and the other category is the Magic Roulette, which is a newly opened category. He felt that it was necessary for him to do research in another place, who could bear to do this every day. Because she had just taken a shower, a trace of heat rose from her body, and her cheeks became even more rosy like a red apple, making people want to take a bite. Opening his eyes, Tony looked at the water glass on the table not far away and suddenly raised his hand to grab it from the air. Suddenly, the water glass seemed to be pulled by an inexplicable force and flew into his hand in an instant. The lotus represents the moon demon Cursed Blue, and the power of Cursed Blue is to control gravity. Shaking his head, Loki used his strength to block the inexplicable sound and continued to study his things. Looking at the beauty emerging from the water, Tony was not polite and directly used the gravitational force he had just obtained to pull Maya over. It's unimaginable how powerful he will be when he combines 8 demonic energies and 12 talismans into one body. Suddenly, the lotus flew out of the roulette wheel, shot toward Tony, and instantly merged into his body. Come on, soon my research will be completed. So how could Tony not be happy? At this moment, the speed of the pointer began to slow down and gradually settled on a lotus flower. While thinking about it, he opened the lottery roulette. Unlike before, he saw one more option on the lottery roulette. Seeing this, Tony's mouth was filled with a smile. Task reward, draw once and open a new category of draw. I muttered silently in my heart, and suddenly the pointer on the demonic energy turntable began to rotate rapidly. Task progress completed. I don't know which items the system will open this time. Even Tony can fully control gravity to the extent of Curse Blue in the anime and move the trajectory of the moon. Just as Tony was thinking about it, suddenly the bathroom door opened and Maya walked out wrapped in a bathrobe. Demonic energy comes from the devil and is the original power of the devil. If you integrate the demonic energy, you can gain the power of the devil, which immediately makes Tony's heart beat. Mission: Battle of Old Enemies. After looking at the number of draws with only one draw, Tony's eyes wandered back and forth between the spell roulette and the magic roulette for several times, and finally chose the magic roulette. As one of the 4 fundamental forces, gravity is everywhere, and wherever there is gravity, it is Tony's home court. In the underground research room, Loki listened to the strange sound again and sighed helplessly. Looking at this scene, Tony's eyes lit up. In the eyes of others, he is studying artificial intelligence, but only he knows that he is studying life, a life that comes from scratch. At that moment, a mighty force washed through his body, making his physical body stronger. At the same time, Tony also felt that he had an extra strength. There was nothing much to say about the lottery. He had already participated in the lottery more than once. What interested him was the opening of a new category. After he killed Mandarin, he was informed that the mission was completed, but he didn't have time to pay attention to it at the time. Now that he is free, he is in the mood to check the mission information. In the room on the 2nd floor of the villa, Maya was taking a shower in the bathroom, while Tony changed into a nightgown and sat on the bed, checking the system information. Just when Mandarin's matter came to an end, at this moment, there was another country extremely far away from the United States. Eagle Country. Jane Foster discovered a space-time distortion force field in an abandoned building. As an astrophysicist, Jane was full of curiosity about all mysterious powers, so she immediately stepped into the abandoned building. And just after she stepped into this mysterious force field, she didn't know that she left the Earth in an instant and appeared underground in the Asa God's domain. It was dark under the God's domain, and soon a pool of dark red transparent solid appeared in Jane's sight, as beautiful as agate crystal. Seeing this scene, Jane subconsciously reached out and touched it, but when her hand touched the dark red transparent solid, something unexpected happened, and the dark red transparent solid actually merged into her body. A powerful impact hit her heart, and Jane fainted with almost no resistance. Soon, all the dark red transparent solids were integrated into her body, and the mysterious force field disappeared. Suddenly, Jane returned to the earth from the divine realm. After being found fainted by her assistant, she was sent directly to the hospital. And just after the dark red solid disappeared, Heimdall, the guardian of Asgard, instantly felt something. He is the patron saint of God's domain, responsible for guarding the Rainbow Bridge and controlling the portal to God's domain. At the same time, he was also given the responsibility by Odin to guard the Reality Stone, one of the Infinity Stones. Possessing the Eye of Heimdall, which perceives all things, he can see all things and hear everything, similar to the combination of acute eyes and wind ears in Eastern mythology. But just now he discovered that the TIE particles transformed by the Reality Stone disappeared. Suddenly, the expression on Heimdall's face changed instantly. What happened? Disappeared. Heimdall's face was full of doubts and he disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already at the place where TIE particles were sealed. Looking at the empty underground palace, Heimdall's face suddenly became extremely ugly. A force of perception centered on him and quickly spread in all directions, hundreds of thousands of miles, millions of miles, tens of millions of miles away. Perception continued to spread, covering the vast territory of God's domain, but even so he could not find any trace of TIE particles, as if they disappeared out of thin air. For a moment Heimdall was shocked and angry. At the same time, he was also wondering who had the ability to steal TIE particles under his nose. Unfortunately, after thinking for a long time, he didn't have a clue, but TIE particles were very important. Since he couldn't find them, he could only tell the god King Odin about it. After clearing his mind, Heimdall did not waste any time and quickly disappeared into the underground palace, heading towards the fairy palace where Odin lived. As the ruler of the divine realm and the residence of Odin, the vastness of the immortal palace far exceeds the imagination of the world. Large tracts of palaces stretch above the sky, and the golden afterglow shines on the fairy palace, filling the fairy palace with a warm and peaceful atmosphere. When Heimdall saw Odin in Asgard, a guilty look appeared on his face. "King, I did something bad, please punish me." The TIE particles in the underground palace disappeared. As the king of gods, Odin is not only powerful and one of the top experts in the universe, he is also proficient in various abilities, including the art of calculation and calculation. As soon as these words came out, Odin, who was sitting high on the throne, his figure shrouded in light, and his specific figure could not be seen, suddenly heard a surprised voice in his mouth. Listening to Odin's words, Heimdall became even more ashamed, but he did not defend himself. He just bowed his head again and asked for punishment. "I also ask my king to punish you." "That's right," Heimdall said proactively. "In this case, leave this matter to him. Let him find the person who stole the TIE particles as soon as possible and send them to the divine realm." After the words fell, Odin, who was sitting on the throne, did not agree. As soon as he finished speaking, Odin waved his hand. Odin's tone was curious. Although he is the king of the gods when it comes to perception, even he cannot compare to Heimdall. I remember that Saul seemed to be stopping at Blue Star. But he knew that Odin's power was infinite and it was basically impossible to make a mistake, so when the words came to his lips, he didn't know what to say. "TIE particles disappeared, didn't you even notice?" After saying that, Odin fell into silence, and Heimdall also waited quietly below without disturbing him. Otherwise, he would not have canonized Heidam as the patron saint. Soon, a terrifying energy fluctuation filled the fairy palace. Heimdall, who was standing below, felt this vast power and looked at Odin on the throne with even more awe. Soon, Odin stopped moving and gave the answer at the same time. "According to my calculations, TIE particles are no longer in God's domain but in Blue Star." This. For a time, most of the people on Blue Star appeared in his eyes. Therefore, just after Odin's words fell, Heimdall moved instantly. However, Odin on the throne saw through Heimdall's thoughts at a glance and said calmly, "I can't be wrong." As the guardian god, a combination of wind ears and acute eyes, as long as he has a target, he can find things as quickly as possible. I just want him to use his powerful perception ability to protect the divine domain. Strong energy fluctuations come and go quickly. Seeing this, the ray of hope that had just risen in Heimdall's heart was immediately extinguished like a fire. But unfortunately, he found no trace of TIE particles. You didn't notice it, probably because you are too far away and TIE particles actively block your perception. Unless you are on the same planet, Otherwise, you won't be able to find anything across the vast starry sky as long as it has a heart. As long as there is no special defense or absolute strength, there is no way to resist Odin's calculation. Infinite divine light bloomed in his eyes, and his gaze passed through the layers of space and the endless vacuum universe, landing directly on the blue star. Heimdall looked at Odin on the throne in astonishment and couldn't help but want to ask if you had made a mistake. But I also know that the sooner the better, otherwise the delay will be too long and no one knows whether new changes will occur. I don't blame you for this. Even your perception ability can be concealed. This matter may not be simple. Let me make some calculations. Listening to Odin's explanation, Heimdall showed a hint of enlightenment on his face. He patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, my king. I will go to Blue Star and I will definitely bring back TIE particles." After hearing this arrangement, Heimdall was a little disappointed because he couldn't go there in person. As soon as he finished speaking, Heimdall's face suddenly showed joy. SHIELD training room. At this moment, Thor is sitting cross-legged in the training room, meditating continuously. As a god, divine power is the source of his strength. The amount of divine power determines the lower limit of his combat power, while the artifacts and magical skills determine the upper limit of his combat power. Since realizing his own lack of strength, Thor has been working hard and meditating in his free time to increase his divine power. There is a saying that you have to work hard quietly and then surprise everyone. Obviously, Saul belongs to this category of people. It's a pity that improvement in strength does not happen overnight. Even though he works hard enough, it is impossible for his strength to suddenly increase dramatically. What's more, because of Tony, he did not capture Loki back to the divine realm, nor did he participate in the battle against the Nine Kingdoms to counter the rebellion. Without a period of experience, his current strength may be slightly weaker than in the original work. And just when he was immersed in meditation, suddenly the light in his mind flourished, and a figure full of light suddenly appeared in Thor's mind. The person who came here exuded a divine and unpredictable temperament, and every move was full of divine power. Suddenly Saul's expression changed, and he quickly lowered his head respectfully and said, "Father, Thor, long time no see." Odin sent down the god's telekinesis to inform Thor. "How did your mission go? How is Loki doing now?" Odin did not directly explain the task, but first asked about the previous task. Upon hearing this, a trace of shame suddenly appeared on Saul's face. "Sorry, father, I haven't caught Loki yet. He has become stronger, so the mission is not completed yet." Saul said guiltily with a bit of helplessness in his tone. He also didn't expect that his strength would increase so much after seeing Loki again. In addition, SHIELD's strength was not as good as the original work, and Tony still sided with Loki, causing his mission to completely fail. Hearing this, Odin was silent for a while, as if he didn't expect the outcome of the matter to be like this. Fortunately, he had a good attitude and did not blame Saul. After all, both of them were his sons, so it was normal for one to lose to the other. He couldn't just step aside and try to deviate. He could only encourage him by saying, "Thor, don't be discouraged. Explore your own strength. Sooner or later you will be able to defeat Loki." "Yes, father," Thor nodded and his whole person became high-spirited again. At this time, Odin finally talked about the business of this trip. "Thor, there is something you need to do now. The sealed object in the god's domain has disappeared. According to my calculations, it is now on the blue star. You must find it or its host and bring it back to God's domain. This matter is very important and must be completed as soon as possible." Odin spoke very seriously, and his tone was also very serious. Although Thor didn't know exactly what happened, he felt a hint of solemnity from his words. At that moment, Saul nodded heavily and took this matter to heart. "I understand, father. I will find it quickly and send it back to God's domain as soon as possible." After saying that, the father and son communicated for a while, and finally, Odin's the god's telekinesis dissipated in Thor's mind. As Odin left, Thor opened his eyes. For the time being, Thor had no clue about finding the things sealed in the divine realm. Although Odin told him some of the characteristics of TIE particles and the reaction after integration, with the population of Blue Star, trying to find people based on their characteristics in the vast sea of people is completely like finding a needle in a haystack. If Saul were a person, he really didn't have the confidence to complete this task. Fortunately, he was never alone. Behind him stood SHIELD. Thor scratched his head, and after he agreed to this, the relationship between the two suddenly became much closer. Seeing the suspicion on Saul's face, Nick, as a human spirit, didn't know what he was thinking, so he continued to explain. "Please come in. Don't get me wrong, I'm not monitoring her, I'm protecting her safety. After all, you have been in contact with her and many people know it. There was a knock on the door, and Nick's voice came from the office. Immediately, he quickly told what Odin had ordered and asked Nick to use SHIELD's intelligence network to help him find it. All right. So, after opening his eyes, Saul left the training room directly and walked towards Nick's office, not to mention that Thor worked for SHIELD for free during this period. There was no credit but hard work. Even considering Thor's status as the prince of the divine domain, Nick would try his best to have a good relationship with him. How do you know I have something to do with you? However, because he was worried about Jane, Saul did not stay too long and left Nick's office after finishing the conversation. I'm also afraid that someone will use her relationship with you to threaten you, so I specially asked someone to protect her. Thor was a little surprised. Seeing this scene, Saul's face gradually relaxed. It's okay, continue to protect her. Where is she now? I'll go check on her. Therefore, when faced with his request, Nick naturally would not shirk. As soon as these words came out, Saul was stunned. Looking for me? What's the matter? I'm awake now and out of danger. After hearing this, Saul's originally agitated mood suddenly calmed down a lot, but after calming down, Saul couldn't help but frown when he looked at Nick. As soon as he finished speaking, Saul pushed the door open and entered. Hearing this, Nick gave the address and then said, "Tell me, what do you want from me?" If he was talking about who was most important to him on Blue Star, it must be Jane. When he heard that something happened to her, a powerful aura instantly emanated from Thor. If you think it's inappropriate, then I'll have people evacuate now. As the most powerful organization in the United States, SHIELD was founded in the last century. Since its development, it has already built its own intelligence network all over the world. Saul, why are you here? I plan to find you. Something happened to Jane Foster. Nick spoke frankly without any guilt in his eyes, which showed that what he said was true. Seeing him, a smile suddenly appeared on Nick's face behind the desk. With their strength, it is much easier to find someone in the vast crowd than Saul himself. Seeing this, Nick's eyelids twitched fiercely and he quickly said, "Don't get excited, Saul, Jane is fine now. She just fainted suddenly before and was sent to the hospital." Naturally, Nick would not have any objections to Saul's request. Jane and SHIELD have no intersection. How did Nick know something happened to her? Boom, boom, boom. A smile suddenly appeared on Nick's lips. "You guys, you don't have to go to San Bayadian for anything. Unless something happens, no one has ever come to my office to look for me," Nick said in a calm tone, and Saul's expression suddenly changed. Eagle Country, squatting at the airport. A plane from the United States landed quickly, and a tall young man followed the crowd and walked off the plane. Saul, who already knew Jane's exact location, took a taxi and went straight to the hospital after leaving the airport. Soon, at the door of the hospital ward, Saul took a deep breath nervously, hesitated for a long time, and finally opened the door and walked in. In the ward, Jane was recuperating on the bed, and the female assistant was taking care of her. When she saw Saul entering the door, the female assistant was stunned for a moment and subconsciously stood up to stop him. "Who are you?" After finishing her words, Jane opened her eyes on the bed. When she saw the longing face, Jane suddenly trembled and shed 2 lines of tears. Since Thor returned to God's domain last time, the two parties have not seen each other again. When Thor came again, he was busy with extraordinary events due to complicated affairs and did not meet Jane. Now that we see each other again, in addition to being excited, Jane's heart also feels full of blame. For a moment, the atmosphere in the ward became strange. The female assistant was obviously aware of this. Except for saying a few words at the beginning, she completely huddled in the corner to reduce her sense of presence. She silently said in her heart, "You can't see me, you can't see me." She ate the melon in silence. Complaints, quarrels, explanations, and the usual conflicting attitudes of couples were repeated by the two of them. Although the plot was cliché, the female assistant, as a melon eater, enjoyed it with gusto. Finally, the two reconciled as before. At this time, a knock on the door came from outside, and 2 police officers walked in. "Hello, is this Jane Foster's ward? We received a call from someone saying that you were attacked and unconscious, so we came here to investigate and make a record." After finishing her words, Jane frowned and immediately turned to look at the female assistant aside. Under her gaze, the female assistant shrank her head. "I called the police. When I saw you unconscious, I was so nervous that I called the police." Hearing this, Jane couldn't help but have a wry smile on her face. The female assistant was doing it entirely for her own good. In this case, she couldn't say anything to blame. At the moment, he could only say to the 2 police officers, "I am Jane Foster. I was not attacked, I just accidentally fell and fainted. Please run there yourself." Jane explained that she was not telling the truth. She was very curious about that place and planned to explore it after she was discharged from the hospital. If she told the truth, the place might be blocked, which was not what she wanted to see. Upon hearing this, the two policemen looked at each other and shrugged helplessly. Although they were a little helpless, since the parties involved said everything was fine, they could only return the way they came. However, as punishment for making a false police report, the female assistant was fined 1,000 yuan. After sending away the two police officers, Saul, who had been silent next to him, immediately sat beside the hospital bed and reached out to grab Jane's little hand outside the quilt, intending to express his feelings in this way. But just when his palm was about to touch Jane, a dark red light suddenly flashed across Jane's body, and immediately Saul's palm was bounced away. Seeing this scene, not only Saul was stunned, but even Jane's expression became dull. While thinking about it, Tony said, "Jarvis, open the door and invite people in." Shield has always been paying attention to Loki's activities and knows that he is staying with Tony. Before he could knock on the door, the villa door opened, and Jarvis's voice sounded instantly. The dark red light just now was clearly the same as the characteristics of the sealed object described by Odin. Looking at Saul's solemn look, Jane also realized the seriousness of the matter and immediately told everything she had encountered in an anxious tone without hiding anything. "This matter is very important and is related to your life. You must tell the truth. You should have a good rest first. What you have on you is not simple. Don't tell others. Let me help you deal with it." Jane was thinking about what was going on. Her memory kept going back, and she soon locked on the dark red substance she had touched. And it would not work just to let it go, because he didn't understand the sealed objects and didn't know the dangers of the sealed objects. And he could only think of one such person on Blue Star, and that was Loki. Could it be such a coincidence that his father asked him to search for the sealed artifact, and he found traces of the sealed artifact on his girlfriend? The female assistant's words did not attract the attention of the two of them. At this moment, both Saul and Jane were lost in thought. Although the relationship between the two was not very good, he was willing to bow his head for Jane. After saying that, Saul didn't mention the matter again and just kept chatting with Jane until Jane fell asleep. Then he walked out of the ward and stood at the window at the end of the corridor with a trace of confusion in his eyes. Therefore, he found no useful information in Jane's words. "Sir, a guest is here. Therefore, he must find someone who has nothing to do with Odin but knows about sealed objects and can learn about the sealed objects before he can decide what to do next." But he also knew that Jane was not to blame. After all, she was just an ordinary mortal. After saying this, Tony raised his eyebrows. He had not had any guests here for a while who would come to him at this time. After all, no one knew how Odin would deal with Jane, which made him dare not even ask Odin rashly. Otherwise, what would he do if Odin asked him to take the person back directly? The female assistant looked at this scene with a shocked face and stammered, "Oh my God, what is going on?" Compared to him, a war madman, Loki knew more about other things than he did. But it was Giant who integrated the sealed artifact, so we couldn't be so hasty. Of course, he could also gamble that the sealed objects were harmless and could even bring benefits to people, but he obviously couldn't afford the gamble. After all, Jane was his most important person on Blue Star. When he arrived at the beach villa, Tony received a reminder from Jarvis in the villa for the first time. If it were someone else who had integrated the sealed artifact of God's realm, he would have brought the person back to God's realm without saying a word. Jarvis responded, and immediately Thor walked to the door of the villa. And Saul only had one sentence in his mind at the moment, and he didn't know whether to say it or not. It's just that because of fear, Shield has always treated it as unaware. "Sir, please come in." "Okay, sir." After listening, Saul had an even more headache. Thinking of this, Saul looked at Jane, took a deep breath and said, "Jane, you have to tell me honestly what's going on." New made an appointment at the airport, got off the plane, and Saul directly took a car and drove to the City of Freedom. Making a decision in his heart, Saul found his female assistant, told him that he had something to deal with, and asked her to take good care of Jane, and then flew back to the United States overnight. Listening to Jarvis's invitation, looking at the open villa, Saul couldn't help but take a deep breath and suppress the tension in his heart. This emotion rarely appears in him, but now it really exists. After all, he can't beat any of the two people in this villa. But even so, he didn't hesitate much and stepped directly into the villa. In the living room, Tony looked at Saul entering the door with a flash of surprise on his face, and at the same time a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "A rare visitor looking for Loki?" Thor nodded. Tony was not surprised. He and Thor had no friendship. Even if he wanted to find him, Nick should come in person. Therefore, when Thor came here, he could only look for Loki. Anyone else might have thought Thor and Loki were incompatible. But Tony knew that the relationship between the two was very complicated, and it was more appropriate to describe it as falling in love and killing each other, so he had no intention of stopping it. Jarvis, tell Loki that someone is looking for him and ask him to come out. Okay, sir, Jarvis's voice sounded. Tony looked at Saul and stretched out his hand to signal, sit down, what should you drink, coffee or red wine? Saul sat across from Tony and seemed a little uncomfortable facing Tony's greeting. After all, the two sides had many conflicts before, but now the meeting atmosphere is so harmonious, which is really strange. He had been prepared to be kicked out by Tony. No need, I'll just wait for Loki. Hearing this, Tony didn't force himself and moved slightly into a comfortable position ready to eat melon. He didn't know why Thor came, but there must be something wrong, otherwise he wouldn't come. So what will Loki choose, to help him or not to help him? Tony was curious. The two of them didn't wait too long. Soon Loki came out of the underground research room. He is wearing a white coat and a pair of glasses on the bridge of his nose. Now he looks more and more like a scientist. As for the former evil god Loki, he has long since disappeared. When Thor saw the image of Loki, his mouth opened wide in shock, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. After Loki saw Thor sitting on the sofa, his originally dull expression also changed. What are you doing here? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? As soon as he finished speaking, Thor came back to his senses. He ignored the change in Loki's image and ignored his threat. Thor said directly, do you know about the sealed objects in the god realm? As soon as these words came out, Loki immediately raised his eyebrows. Why do you ask this suddenly? Hearing this, Thor instantly understood that Loki must have understood it, and he quickly said, you don't have to worry about it, you just need to tell me what will happen if a mortal integrates the sealed artifact. Thor was a little excited. Looking at him, Loki didn't show off. Will die. Loki's answer was very concise. Thor was suddenly struck by lightning and froze in place, and now Loki's voice continued. The divine realm's sealed objects are called TIE particles, but they are actually reality gems, one of the 6 great gems. Integrating with mortals will gradually absorb their vitality until death. Is there any way to take it out? Thor said suddenly. The whole person's expression became more and more excited. Looking at his appearance, Loki slowly shook his head. I am not sure as well. Although he said that, looking at the regretful look on Loki's face, Thor almost guessed the answer. Suddenly, Saul's face became extremely ugly. How could this happen? He sat on the sofa and kept mumbling to himself. Tony listened to the conversation between the two with eyes full of interest. If he remembered correctly, this seemed to be the plot of Thor II in the previous life, but there was a slight deviation. But it has little to do with him. Now he just wants to be a quiet member of the public. But just when he was about to continue eating melon, someone couldn't stand it. Ding, temporary mission, dark glory. Mission description. As the ultimate darkness, all darkness should be under the control of the host, conquer or destroy the dark elves, and maintain the glory of darkness. Task reward, number of draws +1, one of the black shadow masks, Nigia mask. Hearing the sudden reminder sound in his mind, Tony, who was quietly being a melon eater, suddenly twitched the corner of his mouth. This system is no longer pretending to be dead, and the tasks are one after another. But the rewards are pretty good, including lottery draws and ghost masks. But now that the black shadow core is under his control, what is the function of the ghost mask? Doubts arose in Tony's mind, and he couldn't come up with a clue after thinking for a long time, so he could only let it go temporarily. No matter what the use is, you won't know it until you get it, so why bother figuring it out yourself? Withdrawing his attention from the system and looking at Saul, who was still sitting on the sofa, Tony suddenly coughed lightly, attracting their attention. You can't take out the reality stone, so you can try with Odin. You can't help it, it doesn't mean that Odin can't help it either. Hearing this, a wry smile suddenly appeared on Saul's face. I'm afraid that my father will have no choice but to reseal the person and the sealed object together. So cold. Tony was a little surprised. He doesn't know much about Odin, and his only knowledge comes from movies in his previous life. But the movies can obviously only be used as a reference and cannot be used as a basis. The most powerful proof is like the two people in front of you. In the movie, Loki is no match for Thor and can only rely on intrigues to tease Thor. As a result, in reality, Thor was beaten like a dead dog by Loki. My father has great love, but because of this, he will never show mercy to anyone who feels the need to sacrifice. Thor said in a complicated tone. He once agreed with Odin's acting style. It was completely worth sacrificing some people for the overall situation. But when things fell on him now, he suddenly found it difficult to accept. There is no right or wrong between the two sides, they just have different perspectives. If Jane hadn't been related to Thor, he would have brought him back to God's realm long ago, and he would have left Odin depressed and wouldn't have been worried here. Seeing Saul's sad look, Tony shrugged and said he couldn't help. But Loki, who had been silent on the side, slowly opened his mouth and said, "I will go back to God's realm with you. If nothing can be done, I will fight out with you, if you are willing." As soon as the words fell, the living room suddenly fell into silence. Saul looked at him with shock, and Tony also looked at him with surprise. Although he knew that Loki and Thor were in love and killed each other, he never expected that Loki would be willing to take risks for Thor. This is not just a matter of time and again. Once Odin fails to take out the TIE particles, they will have to face Odin, the king of gods. "Loki, you..." Thor looked at Loki with a complicated expression. He was hesitant to speak. Looking at his appearance, Loki sneered disdainfully, "Don't get me wrong, I have no intention of helping you, I just want to see how much strength that old guy has left. I will never forget the revenge you gave me for driving me into the abyss of the universe." After saying that, Loki snorted coldly, acting very coldly. But no matter how slow Thor was, he knew that Loki was helping him, so he didn't care about Loki's attitude at all and just said something softly. "Thanks." As soon as he finished speaking, Tony on the side clearly saw the corners of Loki's mouth raised. Although his expression soon returned to expressionless, Tony was sure that he had read it correctly. Suddenly, he couldn't help but complain, "You are so arrogant." Ignoring the affectionate feelings of the two brothers, Tony said calmly, "God's realm, I haven't been there yet, remember to call me when you go." As soon as these words came out, Loki was stunned. He and Thor turned to look at Tony at the same time, as if they wanted to see clearly what he was thinking. Loki helped because the two were brothers, so why would he join in the fun? They don't think that Tony is a warm-hearted person. Neither Loki nor Thor can say that they have an absolute understanding of Tony, but they do have a basic understanding. This is a guy who has no profit and can't afford to be early. It's almost impossible to get him to take the initiative to help. For a moment, the atmosphere in the living room became weird again as Tony spoke. Thor wanted to ask why, but he couldn't say it. After all, Tony was nominally there to help him. If he asks now, he is too ignorant. He is just impulsive, not stupid. In contrast, Loki has no such scruples, although his relationship with Tony is rather strange. Friends don't feel like friends and subordinates don't feel like subordinates, but compared to Saul, the two of them knew each other better and had no worries about talking. "What are you planning?" Loki asked, confused. "I said if I was deeply moved by your brotherly love, so I took the initiative. Would you believe me?" "Do not believe." Without any hesitation, Loki shook his head. Seeing this, Tony couldn't help but have a clear understanding of the impression he had on others. "Okay, I just want you to join the Dark Alliance, so I take the initiative to help you and let you owe me a favor," Tony said seriously. Naturally, it was impossible for him to tell them that he planned to go to God's domain because of the system mission, so an excuse was made on the spot. "Don't tell me, this excuse is quite reasonable." At least Loki believed it. After listening to Tony's words, Loki fell silent. After a while, he said seriously, "After this matter is over, I can consider agreeing to your invitation." As soon as these words came out, Tony's face suddenly showed a surprised smile. This time there is no falsehood at all, it is completely true. He didn't expect such an unexpected surprise. He was really just a temporary excuse, but he didn't expect that Loki, who hadn't let go for so long, would actually let go. In this way, including system tasks, God's domain and his party have made a lot of money. Saul and Saul naturally didn't know about the excitement in Tony's heart. Saul felt dizzy at this moment. He just came to ask about some things, but he didn't expect that there were two more helpers, and both of them had extremely thick thighs. Needless to say, Loki is a god from the divine realm, so it is natural for him to be powerful. But Tony was a mortal whom he couldn't see through. Thor suspected that even his father Odin might not be able to take down this guy easily. In short, with the help of the two of them, Thor only felt that God's domain and his party were stable. Instead of staying at the villa, since he decided to take Jane back to God's realm, he naturally wanted to inform her of the situation first, so Thor flew to London overnight. After Thor left, Loki also returned to the underground research laboratory to continue tinkering with artificial intelligence life. Tony picked up the car keys and left the villa, heading to Potts' community. Since he was about to travel far away, he naturally had to explain it to Potts so as not to worry her. Just when everyone was busy with their own affairs, preparing for the trip to the divine realm, deep in the universe, an extremely huge spaceship is sailing in the starry sky. In the deepest part of the ship, a humanoid species with pale skin and a very different appearance from humans was sitting on the throne at the top. He is the leader of the Dark Elves, Malekith. His body exuded a cold and domineering temperament, and below him stood the captains and wizards of the Dark Elves. Looking at them condescendingly, Malekith's cold voice slowly echoed in the hall. I have already felt that the sacred object of my dark clan has been born, and our Dark Elves have the opportunity to dominate the universe again. You are willing to follow me to kill the Asab Protos, take back the sacred objects, and restore the supreme glory of my Dark Elf clan. Follow the Monarch to the death. After Malekith finished speaking, there was a roaring and tsunami-like response from below. All the Dark Elves looked at their king with fanatical eyes. Under the leadership of Malekith, they would fight back to the Asab Protos again, avenge the hatred they were expelled 5,000 years ago, and regain control of the universe and starry sky. Looking at the enthusiastic crowd below, Malekith nodded with satisfaction, and then looked towards the galaxy where the Asab Protos is located. His eyes seemed to have penetrated many obstacles and landed in the immortal palace of Asad Divine Realm. At that moment, the whole person couldn't help but murmur to himself, Odin, I'm back. This time I will definitely not lose to you again. And Baal, this time I will definitely peel off your skin and cramp you. As he spoke, a burst of anger rose in his eyes, and he recalled the scene 5,000 years ago when he was driven out of the Asad god's domain like a lost dog. Blue Star. When the sun rose the next day, Thor took Jane, Loki, and Tony to meet outside the villa. Looking at the two of them, Saul slowly exhaled a breath and said, Are you ready? After finishing speaking, Tony and the two nodded. Seeing this, Thor looked up at the sky, and a burst of light instantly rose from him. This is the guiding light of the divine realm. When the light blooms, the portal to the God's realm, the Rainbow Bridge, will descend and lead people into the God's realm. Soon, a rainbow bridge appeared in the sky that ordinary people could not see. The rainbow bridge was extremely huge, spanning the entire sky. Following the guidance of the guiding light, it landed in front of Saul and the others. Seeing this, Thor led Jane and walked straight up, followed closely by Tony and Loki. Both Thor and Loki were already used to the rainbow bridge, but Tony and Jane's eyes were full of curiosity. After all, this was the first time the two of them had seen this method. Therefore, they all show human nature and curiosity. Just like that, a group of people stepped onto the rainbow bridge and their figures disappeared. The endless void is the barrier between Blue Star and the divine realm. There is no life here and all things are extinct. In addition to the endless void, there is only the void storm that continues to rage. Ordinary gods are trapped here, and even if they don't die from the void storm, they will still die here. Only the Rainbow Bridge can penetrate this empty land and allow people to travel between the two worlds. Tony and his group were walking on the Rainbow Bridge, and everyone was covered in a layer of rainbow-colored light, protecting them from being eroded by the void storm. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the group of people finally left the oppressive endless void. A dazzling light appeared at the end of the Rainbow Bridge, which was the entrance to the divine realm. The closer he got to God's realm, the more solemn Saul's face became, and Jane, who was following him, also had a speculative and uneasy look on his face. To Thor, his original hometown looked like a man-eating demon, extremely terrifying. In contrast, Tony and Loki were much more relaxed. One of them looked calm, and the other looked at the light at the end of the Rainbow Bridge with curiosity, without much emotion in their eyes. Finally, everyone was submerged in the light. Suddenly, a sense of space tearing appeared on everyone, making everyone feel like they were in another world. When they opened their eyes again, everyone had left the Rainbow Bridge and appeared in a palace. This was the entrance palace to the Divine Realm and the entrance and exit of the Divine Realm. Just when a group of people appeared at the Jai-Yin Temple, a strong vibration suddenly came from a distance. Soon, a tall figure wearing a bull helmet, holding a giant sword and full of muscular body slowly walked towards the crowd. He is the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge, the passage to the Divine Realm, Heimdall. As Heimdall approached, everyone suddenly felt a sense of pressure from huge amounts of pressure. With a height of 3 meters, everyone could only look up. In front of him, everyone was like young children, looking so petite. Prince Thor, Prince Loki. Heimdall took the initiative to salute. Seeing this, Thor and Loki also took the initiative to return the favor. After the ceremony, Heldam's eyes immediately fell on Tony and Jane. He felt a familiar aura on Jane and nodded clearly, but when he looked at Tony, his eyes suddenly wrinkled. Who is he? After finishing speaking, Saul took the initiative and said, My friend, mortals are not allowed to enter the divine realm. Your Highness, you should know. Heldam said with a serious face, and Saul suddenly frowned. I know, but he is my friend. Your Highness, the rules of God's domain cannot be broken. Heimdall did not give in at all, and Thor wanted to argue with him, but at this moment, Tony patted him on the shoulder and stopped him. Not accessible to mortals. Isn't it possible for mortals to enter? Tony said indifferently, and a hint of terror was suddenly released from him. As he approached Heimdall, the two people's bodies seemed to have reversed in an instant. The tall Heimdall seemed to have turned into a child in front of Tony at this moment, but Tony was more like a superior god, full of majesty, indifference, and ruthlessness. For a moment, Heimdall's expression changed, and a trace of shock appeared on his face. He couldn't understand why Tony, who just looked like a mortal, became so terrifying in the blink of an eye. It's like a big bad wolf in sheep's clothing mixed in with the sheep. You think it's a companion and get close to it. But when you get closer, you see its open mouth. It's too late to regret it now. Boom! Tony moved, and two rays of light shot out from his eyes, heading straight for Heimdall with destructive power. Upon seeing this, Heimdall's expression changed, and his whole body suddenly surged with divine power, and a terrifying aura spread from his body. Divine power wrapped around his fist. Heimdall punched out, and the divine power in his body was released instantly. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded. But Tony is Thor Loki's friend, and he refused to let him in first. After a full 2 hours, the suspended continent was visible in the distance. Drops of blood flowed from the corners of Heimdall's mouth. However, this has little impact on Tony and others. With their strength, they have already ignored the changes in gravity. How does it feel that this guy has become 10 times stronger after not seeing him for a few days? How did he do it? No wonder, the divine realm stipulates that mortals are not allowed to enter. Towering ancient trees tower into the sky, and all kinds of rare and exotic animals shuttle through the forest. And this is not the most eye-catching thing. The most eye-catching thing is a continent floating in the sky of God's domain. Heimdall was directly blown away by a shock wave. So now that Tony had shown his strength and beat him up, not only could he not accuse him of anything, but he had to obediently send him in. This feeling is really indescribable. At this moment, not only Heimdall, but also Loki and Thor were stunned. Tony's figure seemed to be immortal, still standing firmly in place. The guardian of the divine realm was directly seriously injured. The only person who was affected was Jane. After all, she was immortal. With helpless thoughts in his heart, Heimdall led the group of people to leave the Temple of Reception and enter the divine realm. Boom! If I had known earlier, why would I bother myself? The two of them were thinking in shock when Tony's voice sounded. According to Thor's introduction, the floating continent is where the immortal palace of God's domain is located. It is also where Odin, the king of gods, lives and is the destination of their trip. If a powerful guy breaks into the divine realm, Heimdall will not let him go even if he dies in battle. One strike. After all, she is just a mortal. Although she has Thor's protection, she cannot withstand such a fast speed. Compared with Blue Star, the climate of God's realm is warmer and more pleasant, but the gravity of God's realm is also much heavier than that of Blue Star. The body hit the Jiyan temple heavily, and a violent cough sounded. The divine domain is vast and boundless. After leaving the Jiyan temple, what appeared in front of Tony's eyes was an endless forest. How about it? Can I go in now? It's not that the distance to the immortal palace is very far, but because of Jane's existence, everyone has to slow down. Okay, sir, please. Heimdall said respectfully, it is impossible for Blue Star's life to survive entering the divine realm. If nothing else, the change in gravity is enough to crush them to death. There was no words all the way, and everyone kept flying towards the sky. It's not like they've never seen Tony take action before, but it wasn't this terrifying before, just one blow. After saying this, Heimdall struggled to stand up on the ground with a wry smile on his face. But whose boyfriend is a prince from the divine realm, so with Thor's support, the influence of gravity is nothing. As they approached the suspended continent, a group of palaces suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The buildings full of ancient Greek style were scattered in an orderly manner. Lines of Asgard guards exuding a terrifying aura patrolled all directions. As Tony and his group approached, two guards in silver armor immediately came forward. See you, my lord, see you two princes. The guard bowed and saluted the three of them. Where's the king? Heimdall took the initiative to speak. The king is waiting for you in the main hall. I understand, go ahead and get busy, I'll take them in. Yes, sir. The two guards responded respectfully, then moved out of the way, stepped aside, and watched Tony and his party pass by them. Under the leadership of Heimdall, the group moved forward. Passing through towering portals, we soon arrived at the deepest part of the immortal palace, Odin's palace. Duh, a burst of chaotic footsteps echoed in the empty palace. The huge palace seemed very quiet, and there were no gods as far as the eye could see. It was completely different from what Tony had imagined. Perhaps seeing the doubts in his heart, Thor, who was walking beside him, explained in a low voice. Due to special reasons, my father needs to sleep from time to time, so the gods are generally not in the fairy palace. Hearing this, Tony nodded clearly, and soon the two of them walked through the hall and reached the depths of the hall. At this time, on the throne deep in the hall, a figure shrouded in light was sitting on it. Although his face could not be seen clearly from a distance, everyone could feel the terrifying power faintly emanating from him. Especially Tony, since integrating the magic source of cursed blue, his strength has skyrocketed, and even gods like Heimdall cannot stop his attack. But at this moment, he felt a strong threat from Odin. For a moment, Tony's face became unusually serious. "Thor, you're here." On the throne, Odin's high voice sounded. As soon as he finished speaking, Saul knelt down on one knee and said, "Father, I'm back." Heimdall also knelt down on one knee at the same time to pay homage to Odin. Only Tony and the other two were still standing there, showing no intention of moving. Jane, it was because she was in a chaos state, so she didn't react at all. As for Loki and Tony, they had no intention of kneeling at all. Needless to say, Loki, he and Odin have never dealt with each other, and it doesn't matter anymore after they fall out, so naturally he won't kneel down. As for Tony, no one in this world who can make him bow to his knees has been born yet. Although Odin is the king of the gods, in Tony's opinion that's just that. Therefore, Tony not only did not kneel but also looked at Odin sitting on the throne unscrupulously. At this time, Odin's eyes fell on Loki, and a voice that could not distinguish between joy and anger suddenly sounded. "Loki, do you understand your mistake? Where did I go wrong? Is it my fault that I didn't follow your rules? Then I think I'm right." Loki, who had always been aloof, suddenly became excited at this moment. As his words fell, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became depressing. "Since you still don't know your fault, then go to dungeon and reflect on it." Odin ignored Loki's words and immediately planned to punish Loki. Seeing this scene, Thor, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly became anxious. Loki returned to God's realm to help him. Naturally, he couldn't watch Loki being punished by Odin. Therefore, he quickly interrupted. "Father, let's deal with the matter of the sealed artifact first." After hearing the reminder, Odin glanced at Loki and did not continue the topic. Instead, he turned his attention to Jane, who was in a daze. Looking at this scene, Saul quickly asked about the confusion in his heart. "Father, can the sealed artifact be taken out if it is integrated with a mortal?" Upon hearing this, Odin's eyes flashed on the throne and then he slowly shook his head. The momentum that was originally shared by both of them was now blocked by Tony. "Dar, take this lady down." This was the first time he saw Saul looking like this. Although he could quietly be a freeloader, he promised Loki that he would help, so naturally he couldn't just sit back and watch at this moment. With a scolding, Odin stood up from the throne, and a terrifying power suddenly emanated from his movements. As soon as these words came out, Saul's whole body felt as if he was struck by lightning, and his face turned pale. Suddenly, the expressions of Thor and Loki changed at the same time. They seemed to have endured a heavy burden. At this moment, their faces were in pain and their straight waists gradually bent. But just when he was about to take action, Tony, who had been silent, finally made a move. However, his decision cannot be changed. Therefore, although he is surprised by Thor's attitude, Odin has no intention of changing his mind. "I disagree." Thor's roar suddenly sounded. On the throne, Odin said without any fluctuation in his tone. At the same time, Tony, who was holding his hands on the side, also cast his gaze. Although Odin said nicely and set aside a place for Jane to live in the god's domain, it was actually a disguised form of house arrest. From now on, she could only be trapped in the god's domain. How could Thor agree? And Odin's voice continued to sound at this moment. Hearing this, Heimdall was about to make a move but saw Thor and Loki taking a step forward at the same time and blocking him. Thor asked with a trembling tone. He, who was originally kneeling on the ground, instantly stood up and stared at Odin with an angry face. After all, Odin is the king of the gods, a famous and powerful man in the universe, and there are few things he cannot do. "Presumptuous," Odin said angrily, and Heimdall suddenly looked stern. He didn't want to touch Odin's brow at this time, so he nodded quickly and said, "Yes, you are really becoming more and more bold," Odin said to Heimdall. "The sealed object is a reality gem, one of the infinite gems, and cannot be taken out. This matter is settled as it is. It doesn't matter if you don't agree." Looking at Tony's cold eyes, Heimdall was scared. He shrank his neck and turned to look at Odin behind him, his face full of helplessness. "Let her stay in God's domain. I will carve out a place for her to live and no one will disturb her." Although he was worried before, he was still full of hope. Thor's outburst not only shocked everyone around him, but also stunned Odin on the throne. Then, what does Father plan to do with Jane? He stepped forward slowly in response to Odin's momentum and finally stood in front of Thor and the others. "Take them both down together and reflect on it." But now, watching Odin shake his head, Thor suddenly felt like his hope was shattered. This matter is related to the safety of the 9 realms. How can you not agree to it until you say you don't agree? Suddenly, Thor and Loki softened and almost fell to the ground. Looking at Tony, whose face was calm and unaffected by his own momentum, Odin's expression changed slightly. He noticed Tony just now. After all, he was the only 2 guys on the field who didn't salute him. As for Jane, it didn't matter that he was scared. Although he felt that he was a little rude, as a god king, he still had the most basic mind and did not take this matter to his heart. But now seeing Tony easily blocking his momentum, he suddenly realized that Tony was not simple. At that moment, Odin looked Tony up and down with serious eyes and slowly said, "Who are you?" "I, Tony Stark." Tony introduced himself with a smile. "Are you that powerful mortal? You know me?" This time Tony was surprised. Is he so famous? Even Odin has heard of it. Although I often fall asleep, I occasionally pay attention to the situation in the lower realm. Your strength is very good. Thor and the others are no match for you. However, if this is your courage to stand up, then there will be one more person in the dungeon of Immortal Palace today. Odin's voice was full of majesty, and his words were filled with the domineering power of the King of Gods. Hearing this, Tony did not refute. After all, Odin did bring him a sense of danger. But to say that he is definitely not Odin's opponent, that is not necessarily true. After all, strength is something that can only be demonstrated, not spoken. Otherwise, the competition will be over if everyone releases their momentum, and there is no need to fight hard. I'm looking forward to it and want to see how strong the King of Gods is, Tony said with a smile on his lips. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became solemn. How long has it been since Odin ascended to the throne of God King? No one dared to speak like this in front of him. At this moment, not to mention Odin, even Thor and Loki couldn't help but stare blankly at Tony's back. How confident is he when he challenges the King of Gods in person? And just when everyone was staring blankly at Tony's back, at this moment, Odin opposite Tony finally made a move. Judgment. A whisper came from Odin's mouth. This is the authority of the King of Gods to judge all guilty people. Suddenly, karma fire fell from the sky and appeared in the main hall. The temperature of the entire palace rose sharply and finally reached an alarming level. Even Loki, the god of fire, had a very obvious look of fear on his face when facing the sudden appearance of karmic fire. At that moment, Thor and Loki took Jane and quickly retreated away from Tony. Heimdall even dodged aside immediately, not daring to get close at all. All creatures in the world are guilty, the only difference is that there are more and less. And the fire of karma uses sin as fuel. If the sin does not disappear, the fire of karma will not be extinguished. Therefore, they don't dare to be contaminated at all. However, compared to everyone's fear of karma fire, Tony immediately smiled after seeing karma fire coming. There are rules for everything in the world and fire is no exception. Although karmic fire is terrifying, it is also bound by rules. Therefore, for Tony, who masters the rules of fire, karmic fire is not only unable to cause harm, but is also good food. Therefore, under the horrified gaze of everyone, Tony did not dodge when faced with the karma fire. He directly opened his mouth and swallowed the karma fire in the void and even burped excessively. Apart from looking at this scene, Loki and others' scalps suddenly felt numb and they looked at Tony as if they were looking at a monster. Gods also have 7 emotions and 6 desires. Every year, there are not a few gods who make mistakes in the Asad domain. Most of them are under the judgment of Odin and Howl in the fire of karma. It can be said that the gods in the divine realm are in a state of disbelief when talking about karma. Now, what they saw was that the fire of karma that made the gods in the divine domain fear like tigers was actually swallowed by someone. For a moment, even Odin's face twitched and he didn't know how to evaluate it. It tastes good, do you have any more? Tony had a smile on his face as if he had tasted something delicious and asked Odin to have some more. This arrogant posture made even Loki and others on the side unable to stand, let alone Odin. How brave, I want to see how long you can be arrogant. Thunder, punishment, annihilation, Odin said in an angry tone. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed to the top of his head, and the fairy palace above the hall suddenly disappeared, replaced by a large expanse of sky. Suddenly, large dark clouds gathered above the immortal palace, and terrifying thunderstorms continued to roar among the dark clouds. It is different from the thunder controlled by Thor. The thunder summoned by Odin is full of destruction and is also one of the powers of the King of Gods. It was created specifically to punish the gods who committed heinous crimes. Even gods will definitely die under the punishment of thunder. Therefore, thunder punishment is also called divine punishment. Under the shroud of divine punishment, Thor and others suddenly trembled. The aura of destruction in the air completely suppressed the divine power in their bodies, making them like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, unable to resist at all. Seeing this scene, Tony no longer felt relaxed as before and looked up at the sky with a serious face. Fall. Odin's majestic voice sounded. Suddenly, the thunder rolling in the dark clouds seemed to be summoned, and the terrifying lightning fell directly under Odin's guidance. Boom! A violent roar sounded, and everyone was instantly deafened. The roar, like the roar of the sky, shocked everyone and made their minds buzz. But except for Jane, everyone still opened their eyes wide, looking at Tony under God's punishment, wanting to see how he would deal with this scene. Under the gaze of everyone, Tony, who was bathed in lightning, moved instantly. There was no dodging or hesitation. A powerful force field gathered under Tony's mobilization. The surrounding gravity was turned into a repulsive force. Suddenly, everyone could clearly see that the thunder, which was originally as fast as lightning, slowed down at a speed visible to the naked eye and stopped 1 meter away from Tony. Then he saw Tony raise his hand and wave suddenly. Suddenly, the thunder of destruction that was heading straight for him changed its course and bombarded Odin. No one thought that Tony could forcibly change the direction of Thunder's attack. Odin didn't expect this either. Therefore, caught off guard, the thunder of destruction struck Odin directly. Boom. An extremely terrifying explosion sounded, and the place where Odin stood was directly submerged by the thunder of destruction. The originally stable divine space was now experiencing cracks under the impact of the destructive thunder. Not far away, Loki and the others were watching this scene, their faces full of confusion. What is this? I summoned divine punishment to destroy myself. Thinking of this, the expressions on everyone's faces suddenly became extremely weird. Especially Loki, the corner of his mouth curled up, but he suppressed it, looking like he wanted to laugh but didn't dare. As time passed, the explosions continued to slow down and eventually disappeared. At the same time, Odin, who was originally submerged in the thunder, slowly appeared in front of everyone. Although the thunder of destruction is indeed terrifying, as the king of the gods, Odin is not a vegetarian. The divine punishment that can kill ordinary gods is not enough to kill him except for causing some minor injuries, but even so, he could not hide the anger in his heart at this moment. The thunder he summoned actually fell on him, which was simply a shame. Therefore, when the lightning dissipated, an angry Odin appeared in front of everyone. Compared to just now, his clothes were still neat and tidy, and he didn't look embarrassed at all. The only difference is that the golden light that originally shrouded his body has now dissipated. That is the glory of the God King, which is not only a weapon for showing off but also a protective ability. Enshrouded in the glory of the God King, Odin is completely immune to all evil and can avoid all means. However, now the glory of the God King has been destroyed by the divine punishment he summoned, and there is no way to rebuild it for the time being. I underestimated you. Your ability is even weirder than I thought. You can actually change the force field. It's really extraordinary. Odin said expressionlessly. His tone was full of calm and he looked like a serious little old man. But the 3 Thors who were familiar with Odin shrank their pupils when they saw this scene. They knew that Odin was really angry, but Tony didn't care about it. Despite the grand scene just now, both Odin and Tony knew that it was just an appetizer, not even a test. The real battle was only beginning now. Thank you for the compliment, but the God King should be more than this and show some strength. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. In that case, as you wish. Odin said indifferently, then he raised his right hand and suddenly looked into the space aside. Suddenly, his right hand sank directly into the space. The next second, as Odin drew out his right hand, a golden spear was slowly drawn out from the space. Seeing this, Thor's pupils shrank, eternal spear. Loki, who didn't know what it was at first, changed his expression instantly when he heard this, and his eyes fell firmly on the golden spear in Odin's right hand. There are many treasures in the gods' domain, but the one with the greatest reputation must be Odin's weapon, the eternal spear. According to legend, the eternal spear was built by dwarf and used as a throwing spear. When Odin throws it, it will emit a bright light across the sky, and it will definitely hit the target. Moreover, the eternal spear is extremely sharp and can penetrate all objects and nothing can stop it. It can then automatically fly back to its owner, making it the #1 killing weapon in the god realm. Legend has it that Odin defeated many opponents with the eternal spear and subdued the gods to successfully ascend to the throne of God King. Unfortunately, although the legend of the eternal spear has been circulating, not many people have actually seen it, not even Loki. If Thor hadn't reminded him, he wouldn't have known that what Odin was holding now was the eternal spear. The voices of the two were not quiet. Tony, who was not far away, naturally heard the conversation between the two. Suddenly, Tony looked at the golden spear with a little more curiosity, as if he wanted to see his magic. A sharp roar pierced the air. The next second, Odin suddenly threw it, and the terrifying divine power exploded, projecting the eternal spear. Helpless, Tony could only avoid it while thinking about a solution. Even if he dared to take the divine punishment just now, facing the eternal spear, Tony had a vague feeling that if he took it hard, a great horror would definitely happen. Although this feeling appeared somewhat inexplicably, Tony did not hesitate and trusted his intuition. As for why he chose Odin, it's even simpler. The 3 Lokis in the hall are his own. Although Heimdall is not, Tony doesn't bother to find anyone else as a scapegoat. If you look closely, you will see that this is not a black line. It is simply a crack in the space caused by the sharp breath of the eternal spear cutting through the space. Holding the eternal spear in his hand, Odin's eyes were like a hawk, staring at Tony. At this thought, Tony immediately changed direction and rushed towards Odin. The eternal spear was like lightning rushing towards Tony quickly. Wherever it passed, there were shattering sounds, and a clear black line appeared in midair. The dull sound of body collisions resounded continuously in the hall. At that moment, Tony moved and disappeared in a flash, trying to avoid the attack of the eternal spear. At that moment, Odin rushed forward quickly and their bodies collided directly. Therefore, Odin the culprit is the most suitable target. However, before he could continue his research, Odin had already moved. Clang! Soon, his eyes were fixed on Odin not far away. Seeing Odin calmly watching him being chased by the eternal spear, Tony suddenly had an idea in his mind. As long as it doesn't attack the enemy, it will keep chasing. Looking at this scene, Tony couldn't help but curse it in his heart. It was like a cowhide plaster that he couldn't shake off. Therefore, although the speed of the eternal spear is fast, it still cannot keep up with Tony's speed of action. Seeing this, Odin became angry. How could he, the majestic god king, be repelled by a mortal? Due to the extremely fast speed of the two of them, Loki and others on the side could only see afterimages flashing in the air. In this way, the two people quickly left the palace. With the blessing of the rabbit charm, his speed can be compared to that of light. When Odin saw Tony staring at him, he raised his eyebrows and raised his hand. A beam of light burst out from his fingertips and met Tony's attack. The two attacks collided in midair, causing an explosion. Seeing this scene, Tony's pupils shrank instantly, and a strong sense of crisis arose in his heart. Therefore, although Tony used speed to distance himself from the eternal spear had no intention of stopping and kept chasing behind him. The eternal spear will definitely hit when thrown, but it does not mean that it must hit yourself. Is it okay if it hits someone other than the target? Taking this opportunity, Tony and Odin got close and punched Odin in the face. Odin raised his hand to block. However, the eternal spear has a bug that causes it to hit when thrown. After integrating the Ox talisman, Tony's power is so terrifying that even Odin can't match it. This was an idea that suddenly came to Tony's mind. He didn't know if it was feasible, but he didn't mind experimenting. Therefore, a punch fell on Odin's palm, and Odin was immediately knocked back several steps. During the confrontation between the two, Tony also paid attention to the eternal spear behind him, so while fighting Odin fiercely, he continued to distance himself from the eternal spear. 2 lasers burst out in his eyes and bombarded Odin. Outside the immortal palace above the sky, 2 figures were like lightning, constantly colliding. The terrifying sound waves spread to all directions as the 2 people fought. The eternal spear continued to chase behind the 2 people, and the noise became louder and louder. Previously in the palace, both Tony and Odin maintained some restraint due to the presence of Loki and others, so as not to affect the 3 of them. Now, after leaving the palace, the 2 of them completely let go. For a time, the fluctuations in the fight between the 2 alarmed the gods throughout the immortal palace. The fluctuations of the fight between one person and one god spread throughout the floating continent, and many gods living in seclusion on the continent raised their heads to look at the sky. Looking at the fierce fight between Tony and Odin, everyone's eyes showed a hint of shock. Suddenly, the force field around Tony rotated, restraining Odin, and a huge force instantly acted on Odin. Suddenly, Odin's figure stopped and the expression on his face changed. Ha! A loud shout came from his mouth, and the divine power in Odin's body suddenly surged crazily, trying to break free from the constraints of the force field. Golden divine power enveloped his whole body, and the terrifying power fluctuations caused the sky to shake endlessly, and a wisp of aftermath fell on the suspended continent below. Kaka, There was a burst of shattering sounds, and the suspended continent below was suddenly filled with huge amounts of cracks. Soon the fissure turned into a canyon lying across the continent. This is Odin's strength. One blow is enough to shatter stars and destroy the earth. Even a ray of divine power leaked is enough to destroy most things in the world. But he is stronger, Tony is stronger. The addition of many abilities such as the ox talisman, the rabbit talisman, the sheep talisman, the blue demonic chi, etc. has made his strength reach a terrifying level. Now with all his strength bursting out, even Odin could not break free from the shackles of the force field for a while. If it were any other time, it wouldn't matter. Although the force field trapped Odin, it was not easy for Tony to hurt him. However, the bad thing is the eternal gun. At this moment, the eternal spear still failed to hit its target, so it kept following Tony. At the moment when Odin was trapped, Tony appeared directly behind Odin in a flash. The next second, Tony held Odin in one hand and crashed into the eternal spear without hesitation. Seeing this, Odin's expression completely changed. He still didn't know what Tony wanted to do. At that moment, the divine power in his body became even more agitated, and an extremely powerful force burst out from his body. Kaka, the force field that was originally bound to his body, was gradually broken free by him. Tony, who controlled the force field to trap Odin, was also struck by divine power due to Odin's counterattack. Suddenly, a trace of blood leaked from the corner of Tony's mouth, making him look quite embarrassed. But Tony didn't panic at all and instead burst into laughter. "You're scared, but it's too late. It is said that the eternal spear is unparalleled in sharpness. Today I will let you experience for yourself how powerful your weapon is." As he spoke, Tony exploded with the power of the rabbit spell, and his speed instantly reached the extreme. Odin roared again and again and broke free from the constraints of the force field at this moment. But it was too late, poof. There was a sound of flesh penetration, and the eternal spear directly penetrated Odin's body. The extreme killing blow directly tore apart his body's defense, making Odin's face turn pale. Tony's plan succeeded, and he used Odin to successfully block the inevitable eternal spear. However, he also failed because he ignored the power of the eternal spear. For a moment, no one knew what to say, especially Loki, who felt like he was just worrying. After saying that, Tony looked down at the big hole in his chest and suddenly grinned. "It hurts." But unlike Tony, Tony fully recovered. Not only did he recover his body, he also dispelled the remaining laws of the eternal spear. This is the first spell Tony got, the power of the horse talisman, which can repel all external forces and curses. Everyone knew this, but no one could point it out. Especially Heimdall, the gods who were loyal to Odin, their faces were full of joy as if Odin had really recovered. He, the majestic king of the gods, doesn't want to lose face. Not far away, Tony looked at this scene and immediately raised the corners of his mouth with a smile. "How about it? Do you want to come again?" The voices of Loki and Heimdall sounded at the same time. Waving to Loki to indicate that he was fine, Tony looked at Odin with a smile on his face. At that moment, Tony and Odin's bodies fell from the sky at the same time, hitting the fairy palace below. "King, this guy has more tricks than he thought." Below, a burst of anxious shouts sounded. Odin only recovered on the surface. In fact, his injuries were still serious. The rules left by the eternal spear could only be slowly eliminated later. "Wang, Tony, are you okay?" That was an injury caused by the eternal spear, not an injury caused by any ordinary soldier. He suffered the eternal spear head-on, and his injuries were far more serious than Tony's. After penetrating Odin's body, the eternal spear continued to castrate and also penetrated his body. Ahem. In fact, it's just to give Odin some face. Otherwise, when everyone else has recovered, it's really embarrassing for you, the king of the gods, to still look lifeless. In comparison, Tony, who was penetrated by the way, was much less injured. After all, most of the attacks of the eternal spear were borne by Odin, and he was just a disaster. Loki was so shocked that he couldn't speak at all, and the shock on his face could not dissipate for a long time. Odin fell into Heimdall's arms, coughing continuously, and each cough brought out a large amount of blood from his mouth. You. At the same time, the big hole in his chest healed quickly, and he was back to his original state in the blink of an eye. As soon as he finished speaking, a green life energy emerged on his chest. Suddenly, the exaggeratedly large hole in his chest healed at a speed visible to the naked eye under the shocked expressions of everyone. Loki and Heimdall quickly flew towards the falling two people. Soon, the two people successfully caught the two people who fell, with anxious looks on their faces. Therefore, just when Odin looked seriously injured and dying, Tony had already stood up on his own. "Old guy, I won this battle, Tony. Just because the first attack of the eternal spear is the most powerful. In the blink of an eye, Tony's whole body recovered as before. If it weren't for the big hole still left in his clothes, it would have been impossible to tell that he had been injured. Odin coughed again, pushed Heimdall away, and struggled to stand up from the ground. Even Odin, who was not far away, was dumbfounded. Damn it, isn't this cheating? He was also penetrated by the eternal spear. Even if your injury is minor, you can't heal instantly. Tony's provocative words rang out, but this time Odin lost his domineering attitude. There is no way, it was a draw before I was injured, now I am still my opponent even though I am injured. Besides, Odin is too old and nearing the end of his life. If he hadn't been sleeping frequently, he might have died long ago. Moreover, Odin is still suppressing his eldest daughter Hela, so the power he can exert is limited. At this time, if he had not risked his life, he might not be able to win Tony. Odin is not a masochist, so when faced with Tony's provocation this time he did not respond. Instead, he coughed lightly and changed the subject. This matter ends here. If you want to take the three of them away, you can take them away. However, if something happens in Blue Star, you will be responsible for solving it yourself. Odin said in a calm tone. After speaking, he turned around and left, ignoring Tony. Beside Tony, Saul and Jane showed joy on their faces, and their eyes looking at Tony were full of gratitude. At that moment, Saul said in an excited tone, "Thank you, Tony. As long as I can help in the future, I will never refuse." After saying that, Saul excitedly bowed and bowed. Tony still knew about Thor's pride. This guy was not a person who bowed his head easily. To allow him to give such a big gift, he was obviously really grateful to him from the bottom of his heart. However, compared to Thor, Tony valued Loki more. He immediately expressed his favor and said, "Thank you to Loki. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be too lazy to get involved in this matter." As soon as these words came out, Thor didn't feel much at all. He was equally grateful to Loki. Loki, on the other hand, was stunned for a moment when he heard what Tony said and looked at Tony with a strange look. He has always been a person who lacked attention. A large part of the reason why he did so many things was because he wanted to attract people's attention. So, when Tony finished speaking, an inexplicable feeling slowly rose in Loki's heart. Tony's image in his eyes gradually grew taller. If he felt unwilling to join Tony's team before now, he suddenly felt that joining Tony's team was not a bad thing. Just when Loki was moved by Tony's words, Thor on the side took the initiative and said, "You are all tired. I will arrange for you to rest first and take you to browse the scenery of God's domain." Thor's eyes looked at Jane and Tony. After all, they were the only ones who came to God's domain for the first time. Facing Saul's inquiry, Jane nodded silently. She had no idea at all now, so she naturally let Saul arrange it. As for Tony, he is still waiting to complete the task, so naturally he will not refute. "Okay, that's troublesome." Tony responded with a smile and nodded slowly. At this moment, the group of people led by Thor returned to the fairy palace. But this time, instead of going to the Golden Palace, he went to Saul's palace. As a prince of the Asa Protos, he naturally has his own palace, which is enough for the few of them to live in. And just when Thor arranged for them to move in the galaxy outside Asgard, the spaceships of the Dark Elves were approaching Asgard. Malekith was still sitting high on the throne, looking through the obstacles at Asgard, a billion light-years away with a deep look in his eyes. It's coming soon, the day when the celestial bodies will come together is coming. The day when the celestial bodies come together will be the time of Asgard's destruction. He muttered to himself in a cold tone, with a trace of expectation flashing in his eyes. Asgard is the base camp of the gods' domain, and it goes without saying that it has strong defense. In normal times, there is no way to enter from any other place except through the Rainbow Bridge. And once the Rainbow Bridge is closed, the enemy can be completely isolated from Asgard. However, there is no perfect defense in this world, and the same is true for Asgard. Because the 9 realms have always revolved around Midgard, every 5,000 years, the 9 realms will form a straight line. This day is also called the day when the celestial bodies converge. Every time when the celestial bodies come together, the boundaries of the 9 realms will be in a state of chaos, and the originally impenetrable defenses will also have flaws, allowing outsiders to enter Asgard without taking the passage. Thinking of this, Malekith on the throne suddenly said, "Here comes someone." As he woke up, a strong momentum suddenly emanated from him, causing the expressions of many dark elves who woke him up to change, and they quickly lowered their heads. After all, this man was famous for his cruelty. "I understand, Wang, I will make arrangements right away. I don't know what the king wants to do if he wakes me up." "King, what are you talking about? The subordinates are the sharp blades in the king's hands. As long as the king needs them, they will do whatever they want." As soon as the words fell, Algorim's slightly confused expression immediately dissipated, and he suddenly woke up. Melkith said in a deep voice, and the expression of the dark elf below couldn't help but change. King. Algorim said with an expression of loyalty. Melkith nodded with satisfaction after hearing this and then said slowly, "Take me to the king. Long time no see, it's my fault for waking you up early." Soon, in the dormant cabin deep in the spaceship, a dark humanoid creature was awakened. This is why Melkith waited 5,000 years to make a comeback. His heart was full of confusion, but he did not dare to refute the king's will, so he agreed immediately. 5,000 years have passed, and the day has finally come for us, the Dark Elves, to take revenge. I have one thing I need your help with. Seeing this, the Dark Elf who had met Melkith before quickly stepped forward and said respectfully, "Sir, the king is calling you and asking you to go see him." Algorim's voice sounded. Algorim said in a loud voice, his tone full of respect. Therefore, he took this action very seriously. Looking at him, Melkith had a smile on his face. "Who woke me up? What happened?" No one knew whether he would tear them into pieces because of their disturbance when he woke up after sleeping, so everyone seemed very respectful. As soon as he finished speaking, a dark elf stepped into the hall, and if he misses this time, he will have to wait another 5,000 years. Algorim is Melkith's right-hand man and a strong man of the Dark Elf clan. Due to lifespan issues, he has to sleep deep in the spaceship to slow down the consumption of his lifespan. Although Algorim's face was filled with a trace of awakened annoyance, he did not take action. "Yes, sir," to awaken Algorim. Soon, he saw Melkith in the hall. "Algorim meets the king." The dark elf responded respectfully and then led Algorim, who stepped out of the dormant chamber, towards the main hall. "I don't know why the king awakened Algorim at this time. They are still some distance away from Asgard. King summoned me." Fortunately, what they were most worried about did not happen. After saying that, the dark elf exited the hall and walked towards the depths of the spaceship with a few people. "I wonder what's going on." Algorim spoke again. Melkith didn't hold back and directly stated his plan. "Although the day of celestial convergence is coming soon, I plan to let you enter Asgard in advance and act as an internal agent. At the critical moment, destroy Asgard's defense and search for the whereabouts of my dark elf clan, TIE Particles." As soon as he finished speaking, Algorim frowned. "My subordinates have no objection to the king's arrangement, but if you want to enter Asgard in advance, you can only take the Rainbow Passage. The strength of the Asap Protos cannot be underestimated. Once I enter, they will definitely discover me. My subordinates are not afraid of life or death, but they are afraid of not being able to fulfill the king's instructions. Of course, I've considered what you said. Look at what this is." As he spoke, Melkith flipped it over and a black stone suddenly appeared in Melkith's hand. Seeing this, Algorim's expression changed. "This is the Cursed Stone, the key to creating cursed warriors." "That's right. Take this stone. After entering Asgard, take it according to the situation. By then, you will be able to break free from the shackles and complete the mission as a cursed warrior." "Thank you, King," Algorim said slowly with a hint of excitement in his eyes. "The cursed warrior is the most powerful warrior among the Dark Elves. 5,000 years ago, the cursed warrior was the main reason why the Dark Elves were able to run rampant in the universe. But with the consumption of the Cursed Stone, the Dark Elves were driven out of Asgard. The Cursed Stones in their hands are becoming less and less, and even gradually disappearing. In the end, the once famous cursed warrior became a dead ringer in the end. He didn't expect that Melkith actually still had a Cursed Stone in his hand, and now he was rewarded with it. As long as he integrates the Cursed Stone, his strength will definitely increase greatly. How could he miss such a good thing? Go ahead and don't let me down." Melkith threw the Cursed Stone directly to Algorim and said in a faint tone. Algorim nodded heavily, turned around and walked out of the hall without saying anything to express his determination. Soon, a spaceship broke away from the spaceship, headed in the direction of Asgard, moved forward using space-jumping technology, and disappeared from the sight of the spaceship in the blink of an eye. Rainbow Bridge, the entrance to Asgard. There are immortal warriors stationed here all year round, and the guards are very tight. Suddenly, a violent space fluctuation came from outside, directly alerting the immortal warriors guarding the Rainbow Bridge. No one is allowed to trespass into the forbidden areas of God's domain. Stop. An armored Asgardian warrior stood on the Bifrost and shouted loudly. Soon, a spaceship appeared in front of him. Without any hesitation, two missile-like things were launched directly from the spaceship and bombed towards the Asgard warriors. Seeing this scene, the face of the immortal palace warrior blocking the road suddenly changed, and a sharp roar suddenly sounded in his mouth. "Enemy attack, notify the Guardian." The words fell, boom. The shell fell on him, and he was directly overwhelmed by the exploding fireworks before he had time to dodge. Seeing him, Heimdall immediately frowned, and his eyes gradually became serious. Everyone who was still alive shouted loudly. For a moment, the remaining half of the Asgard warriors looked at Algrim with fear in their eyes. Just when Algrim was about to step into the Temple of Connection, suddenly, the space portal lit up in the Temple of Connection, and Heimdall's tall figure suddenly appeared in the Temple of Connection. At this moment, a bloody killing is unfolding on the Rainbow Bridge. Immediately, all the Asgard warriors guarding the Rainbow Bridge took action to stop the intruders. The loud roar dispelled the fear in everyone's hearts, and immediately, everyone rushed towards Algrim fearlessly. Seeing this scene, a disdainful smile suddenly appeared on Algrim's lips. The next second, Algrim's figure appeared in Heimdall's eyes. At the moment, he didn't have time to examine it carefully, so he quickly dissipated his mental power. Suddenly, the scene on the Rainbow Bridge appeared in his eyes. In just a few moments, more than 10 immortal warriors were beaten alive by him. When Algrim heard this, he did not refute. His mission here was to be an undercover agent, so naturally he came here as arrogantly as he did. Suddenly, a roar sounded, and a powerful aura emanated directly from him. On the contrary, looking at Algrim, who continued to approach the guiding temple, a shout rang out among the many Asgard warriors. I saw corpses lying in various directions on the Rainbow Bridge. Those were all his colleagues and subordinates. A mayfly shaking a tree is seeking death. Cursing secretly, Heimdall instantly rose into the sky and flew towards the Rainbow Bridge. I did it. Heimdall roared angrily, and at this moment, a gentle voice came from the door of the Jingyan temple. Someone also took the opportunity to quickly pass on the news. Soon, Heimdall, who walked out of Odin's golden palace on the floating continent, received a distress signal, and his expression suddenly changed. Damn, something happened. As one of the strongest men in the Dark Elves, Algrim's strength is beyond what these Asgard warriors can stop. He glanced around and saw that the Jingyan temple was empty, and a bad premonition suddenly appeared in his heart. The Dark Elves? Heimdall used a question, but his tone was full of affirmation. However, as Odin's army, they had faith in their hearts. Even though Algrim's performance was very terrifying and made everyone tremble, no one chose to retreat. Obviously, he had already confirmed the identity of the visitor in his mind, and the reason why he asked again was just to confirm. Brothers, the time has come to be loyal to the king. Everyone will follow me to kill him. Even if he dies, he will not be allowed to enter the Temple of Reception. Most of them were directly hammered alive by Algrim. Even if there were one or two lucky ones who escaped by chance, they completely lost their combat effectiveness. But now they are all dead. Except for a few who are seriously injured and dying, most of them are dead. Kill. I didn't expect that the Asa Protos would still remember my Dark Elf clan. After saying that, a burst of black divine power flashed across his body, and his punches and kicks carried great power, which was simply beyond the reach of these ordinary immortal warriors. After just a few breaths, many immortal warriors were stunned. They all fell to the ground. Now the time for our revenge has come. Are you ready to face death? Who did it? Algrim's arrogant voice sounded with a playful smile on his lips. Snort. Heimdall snorted coldly and said in a cold tone, You are just a defeated general. If you dare to break into the divine realm again, I will completely keep you here today. After saying that, Heimdall didn't want to waste any more words and directly drew out the sword from his waist and struck it with one strike. With the blessing of divine power, his sword is powerful enough to split mountains and is extremely powerful. Whoosh. A strong sound of breaking through the air sounded, and the air was torn apart instantly. When Algrim saw this, his eyes and pupils shrank, a dark aura spread out from him, and a pure black sword was immediately drawn out from his waist. When the sound of metal clashing sounded, and sword after sword collided in midair, making a trembling sound. The speed of the two people was at its maximum at this moment, and their bodies continued to intersect, leaving a trail of afterimages in the reception hall. Fluctuations of divine power shook the four directions. If it were not for the divine formations in the Jingyan Hall, I am afraid that they would have been destroyed by the aftermath of the fight between the two. However, as time passed, Algrim gradually showed his invincibility, allowing Heimdall to gain the upper hand. In order to delay the consumption of his lifespan, he spent nearly 5,000 years in a deep sleep. Not only did his strength not reach its peak, it even declined slightly. In contrast, Heimdall has been guarding the Rainbow Bridge and his strength has been improving, so Algrim is naturally no opponent. The suppressed Algrim's face was also full of annoyance at this moment. Although he had been prepared to be defeated and captured before he came, in his opinion, at least the righteous god of the Asa clan should take action to stop him. But now Heimdall, a mere gatekeeper, was allowed to stop even an inch, which was really a shame. But the gap in strength cannot be smoothed out unwillingly, so no matter how reluctant he is, his end is ultimately doomed. Boom, Heimdall made an upward move, knocking the sword out of his hand and then pierced his chest with the sword, completely taking him down. Whoop whoosh. A strong gasp came from Algarim's mouth. Heimdall held a sword in one hand and stepped on his chest with a sarcastic smile. Is this the strength of your dark elves? It is simply wishful thinking to want revenge with such little strength. After saying that, Heimdall directly sealed the divine power in his body, lifted him up with one hand, turned around, walked through the space door and entered Asgard. As for the follow-up here, he doesn't need to worry about it. There will naturally be immortal warriors coming to clean up the battlefield. On the suspended continent in the Immortal Palace, Heimdall carried Algarim into the Golden Palace, Odin's residence. On the throne, Odin sat on it with a majestic look, but there was no golden light surrounding him. But even so, it still does not damage his majesty as a god-king. When Heimdall entered the Golden Palace, Odin suddenly opened his eyes and a glint flashed in his eyes. Before he could speak, Heimdall had already thrown Algarim to the ground, knelt down on one knee and worshipped. "King, I have captured a remnant of the Dark Elf clan." "New." Odin responded, his eyes falling on Algarim, staring at him deeply. "Where's Malekith? Why are you alone?" Odin asked in a calm tone. On the ground, Algarim looked embarrassed, but he was still strong. "Odin, it's been so long since I last saw you. Have you aged like this? My king will return to the divine realm soon. Judging from your appearance, you are no match for my king. I advise you to surrender early now and pray for my king's forgiveness so that you can still have a chance of survival." Algarim is also a figure from 5,000 years ago. When he once competed with Odin, he was the general of the Dark Elves. Therefore, he was no stranger to Odin, so he was not polite at all when he spoke, and did not take him, the king of gods, seriously at all. Odin didn't care about this either. After all, the two sides were feuding, and Algarim was famous for his cruelty. It would be abnormal if he was really polite to him. Really, the former strong man of the Dark Elves can now not even enter the gate of God's domain. Do you think I will be afraid of Malekith? Odin said with a tone full of sarcasm, which instantly hit Algarim's pain point. At that moment, he looked more and more arrogant. "I'm old and just a loser. Defeating a loser like me is worthy of your pride. Just wait. When my army of the Dark Clan comes, it will surely slaughter the entire God's domain." Algarim kept shouting, but Odin lost interest in continuing to talk to him. He also knew that it was impossible to ask him anything, so he waved his hand directly. "Put him in the dungeon." "Yes, my king." Heimdall responded respectfully, summoned 2 Asgard guards directly and sent Algarim into dungeon. After being taken away, a trace of sadness suddenly appeared on Odin's face on the throne. "Hey, troubled times." Seeing his expression, Heimdall was stunned for a moment and said subconsciously, "Wang, are you worried? In my opinion, the strength of the Dark Elves is just this. Besides, as long as the Rainbow Bridge is closed, they will not be able to enter Asgard." "There is no need to worry," Heimdall said seriously. He had guarded the entrance to the Divine Realm for many years, and no one knew the defensive power of the Divine Realm better than him. As long as the Rainbow Bridge is closed, even Odin cannot break into the Divine Realm from the outside world. After listening to his words, Odin glanced at him and said calmly, "The day when the celestial bodies will converge is coming soon." As soon as these words came out, Heimdall was stunned for a moment, then he quickly reacted and frowned slightly. "Yes, I neglected it. On the day when the celestial bodies converge, there will indeed be some trouble." Heimdall naturally knew what the day when the celestial bodies converged meant, but he just didn't realize it just now. But even so, he didn't have much fear. No matter what, our God's domain is not afraid of any enemy. "Please rest assured, King, we will definitely protect Asgard to the death. I'm not worried about the loyalty of the gods, but Malekith's strength is not bad. 5,000 years have passed, and his strength may have become stronger. Originally, I wasn't afraid of him, but in the previous battle with that mortal, I was severely injured. I'm afraid it will be difficult to stop that guy." Odin expressed his concerns. Heimdall was speechless. They can still handle ordinary strong men, but if it is a top strong man of Odin's level, they cannot match it. Therefore, when Odin finished speaking, Heimdall didn't know how to speak. Just when Heimdall was silent, Odin, who was sitting on the throne, suddenly said, "Is that mortal still in the divine realm?" In Prince Saul's palace. "Tomorrow I will hold a banquet in the back garden. Please invite him over." "Yes, king." Heimdall said respectfully, but his tone seemed a little weird. Is it appropriate for a mortal to resolve the crisis in the divine realm? He was thinking strangely in his heart, but thinking about Tony's terrifying strength, Heimdall felt relieved again. Being able to draw a tie with Odin, or even severely damage Odin's existence if he takes action, then the crisis in the god's domain will be nothing. While thinking about it, Heimdall retreated silently and stopped disturbing Odin. Soon, the day passed quietly. Different from the time on Blue Star, there are 36 hours in a day in God's domain, and the night is almost twice as long as that on Blue Star. When Tony woke up from Thor's palace the next day, he saw Heimdall waiting at the door as soon as he opened the palace. Looking at him, Tony raised his eyebrows and raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. "What's the matter with calling me so early?" As the saying goes, there is no need to go to the Three Treasures Palace. He had seriously injured Odin not long ago. Heimdall and others had no time to hide from him. They were waiting outside his door early in the morning. Tony would not believe him if he said that everything was fine. Hearing this, Heimdall did not delay and directly stated his purpose. "Wang, sir, please go to the banquet at noon, and I have been specially asked to inform you. Invite me to a banquet." A flash of surprise flashed in Tony's eyes. His relationship with Odin is not good. It is impossible for a hero to cherish a hero. What kind of banquet can he invite himself to? Thinking suspiciously, Tony didn't refuse. He wanted to see what medicine Odin was selling in his gourd. "Okay, I'll be on time. Then I won't disturb you anymore, sir. I'll take my leave first," Heimdall said respectfully. Then he turned and disappeared from Tony's sight. Maintaining respect in the face of the strong is an iron rule in the extraordinary world. Even in Heimdall's view, Tony is still a mortal, but with his great strength, even a mortal deserves to be treated with respect. In the blink of an eye, the sun rises above the branches, high in the sky and clear in the sky. Heimdall, who had disappeared all morning, reappeared outside Tony's palace, leading the way for Tony. The two left Thor's palace and walked towards the depths of the immortal palace. The back garden is Odin's residence. When Tony followed Heimdall into the back garden, a maid had already prepared a banquet here. Unlike the imaginary banquet, there were only two people at the table, a man and a woman. The man was naturally Odin, the king of the gods. Although Tony didn't recognize the woman, he could guess that he was the queen of the Asa clan, Fjölli. Tyr is also Saul's mother. After all, she was the only one who could be on an equal footing with Odin. Looking at the two of them, Tony nodded with a smile on his face. "I've seen the god king and this beautiful lady." After saying this, Frigga smiled softly, her body full of loving aura. "You are Tony. Come and sit down. Today is just an ordinary family dinner. There is no need to be formal." Hearing this, Tony nodded with a smile and sat directly opposite the two of them. Perhaps because the previous contact was not pleasant, Tony and Odin had nothing to say, and the two of them had basically no communication during the whole process. But Frigga, the queen, got along very well with Tony. 5,000 years ago, there was a great war in our divine domain. At that time, the ruler of the divine domain was not our Asa clan, but the Dark Elves. Before, he was surprised that there was no movement on the tasks issued by the system, but he didn't expect that they were waiting for him here. Make a deal. Suddenly, Odin's face turned dark and he said with a trace of anger suppressed in his tone, "No, I can't give you the eternal spear. I'll give you another one. If you still disagree, then there's no need to talk." Tony said with a playful smile on his lips, "Say your terms." At that time, our god clan tried our best to expel the Dark Elves and gained 5,000 years of peace in the god's domain. Tony said in a calm tone, and those who didn't know thought he just made a random condition. "If you continue to be so frozen, I have no interest in spending time with you." Seeing Odin's insistence, Tony could only shrug and change his condition. "Well, let me go in and pick out 3 things from the treasure house of your gods. The one I like is mine." Hearing this, Odin's face darkened. His previous domineering temperament would probably have turned against him by now. "However, according to what you said, the Dark Elves are so powerful. Why should I sacrifice my life for you?" And with Frigga calming down the atmosphere in the middle, Tony and Odin were no longer silent as at the beginning, and occasionally exchanged a few words. "As long as it's not too much, I can promise you anything." Odin kicked the ball back directly. He didn't want to get into trouble with Tony. However, now that he has spoken, he will naturally not give up this opportunity to kill the gods. Looking at Odin, Tony picked up the wine glass on the table and took a sip with a smile on his face and said, "If you have anything to do, the god king should just tell you. My current strength is worthy of its peak, and I am not necessarily a match for the Dark Elf King Melkith. Therefore, I would like to ask you to help me. But recently, the Dark Elves are planning to make a comeback. Quick, worthy of being the god king." Hearing this, Tony raised his eyebrows, which meant that he needed to complete the system task. Otherwise, if Odin dared to refuse his conditions, he would say goodbye to him directly and talk nonsense. "However, the benefits given to you for free will not be taken away if you don't take them. One is elegant and generous, and the other is personable. Those who don't know better think that Odin is the redundant one. Let's do this, you give me the eternal spear and I will help. Odin was not surprised by his performance. From the beginning, he could see that Tony was not a good person. Even if Odin doesn't speak, he still has to take action. Odin said calmly, and Tony raised his eyebrows instantly after listening. There is no need to be polite, Queen, business is more important. Hearing this, Frigga nodded, stood up and left the banquet. Suddenly, Tony and Odin were the only two people left on the table. When she felt that the atmosphere was about the same, Frigga stood up in time and said, I have some things to deal with, Tony, please excuse me. Tony pretended not to know. It turns out that your god clan still has such enemies. But now he can only bear this tone when asking for help. Of course, the more important thing is that even if he takes action, he can't beat Tony, so he is very helpless. Odin almost couldn't breathe after hearing his request. Good guy, you opened your mouth to ask for the eternal spear. Why don't you grab it? Without arguing with Tony, Odin agreed happily this time. In fact, if Tony hadn't asked for the eternal spear, Odin would have agreed just now. Fortunately, no matter what, the two sides successfully reached a cooperation, and Odin felt relieved. Without staying any longer, Tony left the back garden directly after the negotiation, and Odin naturally wouldn't try to keep him. Returning to Saul's palace, Tony saw Saul sighing in the main hall as soon as he entered the door. Seeing the sad look on his face, Tony couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" After saying this, Thor glanced at Tony, who came in and smiled helplessly. It's not about TIE particles yet. That thing has been absorbing Jane's vitality. If it continues like this, Jane may not be able to hold on for long. Hearing this, Tony couldn't help but feel a flash of astonishment on his face and then shrugged helplessly, expressing that he couldn't help. If it was a normal injury, he could still try the horse talisman, but that thing is one of the infinite gems in the universe. If placed in the world of Xianxia, it would be a proper artifact of creation. No matter how powerful the horse talisman is, it is not easy to master such a high-level thing. Besides, now that he has obtained a lot of talismans, they already have conflicts with each other. Although this conflict is very small, Tony can still feel it. He had no solution to this situation and could only hope that he could draw the tiger talisman sooner. Prior to this, Tony would not use all his strength to activate any spell, otherwise this conflict would continue to expand. However, just when he was about to leave, suddenly a flash of lightning flashed in his mind, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. I suddenly thought of a way, do you want to try it? As soon as these words came out, Saul, who was originally frowning, suddenly became energetic and said, "What can I do?" After saying that, he looked at Tony expectantly. And Tony didn't show off and said directly, "Although we can't do anything with this thing, isn't this thing a sacred object of the Dark Elves? They should be able to get it out." Hearing this, Saul's originally excited expression suddenly shriveled up again like a deflated rubber ball. During this period, in order to find a solution, he read almost most of the ancient books of the gods, and naturally knew that TIE particles were sacred objects of the Dark Elves. The problem is, the Dark Elves were expelled by the gods 5,000 years ago. Where in this vast universe can he find the Dark Elves? Seeing Thor's discouraged look, Tony probably knew what he was thinking, and he coughed slightly. "I just came back from Odin, and he told me that the Dark Elves seem to be planning to launch a war against the gods in the near future." As soon as he finished speaking, Saul, who was still like frost beating an eggplant, instantly became excited. Really? Looking at his excited look, Tony knew that he was excited because Jane was saved, but he still felt a little weird. No one would be excited knowing that their family was about to be beaten. Seeing Tony looking at him with strange eyes, Thor also realized that he had gone too far. He coughed lightly and his face quickly became heavy and said, "They are just a bunch of losers. As long as they come here, I will not do it. Let them go." "Okay, stop pretending," Tony interrupted the drama queen. "Although the Dark Elves have reappeared, there is indeed a chance to remove the TIE particles from the body. However, it is a sacred object of the Dark Elves, and not every Dark Elf can access it. So, if you want to take out the TIE particles, maybe only the King of the Dark Elves can do it. You should think about how to make people take out that thing willingly. Don't think about using force. That guy's strength should be pretty good. Your father came to me to deal with him. I'm not sure I can capture him alive. So you have to find a way on your own." After pouring cold water on Thor, Tony walked away unsteadily. He had given him the method anyway, and he didn't care about the specific operation. After listening to Tony's words, Saul also came back from his excitement and frowned. He wanted to think of a solution on his own, but unfortunately, with his brain full of muscles, he couldn't think of any good solution. Helpless, Thor had no choice but to find Loki and ask Loki to help make suggestions. As the god of mischief and lies, Loki's brain is much better than his. Sure enough, soon, Loki came up with a solution which was counterintuitive. The news of Algrim's capture had spread throughout the god's domain, and he was imprisoned in the god's domain dungeon pretending to be an enemy of Thor. When the Dark Elves arrive, he can escape with the guy named Algrim. With his past style, he should be able to win the trust of the Dark Elves. When the time comes, he should be able to remove the TIE particles from her body by handing Jane over to the Dark Elves. The only question is whether Jane will be harmed by then. No one can guarantee this. But just when the two couldn't decide, Jane appeared in the hall and agreed to Loki's plan. According to her words, if the TIE particles are not taken out, she will die sooner or later, so why not take a chance now? These words left Thor speechless, and he could only agree to the plan. Therefore soon, Loki was sealed with divine power by Heimdall and thrown into the dungeon. In the god's domain dungeon, Algrim looked at Loki, who was thrown into the cell next to him, with a trace of curiosity in his eyes. Since Odin has ruled the divine realm for a long time, no god has dared to offend his majesty, so the dungeon of the divine realm has almost become a decoration. Algrim was almost the first prisoner in nearly 1,000 years. Now there is another one in dungeon. How could he not be curious? Hey, what did you do to get here? None of your business. Loki behaved very arrogantly, and his attitude was not even friendly. Algrim didn't care about this. As the internal agent of the Dark Elves, he is confident in completing the tasks assigned by Melkith. But if he could have one more helper, he would be very willing. So, ignoring Loki's attitude, Algrim continued talking to him. With his unremitting efforts, Loki gradually revealed his identity and why he was thrown into the dungeon. As the god of lies, Loki knew that pure lies would never win the trust of the guy in front of him. Therefore, what he said was almost half true and half false, revealing his identity completely. Even his hostility towards Odin was not hidden at all. After hearing this, Algrim would naturally not believe it easily, but after he went out to investigate, as long as he could match Loki's words, Loki would be able to win his trust. And this is also the highest level of lying. Using the truth to deceive people is worthy of Loki, the god of lies. Just as Loki and the two were plotting against the Dark Elves, in the universe, the Dark Elves were getting closer and closer to Asgard. Asgard can already be seen in the distance on the huge spaceship. When the spaceship of the Dark Elves approached Asgard, Algrim immediately received the signal in the Asgard dungeon. This is the contact information of the Dark Elves, which can send messages across the galaxy. Suddenly, a hint of joy appeared on Algrim's face, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. In the cell next to him, Loki looked at his expression, a trace of suspicion flashing in his eyes. What does this guy want to do? As soon as this thought came to his mind, Algrim's body suddenly changed. An aura that made Loki fearful emanated from him, and his body squirmed visibly. Soon, patches of black armor appeared on the surface of his body, and two sharp horns sprouted directly from his head. Seeing his changes, Loki's eyes suddenly became serious. This guy really had a backup plan. Before, Loki found it strange how the Dark Elves could suddenly appear in the realm of God after disappearing for thousands of years. Now it seems that they must have come prepared. Just as Loki was thinking, suddenly a clear clicking sound came from Algrim's body. The seal Heimdall set within his body was broken. Suddenly, a dark aura spurted out directly from his body. Under the impact of this momentum, Loki immediately took several steps back. At this time, Algrim also opened his eyes, turned to look at him, grinned, and his sharp white teeth shone with a cold edge, making Loki's eyes flash. The king's army is coming. It's time for us to prepare for the ceremony. Since you are the prince of God's domain, you should know where the protective shield device of God's domain is. Algrim looked at Loki with a faint look. Loki was sure that if he said he didn't know, this guy would definitely kill him on the spot. Therefore, without hesitation, Loki nodded directly. I know, but are you sure you want to act now? It's not that I underestimate you. Although your current strength is good, the power of God's domain is definitely not weak. If no one controls it, it is impossible for us to enter the core area. Listening to Loki's reminder, Algrim smiled. Don't worry, I won't be impulsive. In 3 hours, it will be the day when the celestial bodies converge. The king's army will also arrive at that time, and we will take action then. When? Just make arrangements. Loki nodded. Algrim suddenly raised his hand and broke open Loki's cell. Before that, let me help you break the seal. Algrim said enthusiastically, and those who didn't know thought that Loki was really one of their own. In fact, this is another temptation for him. If Loki approached him on purpose, he probably didn't have any sealed divine power. Looking at his actions, Loki instantly understood his plan and couldn't help but feel relieved. Heimdall really had no intention of placing a seal on him before. However, Loki was cautious enough and did all the tricks to let him impose the seal. Therefore, facing Algrim's temptation, Loki was not afraid at all and nodded and thanked you. Then I'll trouble you. As he spoke, Algrim's hand fell on him, and a power exuding a dark aura suddenly poured into Loki's body and touched the seal. At that moment, two forces collided in Loki's body, and Loki let out a muffled groan. Seeing this, Algrim, who had been planning to kill him at any time, immediately put down his worries and began to do his best to help Loki break the seal. After integrating the cursed stone, he has successfully evolved into a cursed warrior, and his strength is several times stronger than before. Although the seal set by Heimdall is powerful, it is obviously not enough to face the current Algrim. As time passed, finally, the seal in Loki's body broke directly and a powerful aura emanated from him. In the starry sky outside Asgard, a huge shadow approached, covering the entire starry sky. At the Gwaelin temple, the guards' expressions changed as they looked at the approaching spaceship. Lord Guardian, enemy attack. A guard shouted loudly and Heimdall looked at the starry sky without saying a word, his face instantly becoming solemn. Close the rainbow bridge, Heimdall ordered decisively. Yes. Many guards responded and activated the divine power in their bodies to close the rainbow bridge. Suddenly, the rainbow bridge that originally connected the unknown place slowly closed. Soon, Asgard was completely isolated from the outside world. On the spaceship, Melkith looked at Asgard, who was close at hand, with a cold smile on his lips. It's been 5,000 years and I'm finally back. This time I must get back everything I lost. Melkith murmured to himself, and at this time a dark elf came behind him. King, everything is ready. Okay, once the border is in chaos, launch an attack immediately. Yes, the dark elf responded, silently retreating, waiting for the final moment to arrive. In the main hall of the Golden Palace, Odin sat on the throne, looking up at the sky. His eyes penetrated many obstacles and fell into the universe. Looking at the huge space fleet outside Asgard, his eyes became deep. Soon, Odin withdrew his gaze, turned to look at the palace where Tony was, and sighed from his mouth. He didn't know whether Tony could help God's domain resist the revenge of the Dark Elves. If Tony failed, he would have no choice but to fight in person regardless of his injuries. However, if something unexpected happens to him, thinking of this, Odin lowers his head and looks at his feet. His gaze penetrated the earth and landed in the deepest part of God's domain, where countless undead armies slept. Compared to the Dark Elves, that's the real big trouble. It's been such an eventful time, Odin said in a tired tone. At this moment, a female voice suddenly sounded in the Golden Palace. Old guy, what's wrong? Is it going to work? Your power is getting weaker and weaker. You can no longer seal me. I'm about to escape. Hela, go back. Odin shouted, the fatigue on his face swept away, and his face was filled with majesty again. At this moment, he became the king of gods standing at the top of the universe again. Ha ha ha, old guy, how long can you hold on? It's coming soon. When I come out of hell, I will destroy everything you protect. Everything you have now should be mine, it should be mine. Hela's proud laughter echoed and then gradually disappeared into the Golden Palace. Suppressing Hela again, Odin emptied his mind of distracting thoughts, and the divine power surged in his body. The next second, his figure transformed into a silhouette of huge amounts, overlooking the entire suspended continent and Asgard below. My subjects, darkness is about to come again. Pick up the weapons in your hands and defend our homeland together. I am with you. Odin's voice continued to echo, quickly spreading throughout Asgard. Suddenly, countless creatures picked up weapons and prepared to rush to the battlefield, and the sleeping gods also woke up from their slumber. In a vast primeval forest, a wave of waves rippled from the depths of the forest, and countless tree crowns fell to the depths of the forest, worshipping a great being. Soon, a man wearing a grass ring on his head and with his upper body exposed walked out of the depths of the forest step by step. Wherever he passed, all the flowers, plants, and trees bowed their heads. He is the god of the forest, Vidal. In the abyss of Asgard's northern domain, a man holding a divine spear and wearing armor stepped out of the abyss step by step. Terrifying fluctuations of divine power rippled from his body, and when he appeared, the ground below plunged directly into darkness. He is none other than the god of darkness, Hodel, who was walking in the air headed towards the immortal palace. Suddenly he stopped and turned his head to look to the east. A burst of dazzling white light filled his sight, causing him to let out a cold snort. In the east, in the city of light, Badr woke up from his slumber. With a cry of white robe, he also turned his attention to the north, with a warm smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. Hodel, long time no see. His tone was very soft, but as soon as the words came out, they immediately reached Hodel's ears. I don't want to see you, nasty light. Hodel said something politely, then ignored Balder and continued towards the immortal palace. After listening to his words, Badr, who was still in the City of Light, was not angry. As twin brothers, the two had disliked each other for many years. It would be strange if Hodel ever became polite. One by one, the gods awakened under Odin's call. They walked out of their slumber one after another and gathered towards the fairy palace. God of War Tyr, God of Truth and Justice Versetti, God of Poetry Blackie, Goddess of Youth Idun, etc. Many gods gathered together, filling the entire immortal palace with a powerful and terrifying aura. And as the gods gathered, the celestial body convergence that lasted for 5,000 years finally began. Outside Asgard, the originally unbreakable border suddenly became violently turbulent at this moment. Waves of cosmic storms continued to sweep across the starry sky. The laws of terror intertwined and emerged and gradually became chaotic. Soon, a vacuum appeared in Asgard's originally flawless defense. On the spaceship, Melkith's eyes flashed with divine light. Looking at this scene, the corners of his mouth suddenly raised. The next second, his voice directly spread throughout the entire space fleet. The time has come, clansmen, our chance for revenge has come. Everyone, listen to my order, take back our territory, take back our honor, kill. Melkith gave the order, and immediately, countless spaceships flew out of the huge fleet and headed straight for Asgard. At the border line, the Asgard warriors who had been prepared for a long time looked at the densely packed spaceships in the vast starry sky. At the command of the commander, they launched the laser heavy cannon. Thousands of lasers shot out from Asgard, and the originally dark starry sky was directly scratched by countless lasers. Boom, boom, boom. There were explosions, and because the vacuum could not transmit sound, no one could hear the explosions. However, they can see the bright fireworks blooming in the universe. Just as the Asgard warriors launched an attack, the Dark Elves driving the spaceship were also unwilling to be outdone and quickly opened fire to launch a counterattack. The Star Destroyer cannon was fired directly and fell into the Asa Protos defense line. There were violent explosions and a large number of Asgard warriors were swallowed up by the gunfire. The terrifying flames directly ignited the entire border. Immortal Palace, a certain palace, Tony opened the palace door and walked out, looking up at the sky. I saw that the originally blue sky was now completely dyed fiery red. Every moment, Tony could see bursts of red light flashing in the sky. He knew it was an explosion of flames. Compared with human war scenes, the battle between the Asa clan and the Dark Elves is simply an epic battle scene. Even though he didn't go to the battlefield in person, this magnificent battle still made Tony feel excited. Asgard Dungeon. Just when the Dark Elves launched an attack, Algrim stood up immediately. The time has come for us to act. After finishing speaking, Loki stood up without saying a word, and the two of them violently walked out of dungeon and walked towards the outside world. At this moment, in the immortal palace outside, many gods who had gathered before rushed to the battlefield. In addition, a large number of immortal palace warriors were also transferred to garrison the border. Therefore, the immortal palace now seemed very deserted. After leaving dungeon, Loki took the initiative to lead the way, perfectly interpreting what it means to be a traitor. Under his leadership, the two of them successfully passed through numerous obstacles and headed towards the placement of the protective device. At the same time, the Asgard warriors guarding the place where the protection device was placed received orders from the front line. Activate the protective cover. After receiving the order, the Asgard warriors did not dare to delay and quickly activated the protection device. Suddenly, on the battlefield, many spaceships that were about to break into Asgard were suddenly blocked by a transparent light shield. Upon seeing this, many Dark Elves who had originally expressed joy turned dark in their expressions. Because this protective shield is also a legacy left by the Dark Elves, specially prepared for the day when the celestial bodies converge. As long as the protective shield is turned on, unless the protective shield can be broken down in an instant, the defensive power of the protective shield will be enough to completely block all enemies from Asgard. This was originally their weapon against enemies, but now it has become their trouble. On the spaceship, Malekith, who had been paying attention to the battlefield situation, saw the protective cover raised, and his face also became a little gloomy. Fortunately, he had already expected this scene and let Algrim lurk in. Now he only hopes that he will not let him down. At the same time, Loki led Algrim to the depths of Asgard, where the protective device was stored. As soon as the two people appeared, they were immediately discovered by the immortal warriors guarding here. Who? There was a loud shout, and the Asgardian warriors looked at Loki and the two with wary faces. But before they could see the two of them clearly, a black shadow obscured their sight. The next second, Algarim appeared in front of them, and two sharp claws fell directly on their heads. Algarim's hand suddenly exerted force, and the heads of the two Asgard warriors shattered like watermelons. After dealing with the two of them, Algarim couldn't wait to walk in, and the protective cover device appeared directly in front of him. Seeing this scene, Algarim was overjoyed. "Okay, you did a good job," Algarim praised excitedly, and then the dark power gathered in his palm. The next second, he roared directly towards the protective device. Boom! Without any accident, the energy ball hit the protective device of God's domain hard. The violent explosion destroyed everything in an instant. On the border battlefield, the Asgard warriors used to suppress the Dark Elves with their protective shields and were able to attack freely. But suddenly, the originally stable protective cover suddenly fluctuated violently, flickering like a short circuit. In just a short moment, the protective shield was completely extinguished. Seeing this, many immortal warriors instantly became frightened. "No, the protective shield has failed." Shouts echoed on the battlefield, and panic gradually spread among the warriors in the immortal palace. On the contrary, when the Dark Elves saw this scene, they were overjoyed. At this moment, the voices of their respective commanders came to the ears of all the Dark Elves. "The turtle shell of God's domain is broken. Everyone, attack with all your strength." "Yes." Many Dark Elves responded one after another, and then rushed to the battlefield in spaceships with grins on their faces. Boom, boom, boom. The pace of war quickly spread to the divine realm, and the warriors of the Asgard, who had been able to rely on the protective shield to calmly resist the Dark Elves, suddenly ushered in a brutal fight. The giant cannon defense line deployed by the Asgard warriors fired continuously, and beams of light rushed into the universe and penetrated the spacecraft. But more spaceships broke through the defense line and continuously fired Star Destroyer cannons, destroying a large number of Asgard warriors. In addition, the spaceships of the Dark Elves can turn invisible, making it difficult for heavy artillery to aim. For a time, the Asgard warriors suffered heavy losses. At this moment, the entire border battlefield has completely become a flesh and blood mill. It is like a man-eating demon, devouring all life. Every minute and every second, a large number of lives fall on this land soaked in blood. The ruthlessness of war is vividly reflected at this moment. Seeing that the defense line of the immortal palace is in danger, it will be completely overwhelmed by the army of Dark Elves at any time. At this moment, a chant resounded throughout the battlefield. "Life from nature, listen to my call and heal all injured creatures." A man with a straw ring on his head and a naked upper body appeared in the sky above the border battlefield. The powerful divine power in his body continued to surge, and behind him, countless green light spots gathered behind him, forming a tide of life in the blink of an eye, covering all the immortal warriors. Under the cover of the tide of life, the Asgard warriors who were originally exhausted or seriously injured seemed to have returned to their mother's arms one by one, surrounded by a burst of warmth. In the blink of an eye, all the immortal warriors were exhausted and their injuries were gone. Seeing this scene, many immortal warriors were overjoyed and looked up to the sky in surprise. "It's Lord Vidal has taken action. Praise nature, praise all things in the forest." The immortal warriors kept cheering, and the originally precarious defense line was instantly stabilized. The help from the gods gave them instant confidence in the war, and this is just the beginning. With the appearance of Vidal, many gods in the divine domain took action. Hodder, god of darkness. Balder, the god of light, the goddess of power, Slud, Ural, the god of hunting. As the gods came to the world, the divine light shined, and all the darkness was driven away by the divine light. The Dark Elves, who originally had the upper hand, were caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the gods and suffered heavy losses. On the space fleet, Malekith, who was sitting high on the throne, had been watching the movements of the battlefield. After seeing his army being repelled by the gods, Malekith's face instantly darkened. "Damn thing, when I take over the divine realm, I will kill you all. Someone is coming." Soon, the dormant cabins in the spaceship's sleeping place were opened, and each strong man from the Dark Elf clan slowly opened his eyes. "Let's go together. They are the high-end combat power of the Dark Elves, wizards," an old wizard spoke in a hoarse voice. Although the gods are powerful, the Dark Elves are not vegetarians. Naturally, there are a large number of strong people who can rival the gods, a priest from the Dark Elf clan said with a smile. There was no fear in their eyes, and some of them were even eager to try. It's not that they are the strongest, but that light and darkness are extremely powerful in any world. The priests of the Dark Elves walked from the spaceship, and terrifying power radiated from their withered bodies. On the battlefield, shortly after many gods took action to kill the Dark Elves, chants resounded throughout the battlefield. Then he pretended to be casual and asked, What are we going to do next? Years of slumber have not only not wiped out the desire to fight in their bones, but have even become stronger. With an angry curse in his mouth, Melkith was angry but not panicked. A dark elf suddenly walked in from outside the hall. After clearly realizing this, Loki had a thought in his mind and knew that the time he had been waiting for a long time had arrived. We know we have finally waited for this day, good guys. Let's go and meet those guys who claim to be gods and see if they can block our forbidden art. Therefore, when they took action, they immediately attracted most of the attention. Melkith's voice sounded in the hall. Their bodies were shrunken and their appearance was terrifying. All of them were wearing black robes, completely different from ordinary dark elves. The most dazzling among them are the twin brothers Hodder and Balder. Seeing this, the faces of the gods of the Asa Protos became solemn, but naturally they would not sit still and wait for death and began to fight back. The dark elves took the order and left. Perhaps because they had been sleeping for too long, their speech became a little awkward. Frost, flames, thunder, and lightning, storms, and forbidden arts bloomed in their hands. Suddenly, all the gods were enveloped by many forbidden arts. Upon hearing this, the dark elf who awakened them immediately lowered his head and said respectfully, "Priests, the battle has begun. The king has an order to kill the gods. Yes, my king. By studying various taboo techniques, you can gain power comparable to the gods." Has the war begun? Good. Since Loki helped complete the mission, Algorim now almost dropped all guard against him. Various abilities burst out from their hands and they competed with the priests of the Dark Elves without giving up. My king, the battle escalates again. Awaken the sleeping strong men, it's time for them to appear. Just as the battle on the border battlefield was getting more intense, in the Immortal Palace, Loki and the two also walked out of the place where the protective device was stored. Loki asked casually. When he heard this, Algorim said directly without any concealment, "Go find the sacred object of my Dark Elf clan, Tie Particles." Back then, when my Dark Elf clan retreated, the holy relics were left behind in the god's domain, and I don't know where they were sealed by Odin. So, let's find someone to ask first. Hearing this, Loki's calm heart stirred up some waves, and then he pretended not to care and said, "Oh, Tie Particles, I seem to know where they are." As soon as he finished speaking, Algorim, who was walking outside, suddenly stopped and looked at Loki with excitement on his face. "You know? Where is it? Tell me quickly." He looked at Loki with excitement on his face, his voice full of excitement. As the saying goes, it takes no effort to get there even if you break through iron shoes. Although he has never heard of this sentence, his current mood is exactly the same as what this sentence describes. Looking at him, a smile flashed in Loki's eyes. Things went smoother than he imagined. Whether it's revealing the location of the protective device or actively asking him about his next purpose, everything is part of Loki's calculations. The purpose of revealing the location is to gain trust and guide him to reveal his purpose. The purpose of providing clues is to make him think that he is in charge of everything. In this way, you can avoid being suspected to the greatest extent. Otherwise, if Loki brought it up, it would definitely raise the vigilance he had just put down again. At that time, it may affect subsequent events. I have to say that Loki was worried about helping Thor. Don't worry, as far as I know, Tie Particles broke out of the seal not long ago and merged into the body of a mortal. After saying this, Algorim quickly asked, "Where is that mortal?" "It's in the divine realm. However, I heard that Odin tried his best to remove the Tie Particles from her body but failed. Even if I tell you, can you take it out?" Loki pretended to be skeptical. This is his first trial. Although Tie Particles are sacred objects of the Dark Elves, they definitely know Tie Particles better than Odin and others. But whether they can take out the Tie Particles is all their own guess, and no one knows whether they can do it. So, Loki wouldn't mind trying it out if he had the chance. If they can't take it out, then there's no need to waste any effort in their next plan. Seeing that Loki actually questioned them, Algorim suddenly smiled arrogantly. "Tie Particles are the sacred objects of my Dark Clan. We can naturally take them out. As for Odin, I admit that he is quite powerful, but it is impossible to use the holy artifacts of my Dark Clan." Looking at Algorim with a proud face, Loki felt happy. However, he did not give up the temptation but continued. "Oh, what is the method? Don't tell me that it is killing people to obtain treasures. If it is this method, then it goes without saying." Loki pretended to be disdainful. "That's right, the way to take out the Tie Particles is to kill Jane directly. Without the host, Tie Particles will naturally recondensate." He was afraid that the Dark Elves would also use this method, and then his work would be in vain. Hearing the disdain in Loki's words, Algorim became anxious. In other words, Loki's words had offended their pride. At that moment, Algorim said with a displeased look on his face, "How can it be possible to use that method? In the eyes of others, Tony might be suspected of telling lies. What do you mean you accidentally beat someone to death as soon as you took action? Hearing the sudden sound, Loki's expression changed as he was walking in front. Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure and was not noticed. This space was temporarily constructed by him using Tesseract, and it is just enough to store one person. As soon as he makes a move, I can't watch anymore. If I accidentally beat him to death, then this last hope will be gone. If Malekith was really beaten to death by Tony, then he would really vomit blood. Algarim, on the other hand, did not want to continue to create extraneous problems and focused on holy objects. When the two of them entered the palace, Tony noticed it immediately and opened his eyes immediately. The majestic spiritual power instantly penetrated the body and enveloped the entire palace. After Tony gave a reminder, he continued to close his eyes and rest. Immediately, he used his mental power to reply with a knowing sound, and Loki's feet couldn't help but speed up a bit. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Tony's lips and he urged, "Then you have to hurry up. Follow me, it's not far from here." At this point, the two showed an amazing tacit understanding. That was the king of the Dark Elves, not just a cat or a dog. How could he die so easily? At the moment of the war, he naturally had to adjust his condition to its peak. After hearing this, Algarim did not want to continue to care about it. For him, finding the holy object was the most critical thing at the moment. At that moment, Loki deliberately smiled and said, sorry, I didn't know." And this is also part of their plan, allowing Loki to take Jane away. Seeing Algarim's huge reaction, Loki was instantly relieved, and now the last trace of worry in his heart was gone. "Stop talking nonsense and tell me quickly, where is that mortal? As long as this guy takes Jane to the Dark Elves and has someone take out the TIE particles. Loki, how's your plan going?" Hearing this, Loki's heart suddenly trembled. At that moment, Loki continued to lead the way with an expressionless face, while using his mental power to reply, it's almost. Forcibly taking the treasure will contaminate the sacred objects. Anyone who dares to desecrate the sacred objects will be the sworn enemy of my Dark Elf family and will fight until death." Loki smiled and stepped forward to lead the way. The two of them, one behind the other, soon arrived at Thor's palace. TIE particles are the sacred objects of the Dark Elves. The only one who can take out the sacred objects is the Dark Elf King. If you are slow, the Dark Elf King might take action. Looking at Loki, who was leading the way, Tony's words immediately rang in his mind. Soon, Loki and the two arrived at the palace where Jane was. Before Algarim could take action, Loki stepped into the palace and took the initiative to knock Jane unconscious and put her into a temporary space. Loki wanted to solve the problems within the simplified body as soon as possible before things would change later. After all this was done, Loki and the two of them did not stay in Asgard any longer. At this moment, there was no one else in the palace except Jane and Tony, and Thor had already gone to the border battlefield. But Loki has seen all kinds of magic in Tony and his unfathomable strength, so he believes that what Tony said is true. Head directly towards the border battlefield. Both Loki and Loki were not weak in strength. They rushed on the road with all their strength and soon arrived at the border battlefield. Now the Rainbow Bridge, the only passage in the gods' domain, has been closed, and the only way to get out is through the border battlefield. Although Loki knew a path that left the gods' domain, that path led directly to Blue Star and was not suitable for entry and exit. What's more, Loki didn't want to expose that path to Algarim. Looking at the raging battlefield and the gods and dark elf priests constantly fighting in the sky, Loki couldn't help but swallowed subconsciously and said in a dry tone, "How do we leave?" His performance was not just an act, but he really felt a little numb. With so many strong men fighting, even if he thought he was strong, he would not have the confidence to pass between them. He even doubted whether he would be set on fire by the gods if he appeared on the battlefield now. After all, not many people know about his and Thor's plan, and they can't calculate it more than one palm. In addition, his relationship with the gods of the Asad domain is not very good. Loki is really afraid of these guys. After seeing himself and Algarim together, he will suddenly give himself a hard blow. When the time comes, he will not be able to bear it. Seeing Loki looking at him, Algarim also had a headache. According to the plan discussed between him and Malekith, he was the one who acted as an internal agent to cause sabotage and help the Dark Elves invade Asgard. There was no response arrangement at all. But now, TIE particles suddenly appeared, completely disrupting his plan. He had to send the TIE particles out as soon as possible, but there was no one to respond, so looking at the scene in front of him, he didn't have much to do. How about we find a place to wait and delay for a while? Maybe after a while Asgard's defense will be breached and we won't have to go out. Algorim suggested. Hearing this, Loki felt anxious. Tony's reminder just now still echoed in his ears. But he was eager, and he knew that he must not show it at this time, otherwise once he was suspected, all his previous efforts might be wasted. Therefore, Loki nodded immediately and said, I don't care, since you said wait, then just wait. It's just that it's impossible for Odin not to pay attention to TIE particles. We have taken people away now, and we don't know when Odin will find out. Loki said, pretending to be sad. Algorim's expression changed instantly. He really hadn't thought about this just now, but now that Loki said it, he immediately reacted. Indeed, I and others are in extremely danger now. The mortals who had integrated TIE particles were taken away by them. Odin could not have known that the difference was just a matter of speed or slowness. At that time, if the Dark Elves are unable to break through the Protos defense line and Odin reacts, his life will be in danger. Moreover, the newly recovered TIE particles can easily be snatched back by Odin. It is basically impossible to snatch them back at that time. Thinking of this, Algorim, who originally suggested waiting, suddenly changed his face. No, we can't wait. We must find a way out immediately and get back to the ship. Looking at Algorim, who was turning his face faster than turning the pages of a book, a trace of mockery flashed in Loki's eyes. If that's the case, then you should quickly find a solution. I can't help with this matter. Loki spread his hands and said he was helpless. In this regard, Algorim did not doubt him. After all, Loki had said before that he had no dealings with the gods of the divine domain. After standing there and thinking for a long time, looking at the battlefield like a meat grinder, Algorim finally gritted his teeth and decided, there is no better way, just break in. Later, I will act as a shield for you. Just keep your head down and rush forward. As long as we return to the ship, we will be safe. Listening to his decision, Loki's eyes flashed with surprise. He didn't expect that this guy was planning to trade his life for his. Although I know that he is more interested in TIE particles, it is not bad to be able to do it to this extent. But what was surprising was that he was not going to try to persuade him. He didn't really join the Dark Elves, so he didn't care about this guy's life or death. So after he finished speaking, Loki nodded without hesitation. Okay, I'll do as you say. The two reached a consensus and took action quickly. First, he quietly approached the border battlefield until he was discovered by the Asgard warriors. Algorim suddenly shouted loudly, "Get out!" After saying that, a dark divine power was immediately released from him, forming a dark protective shield that enveloped the two of them. Suddenly, like lightning, the two men quickly broke out of the blockade of the Asgard warriors and rushed towards the starry sky. And in the starry sky, the battle of the gods continues. Powerful forbidden spells and magical powers explode in the universe, and the terrifying aftermath sweeps across the starry sky. The two people who rushed out of Asgard were immediately overwhelmed by the aftermath of the battle between the gods, and the terrifying impact continued to fall on Algorim. Suddenly, a mouthful of black blood spit out from his mouth. The originally stable protective shield also flickered on and off at this moment, making Loki feel frightened. Don't let this guy be so stupid and be taken away in a wave, otherwise he will die unjustly. Fortunately, what he was worried about did not happen. Algorim, who integrated the cursed stone and transformed into a cursed warrior, was strong enough to withstand the mighty aftermath and continue to fly towards the spaceship. At this moment, the warring gods also noticed the two of them. Divine light flashed in their pupils and they saw Loki directly. Suddenly, the expressions of the gods changed one after another. Tyr, the irascible god of war, suddenly burst into a loud shout, "Loki, how dare you betray the divine domain?" After saying that, Tyr dropped his opponent and flew towards the two of them, intending to stop them. Seeing this, the ghosts of Algorim emerged. If they were stopped at this time, they would really be dead. Immediately, he glanced at Loki aside with a resentful look. Although he believed Loki and knew that what he said was true, he never expected that Loki's popularity would be so bad. It was really unlucky to attract the hatred of a god as soon as he appeared. Fortunately, he saw the dark elf priest who was fighting with the gods at this time. At that moment, Algorim quickly shouted, "Stop him and cover us." As he spoke, Algorim's body quickly erupted with the exclusive aura of the dark elves, indicating his identity. Seeing this, the dark elf priests reacted one after another, and Tyr's previous opponent immediately stopped Tyr, preventing him from getting closer. Although they did not recognize Algorim, who had changed his appearance greatly, they could feel the pure dark elf aura emanating from him. He actually risked huge amounts of risk to cross the battlefield and return to the spaceship at this time. There must be something important, so they can't just sit back and watch anyway. As many dark elf priests took action, the situation on the battlefield changed again, and a new round of battle started between the two forces around Loki. Feeling the constant aura of terror coming from the surroundings, Loki and the two looked ugly for a while. Fortunately, under the cover of the Dark Elf Priest, the two finally crossed the battlefield and escaped from danger. On the spaceship, when the two landed, Algarim let out a long sigh of relief and looked back at the battlefield behind him. There was still a hint of fear on his face. At this moment, two Dark Elf warriors walked up. "See, my lord." Hearing the sound, Algarim immediately turned around, looked at the two of them and coughed slightly. The fearful look on his face disappeared, replaced by a look of majesty. "Where is the king?" "Back to your lord, the king is in the meeting hall." One of the warriors replied. Algarim nodded. "Take me to see the king." "Yes." After saying this, two Dark Elf warriors led the way, and Loki followed behind them, walking towards the meeting hall. On the way, Loki kept looking around, seeing the strict guards and the permeating dark atmosphere, and he couldn't help but become nervous. After doing 99, it can be said that now he is just one last tremor away, and the more this time comes, the greater the pressure Loki is under. Especially after entering the meeting hall, the tension in Loki's heart reached its peak. Fortunately, Loki's psychological quality is not bad. Although he is nervous, his face does not show any abnormality. He even shows a relaxed expression, giving people a feeling of joy. Finally, a figure sitting on a throne appeared in front of Loki. Just as Loki looked at him, Algarim immediately knelt down on one knee and said, "King, I'm back." As soon as he finished speaking, Malekith on the throne suddenly opened his eyes and divine light flashed in his eyes. He looked down at Loki and others and said in a leisurely tone, "Why are you back?" Malekith's tone was very calm, but it instantly put people under great pressure. Cold sweat broke out on Algarim's forehead for the first time, and he quickly explained, "King, I came back early because I found the sacred object of our Dark Elf clan. My subordinate was afraid of an accident, so he came back early against the order." As soon as these words came out, a wisp of terrifying aura instantly spread out from Malekith's body. His originally calm expression now emitted a terrifying light. "Where is the sacred object?" Malekith suppressed his inner surprise. Although he acted very calmly, everyone could hear the joy in his words. Hearing this, Algarim did not speak, but turned to look at Loki and gestured to him. Malekith, who had been staring at him closely, suddenly noticed his little move. His eyes turned and fell on Loki. "Who is he?" "King, he is Loki, the god I instigated rebellion in the divine realm. My subordinates were able to successfully complete the mission this time and find the sacred object, all thanks to his help." "Oh." Malekith had a playful smile on his lips and looked at Loki with bright eyes. "I see, well done. Now take out the holy objects first." "Yes, king." Algarim responded, then looked at Loki and urged, "Don't be stunned." After saying this, Loki stood respectfully waiting for Malekith's response. "We still need to trouble the king to take the holy object out of her body." A burst of black light fell on Jane as Malekith waved his hand. Looking at Malekith's eyes, Algarim instantly understood and nodded slowly. This woman is the son of Odin and the lover of Thor. Although he is only a mortal, Thor values him very much. Seeing this, Malekith's doubts were completely dispelled and he smiled and said, "I thought it was something." After hearing these words, a burst of laughter suddenly rang out in the hall. After confirming that the holy object was indeed in the body, Malekith could no longer suppress the joy in his heart. After saying this, Loki nodded and immediately released Jane with a wave of his hand. Suddenly, the unconscious Jane let out a muffled groan, and the next second her body floated directly. "Oh, what do you want a mortal to do?" Malekith asked curiously. The moment Jane appeared, Malekith's eyes were immediately attracted to her. Seeing this, Malekith's face suddenly became solemn, and a loud shout came directly from his mouth. Malekith did not answer him immediately, but glanced at Algarim to confirm the authenticity. "To be honest with you, Your Majesty the Elf King, Nassal and I are incompatible with each other. If she is in my hands, Nassal will definitely be at my mercy. It's just a mortal, since you want it, I'll give it to you." Malekith ignored him but looked at Loki again and praised, "Don't worry, the Dark Elves will not treat anyone badly." As the words fell, red particles were seen separated from Jane's body and gradually gathered together. "Thank you, Your Majesty the Elf King." Loki showed a hint of gratitude on his face. In this way, the tie particles that left Odin helpless were now easily extracted from Jane's body by Malekith. And Malekith did not continue to waste time on him. He turned his eyes to Jane again, his eyes full of expectation. At the same time, Algarim's explanation also sounded at this moment. Peng, point, and Loki's heart instantly became tense. Realizing this, Loki became more cautious. He went over the prepared words in his mind several times, and after confirming that there were no problems, he slowly spoke. "So your next answer is crucial. If his suspicions were aroused, it might not be that simple for him and Jane to get out of here today. Then it is natural to distinguish the truth from falsehood in Loki's words. Since you have taken refuge in our clan and have made such great achievements, I can grant you a request. He believed that since Algrim dared to bring Loki to see him, he must have investigated Loki's details. Thank you to the Elf King, I don't have many requests. I just hope that after the Elf King takes out the holy object, he can give me the mortal in front of me. Even though Melkith seems to be very talkative now, Loki can feel that this guy doesn't trust him. Don't get me wrong, he just felt a familiar aura on Jane's body. The king has rewarded you, Algrim said modestly. Okay, I understand. Gorham has done a good job. If we win this battle, you should be the first to take credit. King, the holy object broke the seal not long ago and merged into this mortal's body. The process of extracting TIE particles went smoothly. In just half an hour, Melkith completely peeled off the TIE particles in the body. Looking at the dark red particles gathered in his hand, Melkith's mouth curved in an astonishing way, and his eyes were completely attracted by the dark red color emitted by TIE particles, as if there was a peerless treasure inside. Seeing this scene, Loki suppressed the urge to snatch TIE particles back and quickly stepped forward to check on Jane's condition. After careful observation, he found that there was nothing else wrong with Jane except that she looked pale and looked weak. Looking at her who was still unconscious, Loki did not wake her up. He just raised his hand and took him back into the space again. Then he looked at Melkith, who was still addicted to TIE particles on the throne, and said, "Your Majesty the Elf King, if nothing happens, I will retreat first." Hearing this, Melkith waved his hand without looking back. At this moment, he didn't care about anything else. The joy of getting TIE particles was enough for him to ignore everything. Turning around and leaving the hall, Loki, led by 2 dark elves, arrived at the residence assigned to him. After sending the dark elves away, Loki didn't hesitate and quickly cut his wrist. Blood flowed out of his wrist, forming a mirror. This is the contact method Loki and Thor agreed upon. Use your own divine blood to connect. In this way, there will be no problem of spell fluctuations, and you can hide yourself to the maximum extent. Soon, Thor's figure appeared in the bloody mirror. Looking at Loki, Thor on the other side of the mirror suddenly said excitedly, "Loki, how is things going? Success. Giant is safe and sound, you can start taking action. Also, tell Tony to be careful. Melkith has obtained TIE particles. I always feel that those things are not simple." "Great, don't worry, I know, I will remind Tony." The two didn't talk for long, and soon the communication was disconnected. At the same time, in the meeting hall, Algrim looked at Melkith and asked curiously, "King, what are the effects of holy objects?" Although he is also a strong member of the Dark Elf clan, unless he sits on the throne, he will not know the specific effects of TIE particles. Hearing this, Melkith, who was addicted to TIE particles, finally came back to his senses and said with a smile on his face, "The power of TIE particles is unimaginable by the world. The most intuitive point is that cursed stones are made using TIE particles. With TIE particles, I can continuously create cursed stones and create the cursed army again." Hearing this, Algrim's face was filled with shock. He has personally experienced the effect of the cursed stone, which more than doubled his strength. Now cursed stones can be manufactured in batches. Think of an army composed of strong men. Just imagining such a scene makes people tremble all over. "Congratulations to my king. This time I will definitely be able to regain the divine domain and destroy the Asa clan," Algrim said excitedly. Melkith nodded in agreement and then said, "Go and select an elite team. I will personally create an invincible army." "Yes," Algrim responded, turned around and walked out of the hall. Watching his leaving figure, the smile on Melkith's lips disappeared and his face gradually became calm. Creating cursed stones is just a trivial ability of TIE particles. The real power of TIE particles is that they can make people's wishes come true. Even if TIE particles were to swallow up the 9 realms, Melkith would be able to completely plunge the entire universe into darkness with a single thought. This is the most powerful point of TIE particles, but naturally he will not tell Algrim such secrets. Looking at the battlefield outside and the resisting gods, Melkith's lips curled into a sneer. Come on, your end is coming. After devouring the divine realm and then devouring the other 8 realms, who can stop me then?" Melkith murmured to himself, unabashedly promoting his ambitions. If before he planned to leave the divine realm behind, now after retrieving the TIE particles, the existence of the divine realm is no longer necessary. His goal is the entire universe. Asgard, the palace where Tony was, the door slowly opened and Tony walked out. In order to leave time for Loki and others, he had not taken action before, not even going to the border battlefield. And just now, he had received the news from Saul that Jane had been successfully rescued, and there was no need to delay anymore. Therefore, Tony walked out of the palace, flew directly from the immortal palace, and rushed towards the border battlefield. The control of gravity and the power of the rabbit charm allowed his speed to reach the extreme in an instant, and a sonic boom sounded in the sky above Asgard. Tony's figure was like lightning, instantly piercing the sky, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived at the border battlefield. Looking at the starry sky and watching this epic battle, Tony felt like he was watching a 3D blockbuster in his previous life. It was even more enjoyable than a 3D blockbuster. At this moment, a figure flew back from the front line and headed in the direction of Tony. "Hey, Tony." Thor appeared in front of Tony holding Thor's hammer with a smile on his face and a strong smell of blood on his body. "Why are you back?" Tony asked, confused. Hearing this, Thor quickly said, "It was Loki who asked me to remind you. Malekith has obtained TIE particles. Those things don't seem simple, please be careful." "Really? I understand." Tony nodded calmly. It's not that he didn't take Loki's reminder to heart, but that he already knew how powerful TIE particles were and had been prepared for them. There are 6 infinity stones in the universe, and TIE particles is one of them, the reality stone. It has the ability to make people's wishes come true. In a sense, it is the most powerful treasure in the universe, a bug-level treasure. But there is no invincible thing in the world. Although the ability of the reality stone is powerful before it swallows the 9 realms, its ability is not stronger than other gems and is even a little weaker. In addition, the consumption of using the reality stone is far higher than that of using other gems, so Tony is not worried that he can't do anything about the reality stone. Moreover, just in case, he had obtained the Mind Stone from Loki before. With the Mind Stone as a foundation, even if the reality stone is really more powerful than he imagined, he is not without means to counter it. Seeing Tony's calm look, Thor shrugged without saying anything and asked instead, "When will you take action?" "When you forced Malekith out," Tony said in a calm tone. When he heard this, Thor was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, "Why?" After he finished speaking, Tony looked at him calmly and said nothing, and Saul also reacted suddenly, secretly cursing himself for being stupid. The spaceship is Malekith's home field. Who knows what backups he has prepared inside? If Tony goes directly in, he will lose the home field advantage. It would be fine if he had a weaker opponent, but is Malekith weak? Odin didn't dare to say this, so facing such an enemy, he naturally weakened him however he could. Ahem. After a slight cough, Saul scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "Okay, leave it to me, I'll force him out right now." After saying that, Saul turned and left. If he stayed here any longer, he always felt like a B*******D, so he slipped away. With a plan in mind, after Thor returned to the battlefield, he quickly sent a message to the gods, asking them to go all out. Even if both sides suffered losses, they must kill the army of the Dark Elves. He didn't believe it. The army was defeated, but Malekith could still sit still. The gods listened to Thor's words, and although they hesitated, no one refuted. As the prince of the Asa clan, Thor's orders are still somewhat effective, especially at this time. Unless someone wants to be betrayed by the Asa Protoss, no one will easily refute his orders. Suddenly, the gods' offensive suddenly became more fierce. The Dark Elf priests who could still fight back and forth with the gods suddenly began to fall into a disadvantage, as the gods did not hesitate to exchange injuries for injuries. Soon, Hodel, the god of darkness, killed his opponent with his heavy damage. Immediately afterwards, Batter, the god of light, also killed his opponent. The explosion of the two broke the deadlock on the battlefield and established an advantage for the Protoss. Although this advantage is not very obvious, it is like a snowball. After an advantage is established, the snowball gets bigger and bigger and finally forms an overwhelming advantage. Boom, 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 there were violent explosions, and with the help of the two Hodel brothers, more and more gods defeated their opponents. Gods with powerful combat capabilities, such as Tyr, the god of war, can single-handedly destroy their opponents, further expanding the advantages of the gods. As priests continued to die, the originally strong morale of the Dark Elves suffered a huge blow. It completely triggered a chain reaction and formed a rout. Kill! Loud shouts resounded throughout the battlefield. Under the leadership of the gods, the Asgard warriors rushed into the battlefield and strangled the Dark Elves crazily. At this moment, the Dark Elves began to collapse. Countless Dark Elves fled towards the spaceship, with panicked expressions on their faces. At this moment, they no longer had the ambition they had at the beginning. Instead, they were running away like lost dogs. Seeing this, the gods of the divine realm naturally would not let go of this good opportunity. They took advantage of the victory and pursued it, pressing towards the spaceship. In the meeting hall, Melkith looked at the situation on the battlefield outside with a look on his face. He did not expect that the battle situation would change so quickly. He was in a daze for a while and the situation on the battlefield suddenly collapsed. What do you think? Believe it. After reacting, dark clouds gathered directly on his face and his body stood up from the throne at this moment. Waste. With a fierce curse in his mouth, Melkith took a step forward and disappeared into the hall. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of the spaceship. The dark elves who were running away frantically stopped when they saw Melkith standing in front of the spaceship and looked at their king nervously. The sound wave rolls towards the god's realm. Once it falls into the god's realm, not only will his words spread throughout the god's realm, but it will even cause great damage to the god's realm. Did he just send you guys to stop me? Odin, I haven't seen you for 5,000 years. Are you going to be a coward? Let these rubbish come to your death. They are all their own subjects and fighting for themselves. Even if they lose and need to be punished, it shouldn't be now. Soon, when he didn't see the figure he wanted to see in the crowd, he frowned. The mighty pressure instantly fell on the gods and many immortal palace warriors. Even though the shouts of killing behind them were getting closer, all the dark elves did not dare to make any sound, and they all looked up at Melkith with awe. Thor directly spoke to persuade him to surrender. Although he knew that he was most likely doing useless work, he still wanted to try it, just in case this guy really surrendered. At that moment, his eyes turned cold and the terrifying dark aura was directly released from him. Bang, 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 arrogant, me. I'm considered a substitute. Everyone looked at Melkith in horror. The joy of defeating his opponent completely disappeared, replaced by deep fear. At this moment, the entire battlefield became silent. However, it turned out that he was overthinking it. Melkith not only did not surrender, but even ignored him. Instead, he kept scanning the crowd, looking for something. The scoldings of the gods continued to sound, and the echoing sounds made Melkith feel agitated. The densely packed dark elves suddenly disappeared in front of him and the others, leaving only a figure looking down at them. The pressure fell, the expressions of the gods changed drastically, and many immortal warriors were directly crushed alive by Melkith's pressure. Melkith basically turned a blind eye to the fear on everyone's faces. At this moment, he was looking up in the direction of God's realm. The vast sound spread directly in the vacuum environment of the universe and swept towards God's realm. Court death, his eyes swept over the bodies of many dark elves. He was about to get angry, but he stopped when he looked at the injuries on their bodies, and the words that finally came to his lips. However, just when Yinlang was about to enter the divine realm, a figure appeared on the boundary of the divine realm, and an indifferent voice also echoed in the universe. Seeing this scene, the gods and many immortal warriors couldn't help but stop. In an instant, clouds of blood mist exploded directly in the starry sky, dyeing the starry sky red in the blink of an eye. As soon as these words came out, the gods became angry. Anyone who was called a rotten fish would be angry, let alone a group of aloof gods. This guy is so terrifyingly strong that no one can even think of resisting. Thinking of this, Melkith calmed down, and with a wave of his hand, the dark power surged, sending them directly back to the spaceship, instantly clearing the starry sky in front of them. Thor looked at Melkith solemnly and guessed his identity. At that moment, Thor stepped out directly and said loudly, "Are you the king of the dark elves, Melkith? Where's Odin?" Melkith frowned as he looked at the figure blocking his sound wave. "How arrogant! Who are you? Your doom has come, just surrender." "Odin can't come," Tony said with a smile on his face and a joking tone. Under the support of gravity, his figure walked step by step towards Melkith's location. Listening to his words, not only Melkith, but even the gods in the divine domain couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths at this moment. What a substitute. Do you think this is playing football? You are a substitute. The gods were complaining crazily in their hearts, but no one spoke. Although they did not know Tony, but Tony dared to appear at this juncture, it must not be simple, and he might even be a strong man comparable to Odin. Therefore, the gods remained silent and watched silently. But their silence made Tony a little disappointed. He was still waiting for a slap in the face. After all, a time traveler who doesn't know how to show off is not a good time traveler. However, when he met a group of human beings who didn't give him this chance at all, Tony couldn't help but sigh helplessly. At this moment, a cold snort spread throughout the audience. Melkith looked at Tony with cold eyes filled with naked murderous intent. "Odin doesn't dare to come out and let you come and die. In this case, I will kill you first to see if he can still calm down." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying wave suddenly emanated from his body, and the dark power gathered in front of him, forming a huge amount of energy light ball. With a wave of Melkith's hand, the energy light ball shot toward Tony instantly. Looking at this scene, Tony's eyes narrowed and looks of horror appeared on the faces of the gods. At that moment, one by one fled backwards quickly. They felt the breath of death from the energy light ball. Once the energy light ball exploded, they could not resist it at all, so running away became their only option. In just a short moment, all the gods behind Tony fled, leaving only Thor standing behind Tony with a nervous look on his face. Everyone else can leave, but he cannot. After all, Tony was here to help him. If he ran away, regardless of what Tony would think, he would not be able to get through the hurdle in his own heart. Therefore, although Thor also felt the approach of death, he still suppressed the panic in his heart and stood with Tony. Tony, who was standing at the front, paid no attention to the movement behind him. Seeing the energy light ball getting closer and closer, a ball of flame suddenly rose in Tony's hand, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a fireball the size of a basketball file. Compared with the energy light ball, the fireball in Tony's hand is very small, but as long as you feel the energy contained in it, no one dares to underestimate the fireball in Tony's hand. As the fireball was thrown by Tony, soon the two groups of energy, one large and one small, collided fiercely. Boom! Endless light shines, and the originally dark starry sky seems to have entered daytime at this moment, making people unable to open their eyes. The next second, a terrifying energy shock spread from the center of the explosion to all directions. Suddenly, all the meteorites and small planets in the billions of miles of stars passed by with the impact of energy and were instantly shattered. The shock wave rushing towards the spaceship was blocked by Melkith with a wave of his hand. The shock wave rushed towards Asgard, but Tony was too lazy to block it. Therefore, Asgard, which was also affected, suddenly shook violently. According to Thor's memory, there were hundreds of planets large and small, but now they have just disappeared. Thor, who had been standing behind Tony, luckily escaped. After everything calmed down, he turned his head to look at the stars in all directions and swallowed involuntarily. I saw that the starry sky in all directions looked very clean at the moment. That's right, it was clean. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing else except Asgard and the space fleet. Seeing this, Melkith's expression turned gloomy. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Tony's lips. His right hand holding the gun raised a finger, and the tip of the gun was pointed directly at Melkith. Yes, if you can block my casual blow, you are qualified to be my opponent. The sounds of metal clashing continued to spread as the two collided. Lines of spear light and sword light continued to overflow from the center of the battle. Thor, who was still close to watch the battle, immediately retreated to the rear after being almost killed by a sword light. Suddenly, the king's sword and the eternal spear collided fiercely, and the bodies of Tony and Melkith also became entangled. This is the king's sword of the Dark Elves. Like the eternal spear, it is a powerful artifact. And this is all the work of the two people in front of him. Hearing this, Melkith snorted coldly, then dodged and rushed forward. As Thor left, Tony was the only two people left in the starry sky of the universe. Their figures were like lightning, crisscrossing the entire starry sky. Come and fight. The earth shook and cracks stretching for thousands of miles lay across the earth. Therefore, it is better to leave the battlefield honestly. Melkith looked at Tony with a calm expression. His tone still had a hint of condescension. Hearing this, Tony smiled. Really, but you let me down a little. The majestic king of the Dark Elves, this is it. He could finally see that whether he stayed or not had no impact at all. Even if he stayed, he might become a burden. The artifact's blessing to combat power is still great. When fighting with bare hands, Tony felt a little disadvantaged. After he finished speaking, Saul, who was standing behind him, looked confused and thought Tony was talking to him. Tony challenged. He raised his hand to grab it, and the eternal spear fell directly into his hand. Feeling the cold feeling coming from the gun, Tony waved it casually, and it was unexpectedly smooth. Sure enough, the next second, a whistling sound came from behind him. Thor looked back and saw the eternal spear rushing out of Asgard directly and landing in Tony's hand. Sharp-tongued guy, I'll make you regret coming here. Tony spread his hands, showing great disdain. Countless creatures knelt down on the ground with fear on their faces, praying to the gods for blessings. But soon he discovered that Tony was not looking at him. For a time, Thor had a new understanding of the four words top powerhouse. Little did they know that the gods they prayed for would vomit blood and fly backwards under the impact of energy. They could not protect themselves, so they had no time to pay attention to them. After speaking, Melkith raised his hand and grabbed the space to the side. Suddenly, a pitch-black long sword was grabbed out of the space. Thinking of this, Tony turned to look at Asgard behind him and said, "Lend me the eternal spear." As for the setting that vacuum cannot transmit sound, it does not take effect on the two of them at this moment. In the blink of an eye, Tony and the two fought for hundreds of rounds, and Malekith gradually gained the upper hand. Looking at this scene, Tony couldn't help but frown slightly. Boom! After another blow, Tony relied on the speed of the rabbit charm to quickly distance himself from Malekith, looking at the eternal spear in his hand with some depression. The power of the eternal gun is indeed not bad, and Tony's strength is not weak either. But the problem is that Tony does not know how to play with guns. Therefore, after relying on his temporary enthusiasm to fight Malekith in close combat, Tony quickly fell into a passive state of being beaten. Situation: if his strength wasn't weak and his speed wasn't slow, he might have been severely injured by now. While Tony's face was full of depression, Malekith's face on the other side was terrifyingly gloomy. As soon as they fought, he realized that Tony couldn't use a gun at all. After realizing this, he thought he could defeat Tony quickly, but the result was something he never expected. Whether it was speed or strength, Tony was superior to him. Although he didn't know any skills, but with the advantages of speed and strength, he was tied with him. This was a great shame for him. The expressions of the two people are different, but at this moment their moods are similar. Glancing at the gloomy-looking Malekith, Tony suddenly smiled brightly and said, "I've had enough fun, I won't play anymore." After saying that, Tony suddenly exerted force and threw the eternal gun directly. Suddenly, the eternal spear turned into a stream of light and sped towards Malekith. Seeing this, Malekith's pupils shrank, but his reaction was not slow either. He instantly threw the king's sword out to block the eternal spear. Suddenly, the two artifacts opened up a battlefield and collided wildly. Losing the weapon had no effect on Tony at all. With a thought, terrifying flames suddenly appeared in front of him and gathered into a fire dragon. Under the control of Tony's thoughts, the fire dragon rushed towards Malekith in an instant. Wherever it passed, the starry sky in the universe was burned with Kaz sound. Feeling the astonishing warmth rushing towards his face, Malekith's face suddenly became solemn. The majestic dark divine power spurted out directly from his body, building a dark barrier in front of him to resist the fire dragon. Now two forces, one black and one red, collided in the starry sky, and no one could do anything to the other. Watching this scene, Tony was not surprised. He never expected that the fire dragon alone could take down Malekith. Therefore, just after the fire dragon was blocked, Tony's mental power instantly condensed into a mental gun, and it rushed towards Malekith again. The mental gun is invisible and cannot be resisted by ordinary means. Although Malekith's mental power is good, it is still far behind Tony. Therefore, after noticing the attack of the spiritual spear, although he also gathered his spiritual power to block it, he was blasted to pieces by the spiritual spear. Puff! A mouthful of black blood spurted out from his mouth, and Malekith's expression changed suddenly. Before he could recover, suddenly, a strong gravitational force acted directly on his body. Directly restraining his body, the barrier he built with the power of darkness was instantly broken, and the blocked fire dragon violently hit him. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded, and a sea of fire appeared where Malekith was. His body was surrounded by flames and burned quickly. As for the Dark Elves, after they reacted, they all burst into cheers. They never expected that Malekith, who had been extremely strong just now, would be defeated instantly. In one sentence, all his previous efforts were in vain. After saying that, two powerful rays of light suddenly burst out from Tony's eyes, blasting towards Malekith. It is the Soul Scepter inlaid with the Soul Gem. Immediately, Tony plunged his hand into the void and took out a scepter. For ordinary people, being able to use an ability to its peak is already the limit. But because of Tony's system, all the abilities he possesses have reached their peak. Therefore, even though Odin and Malekith are not weak in strength, facing Tony is a bit overwhelmed when he encounters various abilities that emerge one after another. At the same time, the declining aura on his body began to become stronger again, and the injuries on his body began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. For a moment, everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. The intense pain made his face look extremely ferocious. As soon as the words fell, the two rays of light that originally rushed towards Malekith suddenly reversed and rushed towards Tony himself. Only the instigator of all this, Tony, was not surprised by this. Why don't they call it a reality gem? Let's just call it Yanjufa. The gods of the divine realm who were watching the battle were as if they were going crazy, and they kept mumbling about how it was possible. He knew that the reality stone was very powerful, but the level of comparison seemed to be a bit too great. I say, all the harm surrounding me will be dispelled. The gods of the divine domain and the dark elves watching the battle from a distance were all stunned by the changes in the starry sky. If I had to use one word to describe it, it would be invincible at the same level and capable of fighting at higher levels. When the words fell, a shocking scene happened. The sea of fire that originally surrounded him quickly began to dissipate and disappeared in an instant. But in addition to strength, Tony also has various powerful abilities such as fire, gravity, mental power, etc. With an angry curse, two rays of light erupted in Tony's eyes again, colliding with the previous rays of light, causing an explosion. Seeing this scene, Tony's mentality collapsed instantly. Seeing this scene, everyone suddenly became speechless. It's all a long story, but in reality it all happens in the blink of an eye. Grass. Seeing Melkith becoming more and more embarrassed under the burning flames. At this moment, a group of dark red particles suddenly appeared in front of Melkith. Seeing this, Melkith did not dodge, holding the reality stone in one hand and said in his mouth, "I said, everyone who attacks me will suffer backlash." Melkith, who couldn't breathe for a few seconds and was at his peak, appeared in front of everyone again. As the explosion dissipated, Tony looked at Melkith gloomily and said word by word, "I don't believe it, this thing really has no limit." In terms of strength alone, neither Odin nor Melkith is weaker than him, and even Odin is a little stronger. It wasn't until he fought Odin that he had an accurate understanding of his own strength. Breathing out a breath of turbid air, Tony suppressed the shock in his heart, looked at Melkith with cold eyes and said, "I don't believe it, you can use this thing indefinitely, let's see how many times you can use it." Melkith's words sounded slowly. Even the relaxed look on Tony's face at this moment disappeared, replaced by solemnity. Although Tony was very strong before, he never had an accurate standard to judge his combat effectiveness. Looking at the scepter that appeared in front of Tony, Melkith, who had a solemn expression on his face, suddenly focused his eyes and recognized the soul gem inlaid on the scepter at a glance. After all, apart from their different attributes, the 6 gems had almost the same aura, which immediately caused Melkith's expression to change slightly. As mentioned before, the reality gem's ability is the best among the 6 gems. But compared to other gems, the reality gem must swallow the 9 realms before it can fully display its power. Prior to this, although the reality stone's ability was still terrifying, it could not ignore everything. Tony, who had been staring at Melkith, noticed the change in his expression almost immediately. At that moment, a sneer appeared on Tony's lips, and he said in a cold voice, "I want to see if the reality stone in your hand can compete with the mind stone." After saying that, Tony didn't hesitate, directly held the scepter in one hand and activated the mind stone. Dazzling light radiated from the mind stone. With the blessing of the mind stone, Tony's mental power suddenly increased without limit. If Tony's mental power was like an ocean before, now with the blessing of the mind stone, his mental power has completely turned into a galaxy in the universe. Spiritual storm, Tony held the scepter and spoke word by word. As his words fell, the extremely huge mental power roared out directly under the blessing of the soul gem, forming a terrifying storm. Different from the previous ones that were invisible to the naked eye, this time, because the mental power was so powerful, it was directly solidified and manifested. For a moment, both the dark elves and the gods in the realm could see a white storm roaring directly towards Melkith. And at the moment Tony launched his attack, Melkith started singing again at the same time. But compared with the previous relaxation, this time his face was full of solemnity. "I say that no attack can fall on me, and all those who attack me will suffer backlash." His voice fell slowly, and immediately his originally strong body shriveled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. The divine power in his body was almost drained. At the same time, the mental storm that was originally roaring towards him slowly stopped under the resistance of an inexplicable force. However, it just stopped, and the mental storm neither dissipated nor rolled back like the light emitted by Tony before. Seeing this, Tony smiled as he watched this scene. He guessed right, the reality stone does have a limit, and when it reaches the limit, the reality stone can no longer continue to change everything. What's more, the spiritual storm he released was blessed by the mind stone. If the reality stone wanted to change his attack, it had to change it together with the mind stone. The reality stone without enhancement obviously cannot do this. In the end, the mental storm slowly dissipated, and it did not fall on Melkith after all. Tony didn't mind this, because he still has some energy left, while Melkith looks haggard and looks like he could die suddenly at any time. Whoosh! Without any nonsense, Tony directly activated the power of the rabbit spell, and his figure immediately disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of Melkith. Raising his hand to grab it, the reality stone that was originally held tightly in Melkith's hand was snatched away by Tony. Melkith wanted to resist, but unfortunately, the chant just now drained all his strength. He can hardly even stand now, let alone resist. Therefore, he could only watch as the reality stone fell into Tony's hands. After grabbing the reality stone, Tony sent it directly to the Shadow Kingdom together with the Mind Scepter without studying it. After doing all this, Tony looked at Malekith, raised the corner of his mouth and said, "How do you want to die?" This guy is more generous than he thought. Appreciation is appreciation, and letting the enemy go will never happen to him. Puff. Succeed as king or lose as bandit. I can afford to lose, so let's do it. Then each one of them looked at the dark elves fiercely. Hearing this, Malekith, who had closed his eyes, opened his eyes again, but he did not do what Tony said. At that moment, Tony, who originally planned to kill him directly, had other thoughts in his mind and said again, "Give you a chance to live, kneel down and surrender, and I will spare your life." A punch penetrated his heart, and the flames burned on Tony's fist, quickly igniting Malekith's body. There was just a hint of ridicule on his face. "This is your last chance." After Malekith died in battle, all the dark elves on the spaceship fell into a sluggish state. Soon, a battle turned directly into a massacre. Hearing this, Malekith glanced at Tony weakly, then slowly closed his eyes and said nothing. Malekith let out a muffled groan without struggling or roaring and allowed the flames to completely engulf him. Tony, who had taken a step back, watched this scene quietly, the admiration on his face having dissipated. The smell of blood floated throughout the star field, and the corpses of dark elves floated toward the depths of the universe. Hearing this, the look of admiration on Tony's face became even stronger. If nothing else, just that sentence that he could afford to lose was worthy of Tony's high look. The sound of fighting sounded again, and the death knell of the dark elves also sounded. He can still remain calm in the face of life and death, and he is worthy of being the king of his clan. As the old enemy of God's domain, no one wants the dark elves to continue to exist. For a moment, all the dark elves seem to have lost their souls. Since Malekith is unwilling to surrender, death is his only destination. "I am the king of the dark elves. I would rather die standing than live on my knees." The gods responded in unison, and in the next second, the gods of the divine domain, together with many immortal warriors, attacked the spaceship at the same time. Looking at this scene, Tony raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. Tony conquered them with his strength. Needless to say, everyone was led by Tony at the moment, so they were waiting for Tony's order. However, they did not rush to take action, but all looked at Tony. Their king died and their faith collapsed. In the previous battle, they had already lost many strong men, and now they witnessed Malekith's death in battle. All the dark elves completely lost their morale, however they were stunned. The gods in the divine domain did not. And Tony quickly noticed this, so he would naturally not be merciful, and cold words rang out in his mouth. "Kill." Yes. Therefore, under the attack of the gods of the divine domain, they fell into a rout without even thinking about resisting. Witnessing Tony killing Malekith, the gods who had been watching the battle for a long time suddenly became excited. Looking at the sight of thousands of corpses floating in front of him, Tony's eyes didn't waver at all. As early as the beginning of time travel, he lost all compassion and goodwill. Except for the people he cares about, even if all the rest are exterminated, it will be difficult to leave any ripples in his heart. Not to mention a group of alien life forms. Ding, the mission is completed and rewards will begin. The belated system reward finally arrived. Listening to the voice in his head, Tony quickly withdrew his attention and opened the system panel. Temporary mission, Dark Glory. Mission description: as the ultimate darkness, all darkness should be under the control of the host, conquer or destroy the dark elves, and maintain the glory of darkness. Task reward, number of draws +1, one of the Black Shadow Masks, Nigia Mask. Task status, completed. Looking at the information on the system panel, Tony unusually did not draw a lottery immediately, but instead summoned the Nigia Mask. In the anime, the Black Shadow Mask is one of the sources of power to summon the Black Shadow Core. Only by wearing the Black Shadow Mask can you master the Black Shadow Core. However, now he can control the Black Shadow Core even without the Black Shadow Mask, so Tony is curious about the specific function of this mask. As if knowing his doubts, just after he took out the Black Shadow Mask, the system gave a rare function prompt. Item, Niga Mask function. After wearing it, you can summon the Ninja Core and collect 10 masks to activate the ultimate darkness and engulf the world. Each time a world is swallowed, the strength of the Black Shadow Core and the mask wearer will be greatly enhanced. Looking at the function displayed by the system, Tony directly ignored the first half. Looking at the information at the back, his eyes suddenly flickered. Ultimate darkness swallowing the world, interesting. Muttering to himself, Tony had a concrete understanding of the effect of Nigia's mask. However, this thing can only take effect after all the masks are collected. Now it can only be temporarily left in the corner to gather dust. Putting the mask away, Tony finally turned his attention to the exciting draw. Every time he draws a lottery, his strength will skyrocket. Therefore, although it is not the first time he draws a lottery, Tony's heart is always full of expectations. But before drawing the lottery, he still needs to make a choice. Which one is better to draw, the magic roulette or the spell roulette? Needless to say, the power of the demonic energy. Integrating Curse Land's demonic energy directly allowed him to compete with a strong man of Odin's level. The talismans are not inferior to the demonic energy. What's more important is that the 12 talismans are almost collected. Tony is curious about what will happen when the 12 talismans are gathered together. Therefore, without struggling for too long, Tony locked the spell roulette. With a thought, the roulette wheel started spinning rapidly. Even with Tony's current strength, it was still difficult to catch the pointer on the roulette wheel. In the end, Tony had no choice but to call it a day. Roar. A roar of a tiger exploded on the roulette wheel, and a black and white tiger appeared on the roulette wheel, then rushed towards Tony and disappeared directly into his mind. In an instant, a balanced force merged into Tony's body. His whole body seemed to be returning to his mother's body. His whole body was warm and surrounded by a gentle force. I don't know how much time passed, but suddenly Tony opened his eyes again, and a breath leaked from his body. Suddenly, the space in front of him trembled. Not far away, Thor, who had ended the battle early, was about to step forward to say hello to Tony, but when he accidentally saw this scene, he couldn't help but tremble. *X, male. That's why Tony was pleasantly surprised. At that time, he can also get a lottery draw. Tony naturally had no feeling about Saul's gaze. At this moment, his heart was completely filled with surprise. Ability: Horse Talisman, Dragon Talisman, Sheep Talisman, Rabbit Talisman, Pig Talisman, Ox Talisman, Tiger Talisman. Before integrating the Tiger Charm, when Tony used the power of the Rabbit Charm, although it was fast, it would still leave an afterimage. Identity: Heir to the Shadow Kingdom. After taking a look at the data on the personal panel, Tony suppressed the joy in his heart and closed the panel. Dark Alliance members: Spider-Man, Winter Soldier, Green Goblin, Dr. Octopus, Mr. Fantastic. Ignoring the corpses on the ground on the spaceship, Tony's spiritual power was instantly emitted and soon enveloped the entire spaceship, and traces of Loki and others were found. After all, in the anime, the power shown by the Tiger Talisman is indeed a bit overwhelming, and it only balances the abilities of each spell. For example, the Dragon Talisman and the Pig Talisman, no matter how Tony used them before, he could only use the ability of one spell at the same time. Named Tony Stark. Although Tony also hoped to get the Tiger Talisman, he was a little disappointed when he won it in the previous draw. Then he glanced at the spaceship. It's scary. Why does it feel like this guy's strength has improved again? But after truly integrating the Tiger Talisman, Tony realized that the Tiger Talisman was the most powerful existence among the 12 talismans. The power of the Tiger Talisman is not just that. When multiple talismans are connected in series, the power of each talisman is greatly strengthened, and even the magic energy is connected together. But when he saw the situation of Loki and others, a strange look suddenly flashed in Tony's eyes. Its speed is so fast that it has completely surpassed before. But now it is silent, as if teleporting, and it is extremely terrifying. One mission, 2 draws, great fun. Demonic Chi, cursed blue demonic Chi, because only it can connect the 12 spells together to form a whole. He has not forgotten Loki's promise. This guy promised to join the Dark Alliance. Now that everything has been dealt with, it is his turn to fulfill his promise. But after integrating the Tiger Talisman connected the power in his body into a whole, so he could mobilize the power of multiple spells at the same time. Although Thor was explaining on the side, it didn't seem to have much effect. When the use is completed, the power of another spell can be mobilized. Although the Tiger Talisman did not directly increase his power, it strengthened his original power, which resulted in the terrifying scene just now. Just a wisp of breath leaked made the space in front of him tremble. Thinking a little excitedly, Tony stepped directly in. Suddenly, his figure disappeared directly from the place, and when he reappeared, he had already landed on the spaceship. Because now Loki is being beaten by the gods. Sombra Ninja Control, Sombra Blade Control, Sombra Nightbat Control, Sombra Troll Control, Sombra Warrior Control, Sombra Alien Control. Thinking silently in his mind, Thor did not come up to disturb him, turned around and flew towards the spaceship, looking for Loki. The Tiger Charm represents the balancing power of yin and yang. Number of draws: 0 in a certain hall of the spaceship at this moment. The god of darkness Hodel, the god of light Balder, the god of Hercules Mani, and the god of courage Modi are surrounding Loki. The 4 of them stared at Loki with unkind eyes, and Loki also looked at them with an indifferent expression. The scene where Loki and Algrim walked through the battlefield together is still vivid in everyone's mind. Now the Dark Elves have been defeated, and Loki, the nominal traitor, has naturally been liquidated. Apart from them, Thor was standing between the two sides at this moment, isolating them, and kept explaining that Loki did not betray, and everything before was his plan. However, looking at the situation at the scene, his explanation obviously did not achieve the expected effect. The expressions of Hodel and others didn't even change much. Soon, after Thor finished speaking, Hodel and the others who had been silent for a while finally spoke. Badr looked at Thor calmly and said calmly, "Thor, we know you want to protect him, but betraying the gods is a serious crime. We can't let him go, so don't bother." After saying this, Saul became anxious. "I told you that everything was my plan, why don't you believe it?" Thor's angry voice sounded, but unfortunately there was nothing he could do to change anything. Manny even had a weird smile on his lips and said, "No one among the gods in the realm knows about your relationship with Loki. Loki treats you as an enemy, how can he cooperate with you? Besides, how do you know that he is not using you? It's just that the Dark Elf he surrendered to failed, which is why this situation happened." What Manny said makes sense. "Saul, please get out of the way, otherwise we will have to take you down together." Modi then said, everyone's words directly distorted the matter completely and turned it into another version. Thor looked at this scene and deeply realized what it means to be unable to argue. Just when he was about to continue explaining, Loki put his hand on his shoulder. Loki's voice sounded slowly behind him, "Don't waste your efforts. They just want to target me. It's useless no matter how much you say." As soon as these words came out, Thor's body trembled, and then he immediately figured out what was going on and looked at Badr and the others in disbelief. As his eyes swept over the four people one by one, what appeared in front of him were indifferent faces. At this moment, he suddenly realized that getting rid of the traitor was all an excuse. Loki has a bad relationship with the gods of the realm and even hates most of the gods, not only from himself but also from the grievances of the previous generation. Therefore, these people are just deliberately targeting Loki. The so-called betrayal is just an excuse for them to take action. Even if this didn't happen, if there were other opportunities, they wouldn't let Loki go. After thinking about this clearly, Saul's face suddenly turned pale and his tone was hoarse. "Why? We all belong to the divine race, why can't we live in harmony?" After finishing his words, Hodel suddenly sneered, "Who belongs to the same race of gods as him? How does he, a remnant of the giant race, qualify to be among the gods?" If the atmosphere between the two parties was tense before, but there was still room for maneuver, then this sentence completely blocked this room. Loki's originally indifferent expression suddenly turned cold, and he stared at Hodel. Hodel didn't pay attention to this at all, and the same was true for others. From the bottom of their hearts, they did not regard Loki as a kinsman. At this time, Badr also spoke again. "Stop talking nonsense and deal with him as soon as possible to avoid long nights and dreams." "What should I do with Thor?" Modi asked. Glancing at Thor, who still refused to retreat, Badr didn't hesitate too much. "Take it together, just be careful not to hurt his life." "Good." The rest of the people responded and waves of powerful aura emanated from them. The next second, the four figures moved at the same time and rushed towards Loki and the two. Modi fights Thor alone. His mission is only to hold Thor down, and he doesn't need to worry about other things. The three of Hodel attacked Loki at the same time, hoping to kill Loki as quickly as possible. At that time, even if Odin asks afterward, they will have a reason to evade. After all, it is normal for a god to die on the battlefield, and Odin wouldn't be able to check it even if he wanted to. So what if Thor knew the truth? Who would embarrass their four living gods for the sake of a dead god? I have to say that their calculations were very good, but they underestimated Loki's strength. With dual vocations, Loki's strength is far stronger than that of ordinary gods. What he showed in the divine realm before was not his true strength at all. Otherwise, Thor would not have been beaten up by Loki when he was on Earth. So when Loki took action with all his strength, Hodel and the others suddenly realized that they could not defeat Loki for a while. This discovery made them shocked and angry, and at the same time strengthened their murderous intentions. Loki's strength is so strong. If he escapes today, how will they resist him in the future? They can't be tied together to guard against Loki in the future. Thinking of this, the gods acted faster and became stronger. Soon, Loki was beaten until he was vomiting blood. After all, although his strength is not weak, Hodel and others are not vegetarians either. Each of them is an extremely powerful god possessing powerful power. Especially Hodder and Balder, one is the god of light and the other is the god of darkness. Their priesthood is the top existence among the gods. In contrast, the power they control is also top-notch among the gods. Therefore, with the cooperation of the three people, Loki was quickly seriously injured and lost his ability to resist. Thor, who was restrained by Modi, looked at this scene and roared, "Stop!" As he said that, he wanted to rush forward, but unfortunately Modi didn't give him this chance. The moment he made a move, Modi stopped him again. But in terms of strength, Modi is naturally not his opponent. As long as he is given time, it will only be a matter of time before Modi is eliminated. But unfortunately, what he lacks most now is time. Saul's heart was full of hatred, hating his own weakness and hating his own powerlessness. If he had the strength of Tony or Odin, would the current situation still happen? The results speak for themselves. Unfortunately, he didn't, so he could only watch Hodel and the others walk towards Loki step by step. And Loki is about to die in their hands and nothing can be done.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.